right. So we're waiting for the YouTube. By the way, we're up to 180 subscribers. So we've never hit this milestone. By the way, I mean we've gone up and down. We were already up to like 179, and then it went back down to 174, and now it's climbing again. So hopefully we'll get to many more. My hope is to. I think you need to have 1,000 subscribers to monetize. That would be interesting to start monetizing. Anyway, so today we're gonna try again. Oh, there it is. The R to start monetizing.
Yeah.
Now the audio is good. Okay, so everything is good. So let's continue. Today's the third installment, I guess. It's the third installment. One second, let me fix my Discord. Let me see that my Discord is set up correctly. Yeah, it's the correct headset on Discord. But what is happening is the volume drops, but it doesn't have any impact on the recording. The recording quality is always high, so I don't know what's going on. La 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 ti la 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 la. La 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 la. Tita. All right, let's continue. So, what are we up to? What are we up to? So let's go. This is the previous. Let's go to the previous one and see what happened here. Going to analyze now.
Coordinate time t. So that's the along the boundary.
So he's making assumptions. That's call it the Dark Ages. This is Galileo is the beginning of the Renaissance, I think. The Renaissance.
Molecules of an ideal gas can move, ultimately represent the possibilities that the gas has to store energy. A molecule can, so to speak, store its energy in the motion in x direction as well as in the motion in y or z direction. These possibilities to store energy.
This is horizontal, vertical, but there's one more, either horizontal or vertical. There's 3 planes of motion. I don't get it. 3 modes.
At the one hand, again, there is a symmetrical stretching of the outer atoms along their molecular axis. At the other hand,
okay, so we never finished in part 2. We never finished the equal distribution of energy among degrees of freedom, the equipartition theorem. We never finished that. Do I have that still open is the question. I have the Rayleigh-Jeans law still open, and I have the actual video of Viascience that we're watching open. And this is the video we were watching. So we never finished watching it, but I don't know how important that is. So let me just finish. Exactly like the linear. Watching.
Again exists an asymmetrical stretching, where atoms vibrate phase shifted. The third mode of vibration is again a bending mode, where the outer atoms vibrate in a kind of molecule. One needs 3 coordinates. Point in time. This number of parameters, relational degrees of freedom, number of modes of vibration can be determined with the shown formula. It must be noted that for the total degrees of freedom, therefore the number of motion, the rotational motion and the vibrational motion, then the given degrees of freedom can also be determined by the number.
Yeah, what's going on? Diatomic. This is really fascinating. This whole notion that every degree of freedom that you find out about, you have to we say, okay, so an equal amount of energy can be stored in that degree of freedom. That's really very interesting. 3 translation. I don't know how much I agree with it, but for now, I understand what they're saying. I understand the claim. Anyway, it's a whole universe apparently. The equipartition. Let's get back to. Okay, so I see that we finished with the. Okay, so this is the equal distribution. So we finished the equipartition. I see I never subscribed nor liked it. That's a mistake. I should have done that. Distribution of energy. This is the equipartition. Let's get back to here. But at this point, I'm really hungry. I'm becoming hungry. Okay, so basically, we need to continue the Rayleigh-Jeans law complete mathematics. We were at 645 out of 810. Okay, we're gonna have to finish. So this is it. 645 out of 810. This is where we were. This is a good video. Really good stuff. So we can continue now.
Same energy, half kT. If the system has kinetic and potential both energy, then the average energy corresponds.
So it says here equipartition of energy principle. Each degree of freedom has equal half kT amount of energy. Half kT is a proportion. It's not an amount of energy. You need to multiply it, I think, by the number of particles or something. K times T is not units of energy. It's units of energy per molecule or something. So you need to multiply it by the number of molecules or something.
To
now average energy, what is this? 1/2 kT plus 1/2 kT is equal to kT. What do you mean by that?
say that each degree of freedom have the same energy, half kT. If the system.
The most important thing to say is that each degree of freedom has an equal, whatever that is, but it's an equal amount of energy. There's no reason to suspect that one degree of freedom stores more energy than another degree of freedom. There's just no reason. If something can vibrate backwards and forwards and store energy that way, but it can also spin simultaneously and store energy that way, why would you suspect that there's more energy being stored in one way over the other way? You need to have a reason to suspect that one is preferable, that there is a preferable method or a preferable degree of freedom. So as long as you don't suspect that there is a preferable degree of freedom, then all degrees of freedom have equal amounts of energy. By the way, let me check. This is today's video, right? Let's just check the audio. Equal amounts of energy. Yeah, the audio is good. Also, we can stop the streaming because we know that it hurts the quality of the recording. All right.
Both energy, half kT. If the system has kinetic and potential both energy, then the average.
So he says this is kinetic and this is potential, I guess.
Energy corresponding to each mode will be kT. The total energy corresponding to the number of modes in the.
I don't know why he says this. I mean, I don't know. So 1/2 kT. So this is the average. I don't know what he's saying here. Total energy is equal number of modes times average energy. I guess average per mode.
Frequency range d nu will be 8 pi a cube nu square kT by c cube.
Okay. So n is the number of modes. This is new. I don't even remember. Is this nu or V? It looks like nu. So nu is, I don't even remember. What is nu? So we didn't do this yesterday? No, we didn't go over this yesterday. Wow, how quickly I forget. I don't remember what is nu. what is, let's go back a little bit. So there's no nu here. Nu there's nu. Here's nu. Where did nu come up? What's the definition of nu? Where did nu show up first? There is nu. Let's hear the definition of nu.
Square plus ny square plus nz square.
There's nu.
Then this will be equals to square of 2a nu by c. After rearranging this equation, the frequency nu is equals to c upon
Oh, there is nu.
square of 2a by lambda. Now if we replace the wavelength with the frequency nu,
Oh, okay. This is just the frequency of the system, just the frequency of a wave waving in the system.
then this will be equals to square of 2a nu by c. After rearranging this equation, the frequency nu is equals to c upon 2a under root nx square plus ny square plus nz square.
So that's just that's nu, okay, in this case of an arbitrary wave.
Till now, all possible modes was represented by lines in the Cartesian coordinate system. If we consider a coordinate system made up of nx, ny, and nz, then the mode will be
He says ny, nx, and nz, but there's no nz in this diagram.
represented by the dot. Because each axis of this coordinate system itself represent number of modes in a particular direction. In this coordinate
So there's nx. So you can have, if you think about the modes and the nodes, but if you think about the modes over an x in the x direction, you can have one bump, two bumps, and so on. In the y direction, you can have these bumps, and in the z direction, you can have these bumps. That's fine. But you could also have a combination. In the x, you can have one bump, or in the y simultaneous, or in the x, you can have one bump, and in the y, you can have one, or two, or three, or four, or five, or six. And the same goes for z. You can have any combination. It's fine.
coordinate system, if we draw a sphere of the radius rho, then the rho will be equal to the square root of nx
He says sphere, he's drawing a circle, but there's nz, and this is therefore a sphere.
square plus ny square plus nz square. Same as r, which is equals to square root of x square
Rho is just the radius, okay?
plus y square plus z square in the Cartesian coordinate system.
I agree.
So the rho will be equals to 2a nu by c. Therefore, the frequency
Right, because we said that this is the relationship, and this is rho is this, so we can just replace rho. So it's rho c over 2a is nu. Or rho is equal to this, so rho is equal to what? I mean, he needs to rearrange, he needs to separate this variable. So this is 2a nu over c. So 2a nu over c is this thing, is the circle. And that's rho, the radius, that's fine.
nu is equals to c rho by 2a.
If you rearrange, then nu is 0 over 2a.
Now, to calculate the number of modes, we have to calculate number of mode point of the frequency nu in a specified volume. For that, let's draw another sphere of the radius rho plus d rho. We are willing to find out that volume of the region between both spherical shell. The surface area of
He said volume of the region. He said reason, but he meant region. So there's a region here. It's a shell. It's a shell of thickness d rho, of radius rho. So what is the volume of this shell? So it's the surface area of the sphere divided by 8, because we're only talking about an eighth of the coordinate system, of the full coordinate system. So it's the surface area of the sphere multiplied by d rho that gives you this volume of the sphere.
the inner sphere will be 4 pi rho square. Now, as we have taken only one
So 4 pi rho squared. Did he say it should be the surface area of the sphere?
area of the inner sphere will be region between both spherical shell. The surface area of the inner sphere will be 4 pi rho square. Now, as we have taken only 1 by 8th part of the sphere, so the surface area become 1 by 8 4 pi rho square. Thickness of the region is d rho, so the volume of the shaded region will be 4 pi rho square d rho.
Okay. So this is the shell's volume. So it's 4 pi rho squared over 8, which is this. 4 pi rho squared over 8. That's the surface area of the inner sphere multiplied by d rho. That gives you the volume of this shell. And that's equal to the number. The question is, what is this? What is n? The number of, I think it's the number of nodes or modes, the number of eigenvalues the system has of self vibration d nu. This is it's not the frequency density. How does he define this?
By 8. Therefore, 1 by 8th part of the sphere, so the surface area become 1 by 8 4 pi rho square. Thickness of the region is d rho, so the volume of the shaded region will be 4 pi rho square d rho by 8. Therefore, total number of standing wave in this shell will be 4 pi rho square by 8 d rho.
But where does he get this from? Why does he say that this is, what is n? What is the function n? What's the definition of the function n? I don't remember saying n of nu d nu. Where is this coming from? What does it signify? What is n of nu d nu? Let me go back. See if this was ever mentioned. I don't think this was ever mentioned. N of nu d nu. No, there's no n of nu d nu. Here is nu. This is the first time we were introduced to nu. This is the introduction to nu. Before this, we didn't have nu in this discussion at all. Okay, I'm going back. So I don't think nu, we never spoke about nu. This. So
radiation form standing wave in and try to find out Lagrange's law failed to explain this curve. In this video of quantum mechanics, we will
this is very interesting that this is a some sort of right. You can imagine this line going like this. It's like a not a natural logarithm, but e to the it's 1/e, 1/e to the x. Basically, this is 1/e to the x. So I don't know where he got this. What is n? I don't know. Maybe I can hear what I said, right? Because we right because we already got up to here. So what did I say last time we went through this? What did I say about it? That's the question. Finish this in multiple times. So this 20 minutes. So is that. And now, well, we're going back to the new. So new equals, obviously new equals rho c over 2a. Oh, he's just different. No, he's not, because what is n of nu? Yeah.
now to calculate the number of modes, we have to calculate number of
Number of nodes or modes. I mean, we can check. We can check the subtitles.
thickness of the region is d rho, so the volume of the shaded region will be 4 pi rho square d rho by 8. Therefore, total number of standing wave in this shell will be 4 pi rho square by 8 d rho. As we know that each electromagnetic radiation have the dual polarity, so the total number of standing 4 pi of the surface square. Now, as we have taken only 1 by 8th part of the sphere, so the surface area become 1 by 8 4 pi rho square. Thickness of the region is d rho, so the volume of the shell.
1 second, let me just. The battery's finished. Let me plug in this battery. I mean, so these people, Rayleigh Jeans, I mean, they derived all this theory, and Planck, they all derived this theory by themselves. They didn't have anyone to guide them. They were guided by intuition. It's so amazing that so much of this is, I mean, there's so much intuition here. Like, I wouldn't know where to take this discussion, but this is probably a lifetime of thinking. So for me to just jump in and follow it is barely possible. But they lived through it a lifetime, I guess. That's my assumption. Anyway,
shaded region will be 4 pi rho square d rho by 8. Therefore, total number of standing wave in this shell will be 4 pi rho square by 8 d rho. As we know that each electromagnetic radiation have the dual.
The question is, okay, this is fine geometrically, but what is n of nu d nu? I don't know. This is the number of standing waves. So what is d nu? right? This is the volume of this shell. So it's the number of standing waves. This could be this thing. So what is d nu? Because it's an infinitesimal number of standing waves. It's an infinitesimal shell. This would give you an actual number. You don't want an actual number because this is an infinitesimal amount. Right? At the end of the day, this tells you the number of standing waves. This is the density. No, rho is the radius. I don't know exactly what they had in mind. This is just a radius. Right? It's one standing wave. The radius is the number of standing waves. Squared but it's really cubed. If you look, this is cubed because this is meters squared, but this is also meters. So it's meters cubed. So it's a volume that represents the number of standing waves, right? Because it's one. You could have 1 by 1, 1 by 1 by 1, for example. So it's one standing wave. It could be here. It could be 2 by 2 by 2. This is 2 by 1, 1 by 2. This is 2 by 2. So over here would be 2 by 2 by 2 or something. Very, very difficult stuff. Anyway, so this is the number. It's n because this is the n. This is the n. Something like that. He's not clear about this.
Polarity. So the total number of mode will be 4 pi rho square by 8 d.
So I guess there's two polarizations of light. I guess it could be it's up and down or something. I don't know. But this is before they discovered spin. So why is polarization of light? Why is it 2? I don't know.
0 into 2. This denoted by n nu d nu, which represents number of modes of.
Finally, he defines what we've been looking for. N of nu d nu is number of modes having frequency in the range of nu to nu plus d nu is the volume of the octant shell between rho and rho plus d rho. So this we've already seen before. 2a nu over c, 2a nu over c is from here. So you take a differential of both sides. So d rho is 2a over c d nu.
Of the frequency nu.
I don't know what to do about this, but this is n of nu d nu is 4. It's this, but instead of d rho, well, times 2, but instead of d rho, you need to multiply by 2a over c d nu. So here's d nu, here's 2a over c. Here is the 2, and this is the original expression. 4 pi over 8 rho is this. So it's 2a nu over c. This is 2a nu over c squared because rho is squared. So it's 4a squared nu squared over c squared. It's fine.
In the frequency range d nu.
Because when you look at Rayleigh Jean, it's like such a complex equation with c to the cube. And the numbers are like, where did they get c to the cube from? Where did they get all these variables from? But when you go step by step, you see the numbers showing up. You see exactly where they're coming from. 1 second, I have an email. What is this email? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now, let's find out average energy corresponding to each modes. For that, Rayleigh-Jean's law took the help of equipartition of energy principle. This principle simply says that each degree of freedom have the same energy half kT. If the system has kinetic and potential both energy, then the average energy corresponding to each mode will be kT. The total energy corresponding to the number of modes in the frequency range d nu will be 8 pi a cube nu square kt by c cube into d nu. To calculate the energy
Okay. 8 pi a cubed nu squared over c cubed multiplied by kt. So it's just this times kt. Each degree of freedom has equal 1/2 kt amount of energy. But why is there 2 degrees of freedom here? Total energy, number of modes, times average energy. I don't know what you mean by I don't know. I mean, each degree of freedom gets 1/2 kt. But here he's multiplying by kt, the average energy. What is the average energy? Why is 1/2 kt? Where did he get? Why is he doing this? 1/2 kt plus 1/2 kt.
if the system has kinetic and potential both energy, then the average energy corresponding to each mode will be kT.
So kinetic energy and potential energy is 2 different modes? So you're saying that at any point, half the energy is potential and half the energy is kinetic? On average? So KT is the average? So you're looking at a system. TFM. What is TFM going to say about the destruction of Hezbollah? I mean, he kept predicting how Hezbollah is going to destroy Israel. Every day he was predicting Hamas is going to destroy Israel. Hezbollah is going to destroy Israel. Iran is going to destroy. Everybody is destroying Israel. Meanwhile, Israel, without, like with minimal effort, is wiping out Hezbollah. Finally, after a year of letting Hezbollah bomb Israel, Israel is just wiping Hezbollah completely out. Like, they could have done this anytime. Why did they wait? Israel is like the West. The West is so weak. It's so strong, but it refuses to defend itself. Oh, the TFM. The TFM dumb show.
Love you.
Welcome to the conspiracy hour. Where TFM is wrong about everything. This guy is always wrong. He's just always wrong. But he doesn't give up. Such a crazy guy. Last night on Destiny. TwitchCon? SpaceX exposed FAA administrators. Big mistake to Starship launch license. Vivek. I mean, there's many reasons to vote for Trump. I don't agree with Trump on everything. That goes without saying. Trump is not a free market. I mean, relative to me, he's not free market. But relative to Kamala, he is free market. So, anyway, Halsey, will you cash app me $1? I want you to be my example of a generous Jew. These guys are so terrible. This is such an anti-Semitic crowd. I don't understand why Halsey keeps joining TFM. Wrong about what? The list is very long. Let the hate watchers pile in. I have been following TFM since his very first shows. He used to make sense. Now he is just another crazy conspiracy theorist. If you hold him to his predictions, then you will see that he gets all of them wrong. Yeah, but they don't hold him to his predictions. They let him predict, and like when he's wrong, they just ignore it. Anyway, so we'll come back to poor TFM who's losing his mind. Alright, so where were we? So we were here. So this is very interesting. So you're saying that because of the equipartition of energy principle, each degree of freedom has equal 1/2 kT amount of energy. And you're applying this to kinetic and potential energy. So you're saying that on average, half of the energy goes to kinetic and half of the energy goes to potential. Because if you look at any system, like you look at a molecule, like look at a diatomic molecule, a diatomic atom. So you have two weights. You can imagine it's two weights connected with a spring in the middle. So it's bouncing in and out. Where's that video? This is 3. This is 2. So Where are all the bouncing diatomic molecules? This is the wave equation. This is fine. Where's the bouncing diatomic molecules? Wasn't this in the previous video? That's not it. Not it. Not it. No. Wait a minute. Must be. Yeah, here it is. This one. Right. So if you imagine a symmetrical stretching,
Which plane, vertical or horizontal, the vibrational bending motion takes
right? So this one, half of the time on average, the energy is kinetic, and half of the time the energy is potential. Like when these two weights are closest to the blue one, all the energy is potential, because at that point, nothing is moving.
place.
Okay. And also at the end, when the red and the red are all the way stretched out, again, at that point, nothing is moving. So all the energy is potential. So half of the energy at any given point is kinetic and half is potential. That's the nature of, I would say, the internal energy of a molecule. So half of the energy, each degree of freedom, but this is internal energy. You wouldn't say this about a monoatomic molecule. A monoatomic doesn't have any internal energy, so it doesn't have any internal, the molecules don't hold on to any internal energy. This is only for diatomic and so on. Like hydrogen, this would not hold true for hydrogen, I don't think. Oh, let's see what dumb TFM is saying today.
Like, I deserve.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Morning Constitutional. Hope everyone's feeling okay. Hope everyone's doing okay. Probably going to be a fun show. Got a lot of great articles for everybody. TFM, how are you doing?
I'm better than I deserve, all things considered. It's still that's
He copied the "I'm better than I deserved." Then there's this guy. Anyway, he copied it from another guy. But why does he keep saying that? What do you mean deserve? What does that even mean? What's the definition of to deserve?
that's what some people like ask me when I say that. Like, what do I mean? Because it sounds like blackpilling or something to say that, but it helps you maintain perspective. Like when you're having a good day, you're doing better than you deserve. When you're having a bad day, you're doing better.
What's the definition of deserve? Well, who deserves what?
Than you deserve. Because if you're really honest with yourself, you know, if we all got treated the way we deserve.
What does that mean? What's the definition of deserve?
Yeah, it wouldn't be good times for anyone.
Why not? What's the definition of deserve?
I mean, pretty much every religion on the planet has their version of karma. So
yeah, it's not really about karma. It's just well, life isn't fair. None of us really get what we deserve. The evil don't get what they.
What's the definition of deserve?
Right. So it's just in fact, I don't know where I read this. People who chase happiness don't find happiness. One of the things that actually causes happiness, like one of the biggest predictor of happiness, is gratitude. Like every study proves this. If you're grateful, you're going to be happy. Even if your life is shit, if you're grateful, you're going to be happier. And if your life could be awesome, you could have be in the top 1% financially, have everything going for you. But if you're just not grateful, you're not going to be happy. So if happiness is something that's important to you, the biggest thing you can do to move towards that and improve your quality of life, at least mentally and emotionally, is to actively be grateful. And there's two ways to go about it. You can kind of think about all the things you have that you appreciate. That's kind of, or you can just kind of have a baseline gratitude no matter what's going on, with kind of a stoic gratitude,
Right.
where
No. In order to be happy, you just need to lower your expectations out of life. That's it. Just lower the expectations from life, and then always be surprised positively. Because if you have zero expectation from life, then every morning you wake up is a bonus. That's it. That's the secret to a happy life.
if I'm doing better than I deserve, that's
nonsense. Believing that you deserve or don't deserve, then you're looking for justice, and then you're gonna run yourself insane, because there is no justice in this universe. This universe there's no definition of justice. Justice is nonsense.
and that's kind of where that comes from. And also, I stole it from Dave Ramsey.
Yeah, Dave Ramsey. He just stole it from Dave Ramsey. Dave Ramsey, that's how he responds.
But there's
TFM says, read Dave Ramsey, read Dave Ramsey. I read Dave Ramsey. It's utter nonsense. Everything he says is just utter nonsense. It's mostly utter nonsense. He just says don't have a debt, manage your debts, pay off your debts, live debt free, save money, and so on. And he wrote a whole book about that.
That's the short answer is I stole it from Dave Ramsey. The long answer is it's all about happiness and gratitude and all that fun stuff. So
you know what else I think there's some level of validation too, and I don't mean retarded validation, oh my god, she talked to me, I'm validated. I came back, I did my first live stream in a while, and just a lot of comments welcome back, we're so glad your voice is here for the election. There's a lot to be grabbed.
I don't get Halsey. He's really smart, and people really want to listen to him, but he never streams. And he has people that he can stream with, but he just doesn't stream. And people want to send him money, but he doesn't stream. I don't get him. And even and TFM wants him to be a co-host, but he never streams. He barely ever comes to the show, and when he comes, he leaves. It's I don't get this guy. He could be a huge YouTuber, and he's a great positive power on YouTube, but he's never there. He never shows up.
Attitude and grateful for in this world that you just kind of take for granted.
Yeah. Well, even right now, things aren't great for me. My
Right.
income, my cost of living keeps going up. My income keeps going down. My health problems are.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah, so it's not going great. But if I focus on
So TFM keeps. This is why I keep saying that he's a conspiracy theorist. So he says that you cannot invest in the markets. Why can't you invest in the markets? The markets are fine. No, you cannot invest in the markets. You cannot invest in the markets. You have to stay in cash. You have to stay in cash. You have to stay in cash. Meanwhile, the markets are doing very well. And there's no reason why the markets should not do very well. But he thinks the US is on the brink of collapse. But there's no indication that the US is on the brink of collapse. There's no indication today more than ever that the US is on the brink of collapse. But he thinks, no, the US is on the brink of collapse. So he doesn't want to invest in the markets. So, I don't know, terrible. And I learned investment from him. I knew nothing about investment until I started listening to him. Really weird guy.
immediate issues.
He's an expert in investment, but he's a conspiracy theorist, and he's getting worse and worse with every passing day. He's becoming crazier and crazier.
It can be very depressing to see like things.
The jus come must flow cheers. This is what this channel is about. It was never like this. It only started about a year ago. Oh, someone has joined us. Hey, Amber, what's up? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Oh, you can't hear me? Let me leave and come back. 1, 2, 3. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. What's up?
I'm fucking frustrated. Hold on, because my phone's on the window. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just having like a shitty morning. Like everyone's rushing and stuff, and like my roommates left the door open again. Like
Mm-hmm.
I was already watching my dog to make sure she wouldn't get out. Like I had her in the other room with the door closed. I waited until I didn't hear anyone in the apartment anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then I open the door and they have both doors open because there's a door to my apartment and then there's a door to the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, they're standing in front of the outside door with the fucking door open.
Mm.
And they've done this multiple times. And I'm just like, close the fucking door. Like, there's no reason to do that other than to like let the heat out
Mm-hmm.
and be fucking annoying and potentially fuck up things for my dog.
Mm-hmm.
And also, why wouldn't you close the door to the apartment? Leaving the door to the apartment open is fucking retarded.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that just means that, like, you know, let's say by chance you leave the fucking front door open too, because they have done that because they don't watch it. You want just some random guy to come into our apartment, start looking at our stuff and taking whatever the fuck he wants?
Oh my god.
Like, are you serious? Like, you know, you leave the door wide fucking open. And then it's like, first of all, this is not our apartment. It's an Airbnb. Second of all, do you think insurance would pay if you leave the door fucking wide open? No, because they're going to think you fucking took a hit out on yourself and you're trying to make insurance money.
Wow.
No. Like, I already know how that fucking works. I don't want to fucking deal with it. Like, imagine, like, my computers get stolen because, like, two people that I don't even know fuck up something.
Mm.
I will kill them.
No,
I
don't
have
say
had
that.
enough.
Don't say that.
I have had enough.
Yeah, but just don't say that. That's like, you don't want to say that.
Well, yeah, I know, but whatever. In Minecraft.
Yeah.
I'll go to
Yeah.
the public library to get a computer so I can kill them in Minecraft because I'll be
Yeah.
really pissed off.
Yeah, that's good.
But, like, I don't know. My friend just, like, out of nowhere, and this is, like, my best friend, he just texted me, like, are you okay? And I'm just like, no. And there was no indicator for that. You know, like, I didn't say anything or say anything differently to him. He just, like, fucking knew. So then I just called him to bitch about it because I was like, I might as well bitch about it. He already knows something is wrong with me.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So that was nice. At least someone, like, gave a shit about my frustration. I'm just worried because I'm sick of getting blamed for this. Like, it's, like, not my fault that other people won't cooperate. Like, I had to go to the bathroom. I had already waited, like, 45 minutes.
Oh my
And I was
god.
thinking all that they were gonna do. I probably waited longer. I'm just fucking throwing it out there and being generous, honestly. But, like, fucking... I can tell how long I was waiting because I was texting my grandmother. So after I grab my dog and come back inside, I'm just like, how long have I been fucking waiting in this room anyway? Because my dog's going ballistic and, like, wants to get out. And, like, her food and her water are on the other side of that door, and I have to go to the bathroom. So, like, what the fuck? I haven't gotten to eat breakfast. I don't get to take a shower in the morning because all these other people have to use the bathroom, and there's one bathroom for 4 people.
Mm.
So I have to wait for everyone to get finished and go to work, basically, because otherwise I'm hogging the bathroom.
So why don't
Even
you
if I'm using it the least out of everyone.
So why don't you set the alarm like to like 5 a.m. to use the bathroom?
They've been fucking doing that.
So they start using the bathroom at 5 a.m.?
Yeah. Going in and out of the house with the door open.
Wow.
Like, there have been instances where they've left 2 doors open and my dog was in my room sleeping. So the only thing that prevented my dog from like running out into the street was the fact that she was tired
Mm-hmm.
and wasn't aware the door was open. Otherwise, they've left it wide open. Like yesterday, I closed it on them 3 times, and I'm just like, there's no reason for this. This is stupid. And then they asked me, like, hey, can you watch Malaby in the other room while we do stuff? And I'm like,
Wait,
fine.
what's
But,
Malaby?
but all they had to do was close the door. It's
Wait.
my dog.
Wait, your dog's name is Malaby?
Yeah,
Why?
like the dessert.
Yeah. How do you know about Malaby?
My husband's from Israel.
Oh my god. That is the most delicious dessert in the universe. Have you ever had any?
Yeah, she looks like it too. Like she has like colored paws and she has like a colored mouth and
Oh my god, Malaby. I could eat like a bucket of Malaby always.
yeah, you can she looked more like it when she was younger too cuz all the brown was like pink. So she looked even more like it.
Oh, that's so funny.
But you get my frustration cuz it's like I can't first of all these doors are old cuz it's like an old place and
Mm-hmm.
I can't really close it without like using a lot of force and then like locking it. And if I do that, then the dog knows I closed the door and she freaks out just because she knows the door is closed.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
and then I can't sleep all night because she keeps trying to get out. So we leave it open so she can go get her food and her water.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't have them leaving the other fucking door to the apartment wide open and leaving the door outside wide open. Just close the fucking door. Like that's why there are 2 in the first place for like safety measures.
Mm-hmm. Can't
Like,
you?
how would you feel if the apartment downstairs had the door wide open all of the time? We could just see what the fuck was going on. We could leave and go in and go out as we please. Like, that would be weird and not private. That's
Mhm.
basically how they're treating my apartment, is by keeping the door open all the fucking time. It's almost like it makes it a community space.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I understand. I understand. It's but you have to be very
Well, it's fucking dangerous. That's the thing
yeah.
is, like, if it happens and, like, neither of us know about it and, like, we can't prevent it,
Mm-hmm.
and they just stand and watch it happen, my dog could get hit by a car and I could be asleep and I wouldn't even know.
Yeah. But listen, the most important thing is to keep your roommates friendly. You don't want to you don't want to become enemies with your roommates. That's I would say that's dangerous and that's very bad for you.
But yeah, but if my roommate told me, like, stop making a fuck up so that my pet doesn't die, I wouldn't hate them for it. I'd feel ashamed of myself.
No, but I understand, but you have to de-escalate. You have to calm down. You can't be you just can't. You cannot afford to get upset. You have to calm down, and if something you have to realize if something happens, it happens. You know, if somebody steals your computer and your dog gets hurt, well, that's this universe. You know, the end of this universe, no one survives. So some people go early, some people
I don't feel that way about things that are obviously preventable.
I
Like,
understand.
all they had to do was close the door behind them. There was nothing preventing them from closing the door behind them. Even if they
I
had things in their hands, they could have said, you know, like, put the dog in the room and close the door behind me. Just
I
communicate with me. Or
I
just put something down and then close the door. I've had to do it myself.
I understand. I understand your
Or just
frustration.
don't live with me. Like, it's a choice to be living with me in the first place. Like,
I
you could have been like, oh, you know, you have a dog. I'm not okay with that. You didn't have to be like okay with it.
I
And
understand.
also enjoy the benefits of having my dog, because then it basically is like they have a family dog that they don't have to take care of. I'm the only one taking care of her.
I understand. I understand. Anyway, you have to de-escalate. You have to calm down, and you have to, you know, you don't want to have a war with a roommate. That's the very last thing you want to have.
No, I know, but I want my husband to take care of it. Like, I
Mm,
want him to get pissed off enough about it that
No,
he yells at them and then they stop. Because
no,
like no one gives a shit what I do.
no, no. Oh, no, no, no. You don't want any yelling to take place. Everything should be taken care of calmly with always de-escalation in mind. You don't want to yell, you don't want yelling, you don't want wars. That's the last thing you want. You want everybody to calm down. Always get everybody to calm down. Always calm down. If something happens, something happens. It's fine. It's better to lose a laptop or a computer and a puppy than, to escalate with a roommate, and then, the price could be much, much worse. So I don't.
That would be the only thing that would be worse. Like I don't care what I lose, even if the whole apartment gets like lit on fire, as long as my
No,
dog is okay.
no, no. You don't want to.
As soon as my dog has anything happen to her, then it's immediately not okay,
You
and I
can
don't give a fuck anymore.
you can get trapped if somebody lights up the apartment. You get trapped. You could die. You could suffer burns. It could completely destroy your
Well, yeah,
life.
but if I'm not there, then I
But
don't
if you are,
care. Or if someone
but what if
comes in and just takes all my stuff, I don't care.
but what if you
But
are
my
there?
priority is if my dog is okay.
But what if you are there when there is a fire that your roommate starts because they hate you and they want to avenge themselves upon you? Anyway, you don't want that. Trust me, you don't want that. You don't want wars. Wars lose. Everybody loses. You don't want war. You want to de-escalate. I understand how you feel. The practical thing should be de-escalate. Ask them. You asked them already multiple times, so forget about it. If something happens, something happens. Just accept it. You need to lower your expectations from this life. In this life, just realize somebody's gonna enter and steal stuff from the apartment, and maybe your puppy will get hurt. Just accept it. And if they don't, if nobody comes in and steals, then it's a bonus. And if your puppy doesn't die, then it's a bonus.
I don't view it that way. Like, would you say the same thing if it was like my child?
Yes, I would say the same thing about everything. Every time I have to face shite in life, I always say, well, my expectations out of this life is 0.0. So
Yeah, but then you're putting people on the same level as items and objects, and I think that's disturbing. Like, because the thing is, I wouldn't feel the same way about something happening to her as I would
it
as
doesn't
losing
matter.
like all of
It,
my
do-
expensive shit.
it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
No, it doesn't.
It might not matter to you, but it
No,
matters to, I'd say,
no,
most people.
no. Even if it matters, I'm saying it doesn't matter. You just lower your expectations. We're all gonna die. Assume we're all gonna die, right? We have Putin and we have war in the Middle East, and this planet is on borrowed time, not a lot of it. So every second that you get to breathe is a bonus. That's it. As much as we all love each other and we want to enjoy and live this life, it's not going to happen. The end is very near, and every second we don't die is a bonus. That's the way I live my life. So I'm always just trying to get by. I'm always just trying to survive. And if I make a penny in the process, it's a bonus. If I make $1, it's a bonus. If I live another day, it's a bonus. If I bang another chick, it's a bonus. Everything is a bonus. So this life is full of bonuses. So I end up living a very happy life because I'm always winning. I'm always getting things that I didn't plan to get because the plan was for this universe to self-destruct a long time ago. Wait, what just happened?
So I invited my best friend just to listen, so this is my best friend.
Hello, best friend.
Hello.
Anyway.
Okay,
Mhm,
so here's the thing about that. I can't force myself to feel that way.
mhm.
And I don't see like the health of my dog as like a bonus. I see it as my personal responsibility
But even your
because I take care of
but
her.
even your own
So it's not a
life.
bonus that she survives. Like when my parents treat it like a bonus that I didn't get hurt, that psychologically damaged me to a huge extent. So I think that the way that you feel, it's just gonna curate like these weird abusive dynamics. Like, and I also don't think it's valid because I spoke to you when your girlfriend broke up to you and you were really distraught over that. So you do care about things. It's not just a bonus that you got to hang out with her. She was someone that you cared about and you suffered a loss and had a negative feeling when she wasn't there anymore.
Yeah.
So you can't just be like, oh, it's a bonus if your dog doesn't die because she gets out to the street. Like, no, it's not. That would be an incredible loss.
Right, but I faced I faced it that I lost her, and that's it. I had her for a short time and it was amazing, and I'd rather have had the experience and lost it rather than not have it at all. So that was a bonus. And by the way,
Well, yeah, but you lost her because she voluntarily walked away. You didn't lose her because you stood next to a wood chipper and she accidentally fell into it when you could have turned it off or you could have just stood somewhere else.
but
It
even
wasn't an accident and it wasn't something you could have prevented. You would feel differently about that.
what I did, I destroyed the relationship with my bare hands. I just destroyed it. I over texted her. I don't remember if I told you. I over texted her, and then I realized that I destroyed the potential of the relationship. So I might as well have thrown her into a wood chipper. So yeah, it was very painful, but fine, whatever. What am I gonna do? So I mourn a little bit, or mourn for a month, and move on. And I moved on and done and done. By the way, I saw her Saturday night, and I spoke to her. I gave her some gifts that I got her before we broke up, and we texted since. So I think I think I can salvage the relationship. But
Yeah, I can't do that if someone fucks up and then my dog dies as a result of that. I can't just like go to PetSmart and go pick up another one of my dogs and like fucking go play with her anymore. Like that's it. She's a life. Like she's an individual. She's not
yeah,
just like an object I can replace. And I can't go see her again even if our relationship is different. Like that's not like she ran out of the house and found a house she liked better and started living with someone else. That's like, oh, she left and got hit by a car and she's dead.
yeah, but you're gonna mourn her for a couple of days, weeks, months, and then you're gonna get another puppy, and the other puppy is gonna enjoy its life, and you're gonna be happy together. And after a couple of years,
I would not replace this dog. I don't think that would ever happen. And I also there would be consequences in my relationship for this. Like, how do you think my husband's gonna react if he comes home and his dog is dead because people couldn't do a very basic thing, which is just shut the door when you leave a room, which is what we've all been conditioned to do since we were like 6 years old.
I don't know.
Like the shutting a door when you leave a room is like wiping your ass after you take a shit. You just do it.
Sometimes.
Like it's just fucking normal.
Look, but if your husband
The
comes,
door to the outside of your house, yes, maybe you don't close your bedroom door, but you always close the door to the outside of your house. You always close your front and your back door. If you don't, you literally shouldn't live
yes,
on your own. If you don't close your front door when you leave your house, you're considered a retard. You should be in a
yes,
hospital.
yes, I completely agree. But let's say your husband comes home and discovers his puppy is dead. Do you want him to go attack the person who's at fault, or would you rather him?
Yes.
Then he's going to sit in jail. You're not going to have a husband. Is that what you want? You're not going to have a.
I feel like that would be perfectly deserved, but I didn't mean like physically attacked. I meant like I'd want him to call like whoever runs the place and get the person to fucking leave because it's their fault. Like clearly they can't take care of an
But
apartment and
but
shouldn't
what
be
if
in one
they?
if they can't just close the door behind them.
But what if they get
It's a
upset?
risk for It's a risk for not just me and my dog. It's a
But-
risk for the landlord as well. So
But
yeah,
what-
I would have my
But what if they come
husband
back?
contact the landlord.
But what if they come back with a gun and shoot up the place? Would you be happy then too? Right?
Who are
Probably
you talking about? My husband or my neighbors?
your neighbor. Let's say your husband gets the neighbor to get kicked out, and then the neighbor comes back with a gun and shoots up and shoots people, and people get
Can
hurt.
I be honest with you too? Because
Yeah.
like I didn't tell you this because I didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday.
Hmm.
But yesterday, my husband came home and he was like, "Hey, like, can't you smell that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've been smelling it all day. It must be like the garbage or some shit in the fridge." And he's like, "No, that's the gas." Because I've never had a stove that had gas before, so I didn't know that that was a gas smell. Like we had one back at like the old place I lived in Maine,
Mhm.
but the room was really big. And whenever there was a dirty smell, I always thought the gas was on. So I just kind of learned to tune it out. Like, it's not the gas, calm down, you know.
Mhm.
And then I spent all day in here.
Mhm.
And he comes home and he's like, "Hey, the gas was on." And I was like, "Oh, fuck, I thought I turned it off." And then he's like, "No, this gas is on." And it was a burner that I hadn't used. It was a burner that my other roommate was using.
Mm.
So my roommate left the fucking gas on all day long.
Mm.
So not only are they leaving the gas on all day long, which is expensive and dangerous,
Mhm.
but they're also fucking leaving the door wide open. So they don't know how to treat a place that they live. So it's more than just a hazard for my dog. It's a hazard for the people who live here. It's a hazard for the people who own the place.
Okay, so you gotta let them know, maybe anonymously. I don't know. You gotta deal with it.
I don't know how the hell I would do that.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure that no one gets upset and hurts people. 'Cause people can easily react. People are unstable. The most stable people could become extremely unstable, and you would never expect it. And you don't want to get caught in the crossfire. You have to be. Mhm.
I would agree with you maybe if this was like an employment situation, but this is like the place that I live. And if people are going to act that unstable, I could call the police. I could do something about it. Like, I could defend myself if they come back with a gun. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, what can I do about the problem if the problem hasn't happened yet? I can't just plan for the problem and, act disproportionately. Like, all I can do is handle what I can handle and then take the things as they come. So I would think that at a certain point they would deserve some sort of action, and then if there is a reaction, I will handle it.
Mhm. Anyway, I just recommend always trying to de-escalate. It's easier said than done. It's always good to, like when I give advice, that's the advice I give, and when I get advice,
Well, yeah, but the thing is, I'm not the one who needs to de-escalate. They are, because I'm the one that they're making angry, and they're the one
Right.
putting me and my dog at risk, and like this also puts me at risk, like, because I don't want my husband to come home and like blame me for this,
I
or
understand.
everything that fucking happens. Like,
Hmm.
that's another issue for me, is the fact that like I'm the one who's taking care of the dog, but it's these other people who are making it fucking impossible. Like, then why am I the one who gets blamed for it if something happens?
Hmm. I understand. Anyway,
That just fucking sucks for me every day. It's like every day I'm the one who's fucking getting bitched at when I'm not the one who's doing anything wrong. It gives me like fucking flashbacks.
right. Let me ask you, this friend Navi, it's a he or a she? Or they or them?
Navi's a dude.
Dude. So can I talk to Navi? I mean, I'm
Yeah,
curious.
go ahead. Like, this is my best friend, so he's
Navi,
probably tired.
Navi, why is your name Navi?
Uh, it's like my name, but like in reverse.
Your name in the universe? What? It's your name what?
It's like my name, but it's in reverse.
Oh, in reverse.
Yeah,
Ivan. Oh.
that's
Hmm.
what the cool kids used to do in
Hmm.
my age.
Wait, but you sound like you're Irish.
Are you serious?
A little bit.
I am not Irish.
He doesn't sound Irish at all, dude. Like, I
Wait.
don't understand. Like, we talked to an Irish person 2 days ago and he thought the guy sounded American.
Wait.
Did you ever talk to an Irish person?
Yeah, he thought the Irish guy was American.
I thought the Irish was Scottish. That's all.
But you said I can't tell the difference between you being American or Irish.
I don't remember.
And
Wait.
he gave you that. He was like, okay, yeah, some sound similar.
Anyway, Ivan or Navi. Wait, so are you? I mean, you're not Irish, not Scottish. Are you British?
No.
Are you from Europe? Are you Russian? I mean, the name Ivan is like a Russian name.
Do you have a grandma profile pic?
It's not a.
And I'm not out here asking you, are you someone's grandma?
No, that's a hot gilf. That's a gilf.
Is it your grandma?
No, it's a gilf. It's a grandma. I would love to f.
You'd like to fuck your grandma?
No, that is a.
Not his, just someone else's.
Yeah, yeah,
That's not his.
yeah. It's someone's
Yeah, not
grandma.
his, someone else's.
Yeah, it's someone
Is she Irish? Is
I
your
love you,
grandma
man.
Irish?
You really know how to give it to people.
She Irish. I don't care
This
what
guy forgot what he wanted to ask.
I don't care what she is. I care that she's hot. I like hot old.
I don't know, man. You're kind of weird. You wanna fuck your Irish grandma?
Exactly. That's all I want to do. Nothing else. Anyway, so are you Russian? Your name is Ivan, so I'm assuming you're Russian.
No,
So what are you? Like, what's left? Polish?
I'm just a dude.
Just a dude. All right. So what are you an expert at? Are you like into physics, into science, technology?
I make shit from metal.
Oh, how? What you like? What do you call it? You're into.
I cut it, I bend it, I weld it,
Wow.
and then I inspect it.
Wow. One of my
And
favorite.
then my boss earns tons of money.
Wow. So you're a communist.
No, that's stupid.
Mm. So you're a capitalist?
I'm not a capitalist. I'm a working class. What are you
Mhm.
on about?
What am I on about? You said your
What
boss.
do you do?
Oh, what do I do? Right now I'm just researching physics, quantum mechanics. I'm trying to understand quantum mechanics.
So you're a researcher of sort?
You could say that, yeah, a little bit.
Do you like work anywhere, or how does that go for you?
I usually don't discuss what I do in real life. It's I'm like very
Hey,
anonymous.
you're the one that asked.
Yeah, I'm anonymous. I'm trying to maintain my anonymity. Anonymity. So are you like in?
But you can freely talk about your fetishes.
Yeah, my fetishes is fine, but my
That's strange.
why is it strange? What's so
You'd
strange?
think that would be like more intimate than someone's job.
Yeah, but no one knows me in real life. No one knows who I am in real life.
How would someone find out who you are based on your profession?
Well, the way you find out who a person is, the way you dox them is like everything else in life, is step by step, is slowly and meticulously, and you put together a puzzle.
Why would I wanna dox some grandma?
They
Dude, I'm just chilling in a bed.
That's cool. No, anyway,
People trust me because I worked at like Hannaford, so you can't say no one will do it because people will just do it to like fuck with you, especially if they don't like you. Like you could piss them off for like 5 seconds and they will do something that extreme.
yeah, I've had people try to dox me. I mean, before you know it, people try to dox you. People make threats to come and kill you. I've had people tell me live, recorded, dude, I'm coming right now over to your house to murder you. I've had people say this to me, so I don't need
Did
that.
they do it?
Did they do it?
Yeah.
No, they did not apparently do
Well,
it.
thank God.
Well, I don't believe in God, but
That's still like a terroristic threat. Like I've had the same things happen, and then the police
Oh
will
my
just
God,
like
it's a figure of
barely
speech.
do anything about it. What?
I said thank God, and this guy was like, I don't believe in God.
hmm
Law.
But you believe in God?
It's a figure of speech. I'm just saying I'm
Oh,
glad they didn't like attack you.
yeah. No, but I don't see the point of making references to a God. I don't reference God.
Uh,
Yeah. So,
so
are you a philosopher?
no, I'm telling you, I'm just this dude.
You can be a dude and be a philosopher. I've met dudes who are.
Tell me one dude that's a philosopher.
I mean, everybody on Discord that I've spoken to basically
No,
has.
those aren't real people.
Well, those.
Tell me one dude that's a philosopher.
No, I mean, I said already. I mean, you're denying my premise. So I said that people on Discord are in general philosophers, and that you said they're not real people. So that's the end of that. I don't know what else to say, but
Man,
yeah. But when you say they're not real people, that is already a Discord thing to say. So
Yeah, I'm sick of that, honestly.
you're sick of what? Of Discord?
No, people saying that like people on Discord aren't real people. It's like, well, then who the fuck is operating the computer
the computer.
or the phone? It's just fucking shitty because it's like, okay,
Then who was the phone?
What?
like there's an actual accusation to be made if you think someone is like a bot, but like when people say like they're not real people, all they mean is like this person doesn't believe what they're saying or they don't act this way outside of the internet. That's not
Pretty much.
that's not an excuse. That doesn't mean that what they're saying isn't real. It might be the most real and authentic thing they've ever said,
Yeah.
and they only say it on the internet. Like
Yeah.
some people are only real on the internet. They're not real
Yeah.
everywhere else.
Yeah. Anyway, but people, I mean, everybody I've met on Discord is pretty much a philosopher. Like everybody I speak to has these very deep philosophical notions.
Hmm.
Even you saying that these people are not real, that's a philosophical, like you're expressing a sort of a philosophical idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what are you? You said you're not a capitalist, but you're not a communist. Well, what's your philosophy?
What do you mean philosophy?
What do you like? What's your philosophy? Are you okay? Are you a capitalist?
No.
Why not?
Why would I be? I don't benefit from that.
So I would say you do. Do you have I mean, right now you're on Discord, right? You're benefiting from Discord. Discord, right? It's a private organization that belongs to someone. And if it were right, if we would live in North Korea, it's not if. In North Korea, where it's not capitalistic, they don't have Discord.
They have some banger music. I'm so glad you mentioned them.
North Korea?
Did you listen to their music?
North Korea?
Yeah, this is something
Yeah.
you're gonna learn. I haven't actually watched North Korea. No.
North Korea has.
Sorry, my dog is barking.
Mm,
You gotta listen to their music. Wait, I'll send you some.
mm.
They have some amazing music.
Wait, are you a supporter of North Korea?
No, I just like their music.
Mm.
Mm.
Are you a supporter of Putin or of Zelensky?
Why would you support war?
Why would I support war? I don't know. So you're not. So you're not voting for Trump.
Wait, I'm looking for music. Give me a second.
Not important. It's really not important.
No, this is very important.
Oh my god.
This is very important. You have to listen to this.
Oh my god. I might kill myself in the process of you looking for it. You realize that?
Okay, I found it. I found a good one.
I
It's
found them.
from it's a snippet from like New Year's concert of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
They had no clue what was coming to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were the ones that like admitted the coronavirus was like around pretty much last. They were like, no, we don't have that here. Only Chinese have that. That was so silly of them.
This is North Korean or Chinese?
It's not Chinese.
So they're dressed like military. So these are probably it's like a military band.
Well, they are like a state band, I guess.
Sure. So these chicks probably have a good life, relatively good life.
I don't know.
I wouldn't say so.
I wouldn't assume that.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
especially in this industry.
no.
Like,
I mean,
think about it. Like, think about those K-pop stars. Like, would you say they lead a good life?
The K-pop?
Yeah, like they starve themselves. They like go around singing all the time.
I starve
They like
myself.
And they
themselves on
don't really
stage.
have a choice either. Their parents sign them up for K-pop school, and then they go to this
It
like
sucks.
industry.
Who doesn't?
So there's like an illusion of choice.
Wait a minute. Who exactly does not starve themselves? I mean, how can you live a normal life, like a healthy
Oh my
life,
god.
and not starve yourself?
Well, my point exactly. Like, why
That's
would you?
literally the most hilarious statement I've ever heard you fucking say. Like, Jesus.
I mean, everybody.
So why would you say that they lead a good life then?
I mean, they're just part of the elites, you know. Like North Korea has its elite. You know, if you're part of the.
Imagine being part of an elite in North Korea, though.
I mean, I'm saying
It's like, oh, I'm a richest man in this slum.
Well, it's all as I said. I said relative. They live a relatively good life. Relatively, I mean, obviously, in an
I don't
absolute.
know. It's still sad.
Imagine what you have to be aware of to be one of those elites too, like all that fucking horrible shit that you just have to walk around knowing.
No,
and
They
you can't do
do
anything about it.
no.
They do have some banger music, though. Wait, I'll send you more.
But
Yeah, but all the
I'm gonna
music,
find.
even if you like it, it's all just about the leader of their country. It's not about like anything.
Some of it is okay. Some of it is like about mountains, or
Yeah, but that's
like
again
a
about North
river.
Korea. It's about the landscape. It's just to like promote North Korea.
Well,
That's like if that's like if John Denver wrote Country Roads because the feds paid him to because they thought that West Virginia was a
yeah,
shithole.
get that bag, get that state bag.
So yeah,
Uh,
can you make West Virginia look better for us?
Yeah,
Look, I mean, Amber, these people, they're not different than me and you. It's like imagine
I think
somebody.
I'm the one who gets that more than you do because I'm putting myself in their shoes. You're just like, oh yeah, they're probably fine because I can see them on the surface and I think they're okay.
No, no. But imagine like somebody from the outside, an alien looking at you and me and saying the same thing, that me and you, we live this life in the West, and we know all the terrible things that happen because we know that there is animal abuse and there's child abuse and there's all this abuse going on, and a lot of people are depressed and some people off themselves. So an alien might come to earth and say, oh, Amber, she knows all the terrible things, yet she has to pretend that everything is so nice and dandy. That's exactly what you're saying about this woman who's singing right now. That you're saying that
Yeah.
she's right, but it's all relative. I mean, you are aware of all the terrible things that happen in this universe. This universe.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, like the sheltered environment does probably lead a lot of them to register those atrocities as just like average
Exactly.
events.
Yeah. It's
okay, so here's a song from Kim Jong Un's wife. Before she became his wife, she was like a singer, and I'm pretty sure she used to like go to the musicians school in China, I believe. So yeah. Their daughter looks like pretty much exactly like their copy. Have you seen her before, Amber?
No.
Wait, I'll find a photo.
I've heard
anyway.
people say that like the daughter is a lot more brutal than the other kid.
Anyway, but we have the same thing. I mean, we have our elites. The West, we have our elites. Even YouTube, on YouTube, we have the YouTube elites. The big YouTubers, and in sports we have the big athletes, like and in physics we have big physics. So we have elites. Like most of the West is not the elites. Most of the West is normal people and below. It's like very average to sub-average lives. So like we look at the elites like when
So yeah, look at her
what?
in the side chat.
Yeah, I saw her picture. Oh, that's the daughter?
Yeah, that's her daughter. Like they're identical.
Okay. I mean, she's not pretty. I mean, his wife is not pretty. I don't know why he picked her. I mean, he has terrible taste. She's fat.
Hmm.
He's fat. I don't know. I mean, he could have picked a ballerina.
So speaking of him being fat,
Hmm.
he also looks exactly like his grandpa.
Fine. I mean, they're all fat. But he could have picked a ballerina and
Why are you
actually.
so dismissive?
What do you mean?
Well, that's the thing is like being overweight in North Korea is like a sign of wealth and a sign of like attractiveness. It's more like the
Yeah, like
Renaissance
this
period.
dude did this pretty much on purpose to look like his grandfather. I'm pretty sure he even got like plastic surgeries.
Hmm.
There's a famous woman who escaped North Korea who said she was attracted to Kim Jong because like that's what she knew was attractive, was like people with like larger stomachs and like overweight people.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Interesting. Interesting.
I don't think there's anything wrong with the girl, by the way, but she looks really young. She looks like she can't be more than like 12 years old.
I mean, she's not. I
she
mean,
probably is.
I don't know. Maybe she's just fat. I don't know.
It's honestly kind of sad because like she's probably overweight like that because they do it on purpose.
Hmm.
And then if she ever had been like exposed to another country, she'd be like horrified.
She could probably
They do
lose.
that stuff in India. I remember they like take
Yeah, they do.
like these medicines to like fatten their bellies specifically.
Hmm.
Massage and
Yeah,
stuff.
like
Yeah.
it's like in impoverished countries. It's like a sign of wealth.
Anyway, Navi. So, getting back to your philosophy. So you are. I mean, if you're using Discord, so wouldn't you say that you're a capitalist because you are benefiting from Discord and you have probably an iPhone or some sort of smartphone? So aren't you basically a capitalist? Like you're not living.
Capitalist
Mhm.
owns capital,
Well,
and capital works for capitalists.
what do you mean? So you're saying that
No.
you're saying a capitalist is only someone who owns capital? Like what if you
Yep.
are
That's the definition. Do you have a capital that you benefit from,
wait,
or do you sell your time? If
wait.
you sell your time, you're working class. You're not capitalist.
No, it's like saying that you're a capitalist because you like your job. You would
Wait,
you would find
No,
other
that's
things to
bullshit.
enjoy if you didn't need that job.
but that's an ad hominem. So you're saying that your philosophy that you cannot believe in a philosophy of capitalism because of because of an ad hominem. So you're saying that it's impossible. It's like if I had nothing, if I were homeless,
What is this ad hominem?
you're
An ad
referencing.
hom is
I
when you
Google it.
insult someone, and
No, that's not.
it's when you insult someone instead of making a
No,
real argument.
no.
Wait,
I,
I'm looking at infographic.
no. An insult is not an ad hominem. An ad hominem is a reference to the person as an argument. About. You're arguing
I go
from.
ask ChatGPT.
You're making an argument from the person, meaning you're making an argument based on the person with whom you are arguing. So let's say you're arguing with someone, he says 1 + 1 is 2, and then you say, well, but you're not a math teacher, therefore your your argument or your claim that 1 + 1 is 2 is false because of who you are. That's an ad hominem. You're making an argument from the person. And that's a logical fallacy because you need to argue from principles, from first principles. If you don't argue from first principles, it's a logical fallacy. Anytime you're not arguing from first principles, it's just another type of a logical fallacy. So
Man, you talk a lot about. Okay, so it says ad hominem is when someone attacks a person
no,
instead of their argument.
no,
That
that's not
would
true. That's incorrect. No, I just explained to you. Ed means on, and hominem means person. You're arguing from the
yeah, that's what I
person.
said. In attacking a person
No,
instead of an argument.
no. Nothing to do with attacking. You're arguing from the person. There's no reason. There's nothing to do with attacking.
Uh,
I'm not when I say that, like, let's say I'm arguing with someone and he says 1 + 1 is 2, but he's not a math teacher. So I'm saying, well, because you're not a math teacher, what you're saying is false. I'm not attacking. He agrees he's not a math teacher. No one is No one thinks he is. He's not a math teacher. I'm not attacking him for being not a math teacher. There's no attack. There's not. Ad hominem doesn't include the word attack. Ad hominem just means from the person. You're arguing. You're making an argument from the person. That's all. That's all that ad hominem means. And anyone who says something different is wrong. I'm sorry.
Do you go to gym?
Why do you ask?
I don't know. Just thought. Just thought I should ask.
Just for what?
Just thought I should ask.
Just thought you should ask. No,
Yeah.
I'm on a break from gym. I have I'm taking a break from all activities, unfortunately.
Trying to get the
Okay.
Kim Jong bod.
The Kim Jong vibe?
Andrew,
Yeah,
did you
trying to
get
get
your
trying to
vitamins?
get this
I'm
bod.
getting mine now.
You're getting your
Dude,
Kim.
I didn't. You're right. I should take those right now because I ate and I
Get your
forgot.
vitamins.
Yeah, bitch.
Wait, what's going on?
I
We're
ate and I
drinking
forgot to take
vitamins.
my
You should
vitamins.
get your vitamins too.
Hmm. Anyway, so going back.
Out of everything, like you should probably get magnesium for your like cramps. If you ever get muscle cramps. Do you get muscle cramps?
Me no.
Well, dude, why did you stop going to the gym? That sounds like it was a decision you made.
I cut down all my activities. I have an issue that I need to figure out. Remember, I'm an old guy. I'm not young. I'm very old. Very,
Get
very
well
old.
I thought you were
soon.
my husband's age, honestly.
What?
I thought that you were my husband's age. I didn't think you were old.
I don't know how old your husband is.
40?
No comment.
Okay.
No, this guy doesn't want to like reveal his info. Remember?
Yes.
No, I know, but I feel like if you were older than 45, that I would hear it in your voice. Like 50-year-olds have a
Yeah,
raspiness
definitely.
that they can't get rid of. And if they don't, they speak higher than they used to. And it sounds like compressed, you know what I mean? Like that doesn't really happen to Asian women very often because they stay inside a lot. But you know, the
Asian women
raspiness
stay
definitely
inside
kicks
a
in.
lot.
Yeah, they do because they don't want to be around the pollution or the sun.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, so
They
getting.
also don't use their vocal cords as much because they're more quiet because it's
I
more of a
remember
demure
I
culture.
remember this when I was in Poland, and we used to get like these pollution warnings where they were like, oh, there's gonna be smog today, like you should wear a mask.
Oh,
Yeah, I got an
spaghetti.
air quality warning in New Hampshire after a while.
I
Hey.
never got it. Like,
Wait 1 second. Spaghetti, how are you?
Hello, I am fine, thank you, and you?
Ah, terrific. I'm sorry about yesterday. Did I
I didn't
make
hear
you?
from there.
Did I say something wrong yesterday, Spaghetti?
No, I was just tired.
Oh, okay. Anyway, guys, Spaghetti is an actual physicist, and I really enjoy talking to him about physics. So, Spaghetti, I was listening to videos yesterday about the wave function, how everyone is confused that the wave function describes a particle. Do you think the wave function describes a particle or describes a wave?
Well, it's right there in the name. It describes a wave, of course.
Okay. Now, do you think that the complex solution to the wave function, do you think there's something strange about that? That there's a square root of -1 in there?
No, I don't think it's that strange.
What do you mean
Yeah.
that's strange? But you think it is a little bit strange?
What do you think is strange about it?
I don't think it's strange. I was listening to 60 Symbols and they said, oh, it has a complex number. It has a complex number. It has nothing to do with reality. How can you have a complex number in a physics equation? What do you think about that?
Well, I doubt they said that. It has nothing to do with reality.
I'll show you. They said it, and it's like one of the.
Maybe they. Well, if they did, they probably didn't mean it.
Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you. Give me a second. I mean, 60 symbols. I mean, they're all supposed to be like physics professors from Australia or somewhere or New Zealand. Who knows? Do you watch 60 symbols?
I've seen it. So one thing is that if you just want to do quantum information theory, you can get away with using only real valued amplitudes, but for physics
Is
you
it,
do need complex values.
isn't that what you're supposed to do? Like, isn't I mean the wave equation has a real and an imaginary part. Aren't you supposed to ignore the imaginary as far as the real?
No, you're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to ignore. What's the purpose of the imaginary part? What are you
And
supposed?
what's the purpose? It's the same purpose as the real part. It contributes.
The real part is to describe the real universe. No, like
Um,
you can use the complex version of the
no,
wait.
I don't
Look,
think that's.
you can use the complex version of the wave equation to describe a simple harmonic motion, but you're supposed to look at the real solution, at the real part. Isn't the real part describing the actual motion of the harmonic motion?
No, it's not.
Really? So then in the harmonic motion solution, the harmonic motion function, the wave function,
Yeah, the real part means basically nothing on its own.
the real part is nothing on its own. The real part is a cosine function. What do you mean? What's wrong with the cosine? I mean,
Uh-huh.
why do you need anything more than just the cosine? What are you supposed to do with the I? Like, how can you apply the I to the real world?
Well, what do you mean by apply it to the real world? What do you think the real part
I'm
describes?
looking for a function to describe a pendulum, the motion of a pendulum. Cosine or sine,
Okay.
either one of
Well,
cosine. Yeah,
if it's a classical pendulum,
yeah, classical pendulum.
is it a classical pendulum?
Yes.
Okay, for a classical pendulum, then you don't need a wave function.
What do you mean? A cosine is a wave function. What do you mean? The question is a wave. What do you mean? What do you mean need? I'm looking for a wave function to describe the motion of a pendulum. The pendulum,
Okay, but do you mean a classical pendulum or a quantum pendulum?
yes, classical. Sorry, Amber, this is really important.
What? I thought I was on mute.
No, you're not on mute. But like
Okay.
when Spaghetti comes in, I really need to talk to him because then he runs away and I lose. Oh, you're gone. Yes, Spaghetti, I'm with you. So let's say I have a classical pendulum and I'm looking for a wave function. I'm looking for a function to describe the motion of a classical pendulum.
So, are you talking about a function that gives you the locate or the position and
Yes.
velocity of the pendulum at
Yes.
each time?
The position
Yes,
and
then
yeah. Hmm.
then you can do that easily, and they will both have real values.
Wait, can I use the complex version of the wave equation to do that?
I'm not really sure how.
What do you mean? But that's what people do. What do you mean? You can use the complex version, but then only use the real part to describe, right? You only use the real part. I don't know why people use the complex version. So why do you need the complex version? Why do people use the complex version in the first place? What's the benefit of the complex notation, of the complex version of the wave equation, the wave equation solution?
For quantum mechanics, I forgot exactly the reason for it, but Scott Aronson posted about it on his blog. Let me find it again.
What do you mean?
It's
When
not exactly this.
Schrodinger took the wave equation, he just took it from classical mechanics. That's how we denote it in classical mechanics. We use the I in classical mechanics just as much. Schrodinger didn't invent the complex solution to the wave equation. He just used the complex solution to the wave equation because it is a solution to the wave equation. It's, for some reason, that's what people use. I don't know why.
Okay, wait, let me find it.
Schrodinger did not invent anything. Schrodinger took the normal solution to the wave equation. That's all. And he just plugged in de Broglie. That's all he did. That's it. Nothing else. De Broglie and total energy. You know, normal, the normal stuff. But de Broglie and total energy. I'm looking for the 60
Well,
minutes.
Scott Aronson's explanation is information theoretic, so you might not be satisfied by it.
Wait, can you tell me what the answer is?
Yeah, basically, if the amplitudes are complex valued, then there's a one-to-one correspondence between local measurement. What is it again?
Found it. Okay.
Between local measurement statistics and amplitudes. And
do you understand what you're saying?
yeah,
Okay, then explain it, please.
basically it means that you can determine the amplitudes exactly by making local measurements.
I can barely hear what you're saying. What?
It means you can determine the amplitudes exactly from local measurements.
From the measurements? From what?
Local measurements.
What's a local measurement?
A measurement that is local.
What does that mean? I mean, it's a wave equation. It predicts. A wave equation is a prediction about, let's say, about a pendulum. I can predict the motion of a pendulum. Nothing to do with measurement. It's a simulation of something that we've seen in real life. It's a model of something that we've seen in real life. Nothing to do with measurement. Are you there?
Yeah, I was distracted. Actually. I have to leave.
Oh! When are you coming back?
I don't know, late, maybe in a few hours.
All right. Thank you for coming.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Let me get back to Amber. I'm going to watch a bit of the TFM show and comment on it. I'll text you when I'm done, or you can come by if you need me. All right, let's get back to the TFM show, the TFM nonsense. Where is it? There it is.
not collapsing, but like declining. But I take a big step back and I just kind of take everything in. I'm doing exactly what I dreamed of doing. Like if I won $1 million, I'd be doing exactly what I'm doing now. I'm living the dream. Now things could be better.
I hear that. I can definitely hear that.
What I need is the fucking government to stop manipulating the markets so that like actual fundamental analysis works again. Because there's nothing.
That is complete nonsense. There's no one is manipulating anything. I don't know what he's talking about. The markets are fine. They're not doing excitingly well or excitingly poorly. They're doing nominally. They're doing, I don't know, on average probably 1%. Like S&P is at probably on average about 1% a month or something. On average, if you look in the long run, which is basically, the average of the S&P. There's nothing strange about the S&P. Hello, Zorro. How are you?
Is this being recorded?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Sorry, just someone invited me to this.
Who?
I thought they were here.
Who is that? Spaghetti?
Amber Burgers.
Oh, Hamburger. Yeah, she's not here right now. What's your philosophy? Are you a philosopher?
I'm not really much philosophically inclined. I haven't really read much into it.
Are you a physics mate? Are you into physics?
I hated physics.
Are you into politics?
I'm apolitical.
So what's your position? Like, what's your favorite thing to research? What do you research?
Oh, hey, Amber. What's up? I saw your invite.
Yeah, I figured you would like Mr. Slave, so I invited you because he keeps from places when he tries to talk to people. Like people argue with him and then just mute him and get rid of him. So I thought he might like it better here.
Well, people mute me and get rid of me because I'm always recording on YouTube. That's the
I'm talking about Zorro. This is Zorro's problem.
Oh.
And Zorro's not recording. He just has a personality people don't like.
Oh, that's good. I like people who
really.
I like people with.
Well, why else are people constantly throwing you headfirst out of places?
Oh, it's because I'm sometimes a dick.
Why are you a dick? What's the purpose of being a dick?
I don't know. It's like some people are just not easy to, get along with or respect, especially if they have a bad personality.
I agree, but I mean, it's easy to be a dick. It's a little bit more difficult to not be a dick, and it pays off. And I think in the long run, it's a better investment to not be a dick.
Nah, I can't help myself sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
I'm very impulsive.
I know.
I feel like if everyone around you is being a dick, it's one of those goose gander things where it's like, why aren't you allowed to be a dick if everybody else is?
Exactly.
So half the time people are calling you retarded and saying you don't have an argument or you don't know what you're talking about, and then you just come back with like a joke or a quip, which automatically shows you have more intelligence than they do because they weren't thinking that fast. It's like their frustration doesn't validate their feelings, like just because they think you're being a dick doesn't mean you actually are.
Exactly. I mean, look, all my life I've grown up around assholes. I think some of it rubbed up on me.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really interesting too, because you're a Jehovah's Witness, so it's like that's how most religious people come off. Honestly, they're just like, I grew up in hell. So all the people I knew were really bad people. What were you, Christian? You know what I mean? Like it's basically always what happens.
Yeah. What is this, Mr. Slave?
This is
on the side chat.
Currently what the current stream on YouTube. It just happens to be the third episode of a review that I'm doing of somebody's quantum mechanics course.
Oh, wait. I have a question. Can I invite you to a server that I know?
Not really, because they don't let me record. So I'm just looking to make content. I'm not looking to have any discussion if it's not going to be for content.
Okay.
So
Darn, because I told someone about you, and I thought you might be a great addition to the server.
I have a bunch of servers. I stopped going to any one server. I just stopped. I just
Why is it?
What
'Cause of the
server is
recording?
it? I'll tell you if he's allowed to record in it or not.
What's the name?
Yeah, it's called the World Class Friends. It's one that I was invited to, and they're often looking to
Oh,
like,
you better not, man.
yeah.
Yeah. Like I was kicked
I
out.
only
Mhm.
I only mention it because they're often looking to like bring in like interesting people, and I thought you, Mr. Slave, was you are an interesting person based on what I've seen about you on YouTube.
Yeah.
If they want interesting people, then why are they like shunning live streamers and stuff? Like there should be a rule that you can't tell people to stop recording because there's nothing in
Well,
the Discord POS about
They
it.
they didn't shun Mr. Slave away. I just merely suggested it to the owner, and they said they'll check you out.
Fine.
They haven't really gotten back to me.
Fine.
But
But
it just sounds weird. Those servers always die anyway.
Well, I don't know how long this would last, but I've been on it for a few months.
nice. But what do they talk about?
They're more so like truthers, conspiracy theories.
No,
I'll go there if you want. I'm a truther.
I'm not. I'm like the ultimate non-truther.
That's what I actually do, is like truther shit.
I'm consensus. I'm super consensus.
Would you say you're blue pilled?
I'm after throwing up the red pill. Yeah, I'm blue pilled. After throwing up the red pill, I took the red pill. The red pill is the blue pill, and the blue pill is the red pill. That's what's amazing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Have you ever spoken to Destiny, the ultimate blue pillar?
No, but he saved me from the original red pill. So I owe my life to Destiny in bigly. Like he turned me bluish, definitely.
He turned you to a Smurf. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, Destiny is pretty good. Destiny is very good, relatively speaking.
How do you feel about military service?
I'm pro. I think it's pretty good. Like
That's it. It's pretty good.
Sure. What do you want me to say more than it's pretty good? Well,
I thought you might have like some sort of philosophical argument against it.
what philosophical? Why would I? It's just look. If you're getting paid for it, then it's good. If it's compulsory and you're not getting paid for it, it's still good. It's a benefit to you. It's also a benefit to society, but it's mostly a benefit to you. If you serve in the military, then you're getting a lot of very, very good training. It's going to probably change your life to the better. It's going to better your life. I think statistically speaking, people who serve in any military, I think it improves their. Statistically speaking, I've never heard of any research in the field, but I would not be surprised that on average it's better for you to serve. I think. That's my intuition.
Did you serve in your country's military?
I cannot disclose that information. I don't disclose personal information.
The mysteriousness of it all.
Nah, there's nothing mysterious. 1 second, I have a message from someone about something. Let me check it.
Amber, you still, I don't know. I don't want to disclose that here.
Oh, it's probably something I already talked to Mr. Slave about.
I'll just DM you about it.
Yeah, but I guarantee you I already did.
Mr. Slave.
Oh, yeah,
Mhm.
I am, but don't say that. He knows not to say that either.
Okay.
I don't know
Uh,
what you're talking about, but yeah, it's I stay away from
One
dangerous.
moment. One moment.
hmm Okay, until you guys come back, I'll go back to TFM. Let's see what's up with TFM.
Nothing to do in the markets other than chase them. Basically, you can follow the government, and the problem with following the government is not competent. And I'll prove it. I'll prove it later. We have articles. So
I don't think that's one of those statements that requires proof.
Well, but the thing is, if
I
you're
think it's generally accepted that that's true.
but if you're an investor, like if you're a hedge fund manager or a financial advisor, you have to perform every quarter, or your clients are going to leave you.
Right.
And the problem is,
For sure.
there's nothing you can invest in based on fundamental analysis because
That's ridiculous. There's plenty to invest in, especially now with the AI revolution.
everything is fake and gay. So you could
It's not everything is fake and gay. Everything is real. I mean, any company, you go to Google, what Google is fake and gay, Facebook is fake and gay, Nvidia is no. You go to these companies, they wake up in the morning, they work until night, and they produce stuff, and you can invest in that stuff they produce.
kind of follow the Pied Piper of the government and invest how they want you to invest. And yes, because of momentum,
Nothing to do with the government. Why would the government care what you do? I mean, the government is. What do you mean, government? Who in the government? What, Biden wants you to invest in something specific? Yes, I'm with you, Zorro.
I'm sorry. I had to
No,
talk to
it's
someone.
it's fine. I mean, I'm in the middle of reviewing a bunch of stuff, so I have plenty of stuff to do. So yeah, I mean, I'm not into conspiracy theories. I mean, there's plenty of that to go around these days. Like everybody is into conspiracy. Everybody. It's so difficult to stay away from a conspiracy theory. Like veganism is a conspiracy theory.
I always saw veganism as a terrorist ideology.
Yes, it's a terrorist ideology, but it's based on a conspiracy theory. I mean, part of
I'm
the.
not sure how Amber feels about it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've debated Amber about veganism. Yeah, veganism is terroristic, very dangerous, anti-human.
Have you ever encountered the guy named Telepathy?
No.
Okay, well he's a vegan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Amber ever heard of this person on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
A person named Telepathy.
Oh, probably, but I don't remember them.
He's a ultra vegan. Called me a murderer last time I've encountered him.
Oh, vegan telepathy? I actually saw vegan telepathy in a chat, and I thought that they were somebody else who was really extreme and had like a lot of mental health problems, and like, because they used to call themselves vegan whatever, and they would forget their password, so they had like 100 different accounts, and their real name was Taryn. So normally they called themselves like vegan god of the underworld 666 or something adjacent, like something crazy. And then they would have their actual username just be like Taryn, and then it's like, oh, it's Taryn. So then one day I saw vegan telepathy and I sent the screenshot to my friend because Taryn had gone off the deep end and started telling everyone that she was dating my friend and telling them that my friend was vegan. My friend wasn't vegan, and they were absolutely not dating. So I was like, what is going on with this man? And he's like, I don't know. She's actually crazy. I'm scared of her. She threatened to dox a girl like right in front of me. Now I don't know what to do. And then like I told her like, hey, I'm not sure where you're getting this from, and I'm sorry if you're misunderstanding, but he just told me you're not his girlfriend. And I have proof of it right here. Showed like the screenshot, and she's like, well, with all due respect, I don't give a fuck what he says to you. And she just kept doing it. And I was like, what the hell? Like, that's genuinely so fucked up. Like, if she had been American, I would have maybe suggested reporting that because it's like really weirdly delusional, but she's Canadian, so I know they're not going to do anything about it. And the result of her like weird terrorism has been extreme. Like she'll be like doxing people, trying to call their colleges and shit to get them expelled. and it's literally over nothing, because a lot of the times the people are also vegan. Like, she's attacking other vegans doing this just because she thinks she's like better than them.
Yeah, Vegan Gains also attacks other vegans.
Vegans attack other vegans more than anyone in the frickin' world. Like, if everyone hates vegans, even other vegans. It's very
Yeah.
serious. It's like when you try to make friends with other women when you are a woman, it's like fucking so hard because women hate women more than men hate women. And vegans hate vegans more than carnists hate vegans. It's absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on people who have moral arguments for veganism, like what's his name, Cosmic Skeptic?
What is his argument for it? I like Vegan Gain's argument for it because he's just like, the animals are innocent. They don't deserve this. It's very cut and dry.
I believe it's along the lines that it's just that eating meat is causing suffering and violence, and that it's more moral to eat plants and vegetation instead
Just
of
sounds like a fancier way of saying the same thing.
right. And he's like this big atheist online.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of vegans, like, who have a really big presence online are atheists, and they kind of started out on atheist YouTube rather than starting out on like vegan YouTube because it wasn't that popular before. Onision being one of those people. So it's like, I don't like that their whole thing is, I know the difference between right and wrong because I'm vegan and you're not. Because these people continue to go on to do things that are horrible, and then they're documented, and a lot of them are crimes, and they just think that they're better than everybody because they're vegan. Like, that's like the true definition of narcissism, is just putting yourself above everybody else and thinking if people don't do things your way, they're beneath you.
Yeah, I often get like that smug attitude from like I get that attitude from vegans a lot.
And my attitude was always like, hey, I never gave you shit about what you do. You don't have to be mean to me. You know what I mean? Because like, and then other vegans give me crap about it, and they're just like, we won't be friends with you because you're not pushing this on other people, and you're not harassing people the same way that we do. And I'm just like, okay, well, I don't need to be your friend. And instead of them just accepting that we're two different people, they actively try to attack me. They smear campaign me and tell these weird, vicious lies, like very extreme things. Or, that one person did come to my house and dig through my trash, and I had to call the police over it, and there wasn't really much that they could do. But they paid somebody on Fiverr just to go do that and to harass me.
So that's basically terrorism. So it's basically,
Yes, it is. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah. So veganism uses terrorism to advance. I'm not saying that is why veganism is bad or wrong. I'm just saying, as a matter of fact, veganism, the vegan organism. Let's define a vegan
Can I just get something out before we move on?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, like, they're more concerned with like eradicating the consumption of animals and animal products to the extent where they're not concerned about the quality of life for the animals. And I've talked about this with you, and I've probably mentioned it to Zorro, but I think it matters a lot more that we raise the quality of life for these animals to such an extent that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if people take their products or if people eat them because they're not getting it in an abusive way. You know what I mean? Where it's like, if you actually let these animals live to the fullest extent, and you're not abusive to them, and there's not an overconsumption of their products, then there won't have to be factory farming anymore.
But what do you mean factory farming?
And I care more about that because at the end of the day, we cannot make consuming animals illegal.
Hold on.
It's not going to happen.
Hold on. Look, you can have factory farming that is free roaming animals. You can have, for example, free roaming chickens. The chickens are having a great life. Then the chickens are like having a perfect life and they're laying eggs, and these eggs should be considered 100% vegan. Nevertheless,
Fields are not factories. Like the fact that we have muddied the waters because the government dictates what is and isn't a farm is a massive problem.
but
That is
hold
the
on.
root of most of this problem.
No, hold on. There are farms that are like that have free roaming chickens. That the chickens are free as free can be, and these farms create eggs. These farmers can sell their eggs, and these eggs should be considered 100% vegan. These farms exist, and there's plenty of them. But when I debate vegans, they claim that I'm talking about a fantasy, that these farms don't exist. But when I go on YouTube, there's literally tens, perhaps hundreds, perhaps thousands of these farms that have YouTube channels. I'm not talking about all those farms that probably.
Okay, so you're muddying the waters right now. I literally just said that I would accept that if we got rid of factory farms, because factory farms are mainly what is causing these animals to suffer. And I put in the sidebar for you the definition of a factory farm versus a free roaming farm. Like these two things you're talking about are not the same thing.
No,
Like just
no.
because it is a farm doesn't
No.
mean it is a factory. A field is not a factory.
No. Listen, there's YouTube channels. There's tens.
Oh my gosh. How does that change what I'm saying to you? I'm saying that you're not talking about a factory farm. I'm talking about eliminating factory farms, and you're just like, yeah, but there's other types of farms.
Okay.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying
Let's
the other
ignore.
types of farms
Okay.
would be acceptable if we got rid of factory farming.
Hold on. Let's ignore the term factory farming. Let's put that aside for now. We'll come back to it maybe later. It's not important for me right now. What I'm saying is there are farms, there are farmers that have farms, that have chickens, that are free roaming, as I can imagine free roaming to be. And there's YouTube videos and YouTube channels of tens, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands. It's endless videos of these farms that should be considered vegan for all intents and purposes. If I were a vegan, I would define these farms as vegan. These chickens are having the time of their life. I cannot think of improving the life of such a chicken. I cannot think of any way to improve it. They have a perfect life. And their eggs should be 100% considered vegan. That's all I'm saying. Yet, when I debate vegans, they claim no, these farms don't exist, and these farms, they have every argument in the world. Why don't you go and buy these eggs? No, I don't like eggs. I don't. So what did you eat for breakfast? I ate fake eggs. Oh, so you do like eggs? No. I hate eggs. Eggs cause me to vomit. But
Dude, there's a difference between the fake eggs and the real eggs. The
Look-
more you eat a real egg, the more it tastes like eggs. I had to eat eggs for like
Anyway.
3 years when I lived on a chicken
Look-
farm. The smell makes me want to
Look,
fucking
anyway,
throw up.
Look, when I debate vegans, if they really cared for the animals in any way, shape, or form, they would certainly distinguish. I'm not saying promote. I'm just saying distinguish between what they call, the terrible factory farms that actually, abuse the animals, and these farms on YouTube that clearly give their chickens amazing lives. So they should at least distinguish, but they don't. They say, no, it's all the same. It's all the same. They never decide. I'm the one in every debate that brings up the actual quality of life of the chickens. But
See,
I'm
this
like,
is the issue, is like you're both on two extreme opposing sides.
what do you mean?
There is a middle ground here where it's, first of all, chickens do consume their own eggs, the eggs that they lay. So I don't think that you should take all of the eggs away from the chickens, even if they're in like a 5-star chicken hotel. That might be what they're gonna eat. And they get calcium and
Let's
nutrients
assume.
that they
Let's
can't
as,
get
let's
from
assume.
anywhere else when they
Let's
consume
assume.
their own eggs.
Let's
You
assume.
shouldn't just take all the eggs away
Let's
from the
assume.
chickens. There is
Let's
a middle
assume.
ground.
Let's assume. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that the chickens prefer to eat worms from the ground, or there's plenty of actual protein that the chickens can eat rather than eat their own eggs. Let's assume.
This is also about folic acid, calcium, and niacin. They're not doing it for the protein. This is like when a bear eats their own shit.
Okay, look, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Well, facts are facts. I can't just keep having these hypothetical arguments where we have like robot chickens that don't give a shit. Like, chickens do give a shit. I'm saying there is such a thing as ethical consumption, but you have to work with me here to actually treat the animals ethically. And if you just ignore their actual needs, that's never going to happen. And then I will advocate for no one to
Do
consume
you
an animal
do
product
do
because
you
you're not doing it
distinguish?
right.
Hold on. Do you distinguish between a farm on YouTube that shows its chickens having a great life and a farm that actually harms the chickens and actually gives the chickens a terrible life? The chickens are living in their own poop. Do you distinguish between these two farms, or do you not distinguish between these two farms?
I've already said, I literally opened the conversation with the distinction between those two farms. You misinterpreted that, and then I had to post the definition of it.
No. So look, so if you distinguish, the question is, so what my point is, when I debate vegans, it's always I who brings up this distinction, and I'm always having my mind blown. Why are vegans not creating a rating system for farms? Where is that rating system? Why does it not
I think
exist?
that we should. I honestly think that we should.
That's
If
my
anyone is in
evidence.
charge of it, we should be.
That's my
I have a
evidence. And that's my evidence. Vegans don't care about the animals. It has nothing to do with the animals. It's all about the conspiracy theory that there is farms that are evil. That's the beginning, the middle, and the end, which is a conspiracy theory, because that's not true. There's a spectrum of farms, and they ignore it purposefully. So veganism has nothing to do with reality. They just, when I talk to vegans, oh, they do this to the animal and they do this to the animal. They say the animal. Okay, what about a rating system? Oh, you can go and start your own rating system, but I don't care about the animals as much. You seem to you talk about the animals morning to night. Why don't you create a rating system? And it's the same debate with every vegan. They're not doing anything about it except for spreading lies about the general animal farm industry, as if it's
Okay, so calm down.
as if it's
Deep breath.
homogeneous.
Deep breath.
Hold on.
It's
Can I?
clearly not every vegan, because I'm literally here standing with you, agreeing with you, and I feel mad that I have to keep clarifying myself when we agree on more things than we don't.
Wait, somebody wanted to interject. Let other
Yeah,
people
go ahead.
talk.
Sorry, I'm totally new to the server. I just saw your stream, got recommended to be on YouTube. So I did just post, there's something called the Cornucopia Institute, which I posted in the chat. They actually do ratings of organic products. They started off with eggs, because what they exposed is that most free range and organic eggs they have these weird definitions on what constitutes free range, to the point where it's functionally not even a product that's worth paying extra for.
Yes, I have tried to say that. Yes, we had this talk last time, and then all that Slave knows are YouTube videos with happy chickens, and I'm trying to tell him I've seen it with my own eyes. I've literally lived on a chicken farm, and of course, they're not going to show you the type of shit I saw in person, because that's the type of shit that would make people not buy the product.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, for instance, to give a specific example, I think to be considered free range eggs, they just have to have like a little patio that's like 10 foot by 10 foot attached to the barn, which practically speaking, most of the chickens don't even know is there.
That's
a
not
trap.
even specifically free range. Like free range, at least in the state of Maine where my chicken farm was, we had to hook the chickens up to a tractor, put them in a box that had an open bottom, and then they just moved the tractor so that all the chickens had to run around in like this tiny little box, and that would be considered their exercise. Then they would park the tractor and just leave the chickens there in the box until the next day, and then they'd move it again. So, and then, you know, the chickens that lived a nice life and the chickens that laid eggs and gave us our eggs for the morning were not considered the free range chickens. So we couldn't sell that stuff. We just consumed it ourselves. And in my opinion, those chickens were raised under great conditions. It was ethical. You know, they were not abused. They lived in a heated barn that was beautiful. They had light. They had their own area. And, you know, that's the other chickens that were in free range conditions were abused to the utmost highest extent. And I don't know why people would advocate for farming like that just so that they can watch a happy YouTube video. Like, that's just burying your head in the sand.
Yeah. I mean, I think that people tend to, when it comes to veganism, to me, it strikes me as the logically ethical position from basically any standards, provided you don't have some sort of health reason that prevents you from engaging in veganism or some financial issue. I don't think it's practical yet as a means to feed the world's population in a balanced way. But like, I think that there are certain things that have given vegans a bad name, like some of those documentaries. Like I watched What the Health, and I remember there was one really cringe moment where the documentary filmmaker had tried to get an interview with one of these companies. And because he couldn't get an interview with anyone at the company, he literally went into the front lobby and started grilling the fucking security guard. It was just like, bro, like this guy has nothing to do with this issue. You're literally just farming this poor guy for your documentary. So, but like,
and some of the best advocates for like animal efficacy are not vegan. We also forget about that.
yeah, right. Like, what's her face? Gosh, the
I don't know who you're talking about specifically, but like I talked to
Temple
a guy
Grandin.
who like he interviews animal rights activists, and more of them are not vegan than are. And these are the types of people who are going to jail over this. Like they're raiding fur farms. They're like, you know, breaking into places in order to free animals. I don't see these vegans doing the same thing, actually. The vegan that I was referring to earlier who had been so abusive to me and harassed me so much, that woman actually lied about activism. Like we went through her Facebook because she publicly posted everywhere because she wants to make friends on Discord. And then we found out that the things that she said she was doing, the demonstrations, the protests, she was not even there. She just said that she was there, and she would be at home posting, like playing video games, watching movies, just saying she didn't know what to do. She wanted to hang out with someone, you know, tried to score drugs. Like during these times, she said she's doing these demonstrations. And then she's trying to pitch these demonstrations as things that work. She's trying to say she saw it work with her own eyes when she wasn't even there. And some of the things she's advocating for are horrifying. Like she wants to take like these children who are like 6 years old, can't even reach like a box, and she wants to put their head in a box and show them like gore from Dominion, the movie about like animal factory farms, like just show them gore, essentially scare them. And then, you know, tell them it's a mystery, and like they don't get to know what they're going to see before they see it. So they probably think it's going to be something fun, and then they see this horrifying, awful shit, which will just traumatize them. It's not even going to turn them into vegans. It will just confuse them and traumatize them. They're not going to have the capacity to even understand what they're looking at.
Yeah.
And it's just a surefire way to piss their parents off.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
the parents are
definitely.
going to have the same exact discussion with their kids. Like, if you want to cause disordered eating, maybe that'll work. It's not going to cause like an ethical like epiphany.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think that there's like, so I think there's a lot of ethical issues around raising children into veganism, especially as it pertains to like vegan diets for children. I think that for most adults, a vegan most, but not all, perhaps 80% of people, a vegan or plant-based diet can work, but I think that number drops to pretty much zero at ages below 5. So it's complicated, but like, I don't know. It always is, right? There's always nuance, but
Wait,
I feel like people just
Mordwand. So you said that you came here from YouTube?
yeah, I saw quantum mechanics and I was like, what's going on with that? And then
Are you into
I
quantum?
run an anti-flat Earth server, so I do a lot of debates and stuff.
On Discord?
That's cool. I like the flat Earth servers because they're the only places people talk about conspiracy theories. It just sucks that they also talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, so I have some people. We try to keep it open with topics of discussion. What does tend to happen is when flat earthers come in, they get dogpiled. So
Have you ever
that's a little hard to deal with from a moderation perspective because
have
sorry,
you
go
ever
ahead.
have you ever converted a flat earther into a normal person?
No.
How do you explain that?
Well, my professor put it really well because I actually talked to him about flat Earth a little bit. He's a PhD in mathematics, and he said, you know, it's kind of a classic thing, but it's very relevant. He said you can't reason someone out of a position they didn't reason themselves into.
Mm-hmm. So
it's the issue isn't evidence. Like the issue is something else.
what is the issue?
So
what do you think is
the issue is that they have developed a worldview where let me put it this way. So for someone who's gotten into like the flat earth headspace, they are part of this, like, for most, not all. There's still some that are on the fence that are like convertible by evidence, I would say. But the people that are hardcore into it, they've gotten into this headspace where they're like part of this like truther resistance, like kind of like, you know, being on Morpheus's ship in the Matrix, right? And you're telling them to plug back into the Matrix. It's a really hard sell. So it doesn't matter what evidence you present them with. Like, and then there's also like, that's the case for a lot of them. For a lot of the more higher up, like, so I talk about like the daddy flurfs, the lieutenant flurfs.
What's that?
So that's basically like, yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, a weird rabbit hole I've fallen into with this, but like a daddy flurf is someone that like sets the scripts that they use. So they come up with the arguments, they come up with the ways to like own the Globers, they call them. They come up with like the ideas, they set the they're like the influencers, you know. And then there's the lieutenants who are like, you know, they receive like the scripts and they might add their little bit of flair, but at the end of the day, they're within a faction. So there's like different factions of the flurfs that like believe different things. And they're generally fairly good at argumentation as well, as far as these things go. And then there's the baby flurfs that are just like suckers or
Sanka?
Suckers or just like very gullible or you know, there's a lot of different reasons that people join. And they are just like, they're pathetic. Like their arguments are so bad. They try to use the scripts from the lieutenants, but they don't do it properly. So it's just like, they're not even really like a challenge to like deal with. But within that, when you get to like, so for the baby flirts, I feel like those are the people that you could actually target, but they've kind of been like suckered into a cult in a way. So they see the like higher up flirts as these like very wise masters that they could like rely on and like learn from, you know? So they don't want to give that up either, because a lot of them at like the lower levels, they're just not very smart. And I don't mean that like, I don't have anything against people based on their intelligence in any way. I don't think intelligence is the most important thing in life, although it makes life easier to a certain extent. But there are people that are less intelligent than others, I think. I don't want to get into the whole nature versus nurture side of it where it gets super controversial. But if you're not that intelligent and you kind of struggled in school, and like now you have someone that's telling you that actually, no, just by being a flat earther, you're smarter than everyone else in the world, and you just need to like listen to me and I'm going to give you secret knowledge. It's like being in a cult, you know? It's like, it's hard to give up that energy. And like, they're not necessarily even all like losers. Like most of them have jobs. Most of them have fairly normal lives as far as I can tell. But then once you get to like the lieutenant level and higher, they're never going to convert. At least it's on their terms, because they're getting like power from it in a way that they can't get in their life normally. You know, they have power over their flock. Like they're like the guys that I debate, like we just had a relativity debate, me and my debate partner, against two of these flirfs. And one of them claims to be an expert on relativity, but he doesn't even have a bachelor's degree in physics, you know? This is the only space where he could act like a scientist, and they literally will put on lab coats for their videos. It's super fucking cringe. They'll put on a lab coat for a video about theoretical physics. Like that's how clueless they are about how science works. They just think lab coat equals credibility, not like we wear lab coats so we don't splash acid on ourselves in the fucking lab, you know? Like it's really cringe, but like this is the only space where they can be this like noble master, enlightened one, and like lead, you know? So a lot of the higher level flirfs, I mean, most flat earthers are dishonest to some extent, but the lower down you go, the more it's dishonesty with themselves. The higher up you go, like the top flat earthers, it's hard to say, but most of them probably know that the earth isn't flat. And they're just doing this for the attention and control.
Fascinating.
So it makes for an interesting dynamic, but you know, people are surprised though. Like if you go into a flat earth Discord and you walk in and you don't know anything about how their arguments work, and you don't know their scripts, and you don't know the random science, because it's like very, very specific science that it pertains to the debate that you don't really learn in school. Like if I were to ask you for how would you verify the Coriolis effect, for example?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Probably fire a bullet north and see that it doesn't hit the target consistently. It's going to be a little bit to the left. I don't know.
Yeah, so what they'll say is, oh, well, snipers tell us they don't account for Coriolis. Can you prove that you account for Coriolis? Can we isolate all the other random effects? It's not going to be an effect, so you can't even measure it. So how could you prove to me that there's even Coriolis? And then they have these scripts where basically what they like to do is they like to what they call cook the Globers, where they'll just come at you with 30 different random topics, literally, and just ask you like a nonstop barrage of increasingly ridiculous questions.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I dealt with that. 'Cause I really just wanted to see like what they believed, and they just screamed at me and kept asking me questions, and it came down to like, if air can't move in a vacuum, how are we in space? How does the Earth spin? And I'm just like,
yeah,
but it's electromagnetic. Like that's the thing is like, you know what I mean? And like, even if we were on a flat Earth, that doesn't mean that we don't move. It just became like this like Irish dude screaming at me, and it was a bunch of shit I couldn't understand anyway.
Mm-hmm. So, but it's, at the end of the day, the way you describe flat earthers, you could describe any religion like
To
that.
some extent. Yeah.
Vegans are definitely also in that category. That's why I used to run Vegans Against Cults.
But you understand that, when we consensus scientists, let's call us consensus scientists, when they look at us, they see what we see when we look at them. They see us as a religion, just like we see them as a religion.
Yeah.
You
Well, that's what they say. They say, "Oh, well, you just follow your priests or scientists." And
Yes.
flat earthers, you'll find out they are obsessed with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I don't say
Obsessed
yeah,
with
they are
bro.
weird. That's
And like,
weird.
okay, let me ask you this: when was the last time you even watched a Neil deGrasse Tyson video?
Cosmos.
I was
like
in high
years
school.
ago, right?
Yeah, Cosmos.
The last time I watched one was this summer when he did his Terrence Howard video, which I thought was very good. But like, I never think about the guy. Flat Earthers, it's like they talk about him on a daily fucking basis.
Look, I don't like him either. I don't like any.
Wow.
I have a dislike to every famous consensus scientist, because I mean, of course I like consensus scientists, and that's all I listen to day and night. I just listen to all their lectures. But at the end of the day, I disagree with them, but it's like details. I don't disagree with them over flat earth. I disagree with them over the details of what science is. But I can understand a flat earther hating Neil deGrasse Tyson. I can go on for hours how much I hate Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I even hate much more the non-consensus, people like flat earthers and other cults. I don't hate anyone. I don't listen to lectures by anyone except for consensus scientists. But I can understand why they hate Neil deGrasse Tyson or Sean Carroll or even
Yeah.
Sabine Hassenfeld. I can understand. I can sit and talk for hours how much I hate even Richard Feynman or even Albert Einstein. I mean, I've done that, but it's nuance. It's nuance to the power of nuance. Of course, all I want to do is study what Feynman said and what Einstein said, and nothing. And I'm never gonna study everything they said. I mean, it looks hopeless. It's so advanced. But I can understand why flat earthers or any other religionist or cultist, why they hate our priests. We can call them our priests. It's not like if I were a Christian and I had a priest, it's not like I would completely agree with my priest. But still, like, fine, these are our priests. Yeah, I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson is, he's my priest. It's not like I agree with everything my priest says, but yeah, I'm willing to concede that I am a member of a religion. I don't have a problem with that. There's nothing wrong with a religion. I mean, English speakers are a religion. It's
yeah. Well, and they have these memes too. Where one of the ones that I've seen recently a fair bit is they'll say like they straw man, and they'll be like, and maybe this is even true for a lot of like atheist science, Reddit IFL science types. The meme is like they say like, "Oh, I don't let religious people influence my worldview," and then the meme is like, "You sure about that?" And then it shows like, the guy, the Jesuit priest who came up with the Big Bang, and like, these other people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, but
Do you want to hear this? Sorry, this is a tangent though, but before I forget, because I didn't
Mhm.
sleep at all last night, so there's
Mhm.
a chance I may forget, but I wanted to share this with you
Mhm.
because it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Mhm.
It's a flat earther's argument as to why space travel is impossible. If you'd like to hear it. It's more absurd than you can possibly imagine.
No, just a thesis that space travel is impossible. It's like you might as well
Yeah, but the
tell me.
reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
Can you maybe give like what is the most ridiculous possible theory that anyone in this room could think of? Start there.
Oh, I would
Then why
say
space
space
travel?
travel is impossible because space is filled with ether and you cannot move through the ether. I don't know.
No, that's too sane. The theory is that astronauts would not be able to poop in space without dying.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. Definitely makes sense.
And this guy, I used to argue with him, and then I realized he's just an insane moron. So I stopped arguing with him, and now every time I run into him, I just ask him questions about his theories and laugh my ass off. And he went on for 45 minutes about this theory, including like a public live stream explaining all of the different astronaut bowel movements with sound effects.
Wow.
And it was just like one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my life.
Anyway,
So that's like literally how some of these people think.
yeah. Anyway, I'll tell you my theory how to convert a flat earther into a normal person. And for that matter, how to convert any cultist or any religionist into your cult, into your religion. So obviously, the premise is that you cannot be a non-cultist. That's the premise. I belong to a cult. I belong to a religion. Everybody does. Everything is a cult. Everything is a religion. Being a member of a family, if you have a family, that's a cult. If you believe 1+1 is 2, that's a cult. Everything is a cult. Everything is a ritual. So that's the premise. And that's what I truly believe. Now, so why do some people belong to certain cults and other people belong to other cults? So my theory is that it has nothing to do with truth. It only has to do with benefit. So the question is, what benefits you the most? So does saying 1+1 = 2 benefit you more or less than saying 1+1 = 2 is false? So people are just rational, meaning egoistic. People are just self-optimizing, and they'll just follow the path of maximizing their well-being. So if their well-being depends on 1+1 = 2 is false, well, there you have it. So in order to convert them, you just have to, show them love. That's all. It's really very simple. Just be understanding. Like, don't make fun of them. Like, just be understanding. Just understand their argument. Understand, what's driving them. Just be understanding, and that's it. That's really all you need to do. Just be understanding. Don't get upset at them. Show them love. Show them you fine. Whatever you say, I disagree, but I certainly I can see where you're coming from. I usually say something like, I used to be like that, like when I deal with like white supremacists and stuff. So that's my go-to. Like, I used to think that way. I used to support, Mr. Small Mustache and stuff like that. So yeah, I was like that when I was young. I used to believe those things. I used to believe those things, but I believe they are nothing more than conspiracy theories. And I can explain to you why, but I can certainly understand why you feel that way. Now, will it work? I think it will make a dent. I think in the long run, yes. I've had I'm fairly super anti-vegan, and I've had people. There's actually YouTube videos where ex-vegans showed up on my server and they said, "Oh, you came to our server and you argued, you debated vegans, and then a bunch of us left veganism." and they never even bothered to tell me until I left their server, and then they came and they told me, and they were very happy to have left veganism. So, and,
Yeah,
but all
the
I
craziest thing.
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the craziest thing about veganism is when it becomes a cult when they say things like humans are not evolved to eat meat. You know, like when they get to that level.
Yeah, because they believe that a lie that gets people to conform to their ideology is worth making. That's what sucks. Like, I've literally had discussions with people where I'm just like, you don't have to lie. Like, what
Yeah.
is the fucking point? And then they get mad at me and they're just like, why would you say that? And I'm just like, because if what you have to say has any real benefit or merit, then you should be able to tell the truth.
Yeah.
And they've attacked me based on that.
Well, the problem I have, so my rule has kind of been this. So I walked into it with a very open kind of mindset to a lot of things, and I started off like very, very nice. What I've sort of found, and my kind of rule is this: when I'm dealing with flat earthers now, when they're good faith, like I have a guy on my server who's a biblical flat earther, and in general just like thinks a lot of very silly things. But he's always very polite and civil, and I've never had an issue with him. I've never blown up at him. I've never called him a name. I've never like cornered him with the script or anything like that. But as soon as they demonstrate to me that they don't have any interest in the truth, and they're just trying to like take advantage of people, and when I see them, so there's this guy named Jesse on my server who's just like, I don't know, what's your view on using like the A word to describe people?
I don't even know what the A word is. Oh,
it rhymes with R-tard, but starts
it's
with an
better
A.
to not use any real word. Always
Okay.
yeah, mangle the word if you have a question.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. It's to some sense like has some kind of spectrum disorder, let's say.
Oh, okay,
in
okay.
that, yeah, he's just like very oh Christ, I forgot. I'm just fucking going on this guy's show to talk about relativity again later. So he's actually an ex-flat earther that I'm talking to later. But
if you want someone to talk about relativity, I mean, I'm like a super duper expert. I'm writing an academic paper about Einstein's.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm actually that's
shit,
like
that's awesome.
my main paper that I'm working on is the foundation of Einstein's special relativity. Yeah.
So I was just debating. I'd love that because we don't have anyone that is. So the flat earthers bastardize relativity, and they basically. I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but I don't know who came up with the script originally. But the script is basically that they discovered that they couldn't measure the Earth's rotation and orbit, and therefore the Earth is flat.
That's not true.
So
That's literally the opposite. I actually looked into it. I have videos about it. There is the Beta Probe B, the Gravity Probe B. Gravity Probe B, I think.
Yeah.
They actually discovered, that's general relativity though. They actually discovered from the North Pole it's called frame dragging, and they got
yeah.
Yeah.
The lens thirring effect? Is that the lens thirring effect?
I don't know. It's called frame dragging. I don't know if it has any other name. But they got a positive result, exactly as expected. I mean, they show the data, the expected versus the actual, and it's very accurate.
Yeah, that's the thing with LIGO too, right? I mean, like all of the measurements have suggested that relativity is true, but basically what they say is that it's a ridiculous script, but they get really into the so it's very interesting because they have a PhD in physics that's on their side that's feeding them information. He's not a flat earther, but he's a biblical geocentrist.
I don't have a
And
problem. I don't have a problem with geocentrism. There's nothing incorrect about geocentrism versus suncentrism. It's just that suncentrism is simpler. It's not. There's nothing more or less correct.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right? You could take any point in the universe and declare that as the center of the universe and build your physics from that. There's nothing incorrect about that. It's just going to be a little bit more, maybe a lot more complicated. I don't know. I mean, but it's fine. It's not incorrect. 1 + 1 = 2 is not correct. 1 + 1 = 2 is that's what we all that's the definition of the word one and the word two and the word equals and the word plus. It's just a definition. It's just a social convention. There's nothing correct about 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah.
So there's nothing correct about anything. There's no such thing as correct or incorrect. I mean, you could say whatever you want. You could say 1 + 1 = 2, and 1 + 1 = 2 is false, and there's no contradiction between these two statements, and there is a contradiction, but it doesn't count. You could say whatever you want. No one can stop you.
Right.
I can't stop you.
So it is interesting, and if you haven't ever, so I know this guy. So there's a faction of flat earthers that we call the Ether Boys.
I'm an Ether boy. All my papers are based on Ether. So,
oh, really?
Yes, Ether.
Interesting.
Yes. So Einstein actually went back to the Ether later, after 1905. So in 1905, he said we don't need the Ether, and the Ether has been disproven, basically. But in 1920, he gave a lecture in Leiden, in Lorenz's University in the Netherlands, and the final paragraph is there is ether. General relativity is ether, and of course you have to have the ether, otherwise you cannot have propagation of light. That's a quote from Einstein, 1920.
Oh yeah, I have one right here. So I just debated. So that's what we argued in our debate, and it really threw them for a loop. So I have a quote here.
Mm-hmm.
In Einstein's letter to Lorentz of June 17th, 1916, he says, I admit that the general theory of relativity is closer to the ether hypothesis than the special theory. This new ether theory, however, would not violate the principle of relativity because the state of this G nu mu equals ether would not be that of a rigid body in an independent state of motion, but every state of motion would be a function of position determined through the material processes.
I don't know what he meant, but Einstein's ether is not my ether. My ether flows through us right now towards the center of the Earth at 11 kilometers a second. Einstein said the ether does not move. So I disagree.
Hold up. I have to find if one of the Ether Boys is free, because they're going to lose their shit.
Yeah, I'm writing academic papers about the ether.
Hold on.
Where can we find your academic papers?
I'm writing them. I'll give you links to the papers while I'm writing.
Okay.
Let me give you my gravitation ether.
Do you know Dr. Robert Bennett then?
No.
Okay, so he's one of the geocentrists that is an aether theorist, and he ascribes to the Alpha Hildegard model of aether wind. If you know what that is, I have no
Ether
idea.
wind is incorrect. This is why Michelson and Morley failed, because they assumed an ether wind. And my ether is gravitational. My luminiferous ether.
Hold on. Can I bring some people in here real
Sure,
quick?
yeah, sure.
I'm kind of losing my shit right now, and I need to see if anyone's available to talk to you right now, because
Yeah, I'm writing a paper exactly why Michelson and Morley failed. It's expected. According to special relativity and general relativity, of course, they should have failed, even if the ether exists. So
that's amazing.
Yeah.
This is Yeah, this is incredible.
Yeah, I'll give you the link to my paper. I really need to get back to writing the paper, but at least I have a skeleton.
So what we argued in our debate was, we used a strategy where we said we put them on the spot to explain how their ether was different from an ether that's compatible with general relativity.
My ether is completely compatible with GR. My ether predicts GR. GR predicts my ether. I disagree with Einstein over the interpretation of the math. So I claim the interpretation of Einstein's GR is the ether. And Einstein says, I think Einstein is wrong. He says it's the curvature of space-time. I think that's wrong. It's not the curvature, it's the flow of space. And time has nothing to do with it. It's just an interpretation of the math. I agree on the math, of course.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, do you mind if I put the invite out on my server?
Go ahead. I'm always looking for new people. I'm looking for collaboration on writing the papers. If somebody wants to help me write the paper,
hell yeah.
Yeah.
I have a master's in applied mathematics and working on almost done with my PhD.
Then fantastic. Then we can put your name on the paper and we can work on it because it's really a very straightforward paper. I'm writing a bunch of papers simultaneously because writing a single paper is killing me it's too boring. Writing any paper is excruciatingly boring. Here is my SR paper, which is basically complete. I just need to upload it to archive.
Sick, dude.
Yeah.
So, but to give you a sense of how clueless these guys we were debating against were, they didn't understand why the second postulate matters.
Oh, my last paper here is proof of the second postulate.
Nice.
Yeah. So the second postulate is easily derivable from the assumption of an ether. The second postulate is derived from the assumption of the ether. The second postulate, basically, if you assume it, then you have proven the ether.
Yeah.
Einstein's special relativity, by being correct, proves ether. That's basically what the paper says.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna try to
okay.
Hold on. Who's available?
Anyway, you can always DM me. I'm basically always free, so you can always DM me. We can always start, a new session, a new stream.
Yeah.
You could
so
come
do you
back.
have a background? Is your background in like math or physics?
I usually don't discuss. I'm trying to stay anonymous, so I'm not. I was into. My main thing is brain science, and I took basically a hiatus from brain science to do some quantum physics.
Oh, okay. That's pretty intense.
Yeah. Anyway, so get back when you want to do something, when you want to bring anyone over. And if you want to do any collaboration on any of the papers or anytime, I'd love it because I'm always bored to death when I need to write the papers.
I have a ton of papers that I just found as well. So because I was doing this debate, have you read the paper by Jacobson and Mattingly? Gravity with a dynamical preferred frame.
It's probably sounds like one of those things that's in my inbox because I get all these emails. I usually don't read papers. I have a there's just too many papers and I'm surprised no one has published a paper like one of those that I'm writing right now, because it's so
Well,
straightforward.
opportunity. Yeah. There's maybe like an ideological reason, you know, like okay, so one of my buds has come over, but uh this guy is so funny. So there's this guy on my server who's a flat earther, and are you familiar with the eclipsing of the satellites during the equinox?
No, the eclipsing of the satellites during the equinox? No.
Yeah, so when the Earth gets to its axial tilt point, the satellites that are normally visible as a function of where you are in the equator in the geostationary orbit
Mhm.
no longer become visible, and that's you know, impossible for flat earthers to explain, obviously. But
I
the
cannot. I didn't really imagine the geometry of what you just said. So when you are on the equator during the equinox is equal day and night. So what happens?
I'm
What's
not so let me pull it up. I haven't looked into it 100%.
no, but what? Fine, but I mean, I'd rather not get bogged down in that specifically right now. I mean, there's many issues
Yeah, fair enough.
flat
Yeah.
earthers have. I mean, flat earthers, we can go on forever about the issues they have. Anyway, do you have to go? Do you want to stay? What's your plan? Because
No, I'm good. I'm good to hang out. I'm good to hang out. Yeah. So basically, this flat earther asked why the stars were not eclipsed by the Earth.
What do you mean eclipsed? Eclipsed? Like literally eclipsed? Why the star?
Like going into the Earth.
Yeah.
He asked like why the stars didn't disappear into the Earth's shadow.
When, like what? From the point of view of a satellite?
No, from the Earth. He didn't understand that stars produce their own light.
So wait, he's asking why during the equinox? During the equinox? I don't know. I cannot. I'm trying to imagine. I just anyway. It's not important. You know, if they have proof that the Earth is flat, then fantastic. You know, then maybe they're right. You know, you should always, as a scientist, you should always keep an open mind that maybe they're right. And there is a government conspiracy, and the Earth really is flat. So you know, if they have evidence, then fantastic.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So there's this oh, hey, Omnivore. This is the guy that we've been looking for, Omni.
Hi there. Hey.
Hey, Omnivore. So what's your position?
Right now I'm seated.
That's good. What's your position about flat Earth?
I think the evidence goes against it.
Okay. What's your position on the ether?
I think the evidence goes against it, but you have to define what you think the ether is to be, you know, for me to make a concrete. So luminiferous, the static luminiferous ether, I believe that's been, you know, about as falsified as it's likely to get.
Why? Why do you say that?
Well, you know, Aries failure, Mickelson Morley, you know, the inability to detect ether interacting with light, you know, in a way that is exclusive to ether seems pretty, you know, pretty established by the scientists who believed in ether and were trying to, you know, explore it. So that's, you know, now there is, you know, alternate belief that I'm aware of, you know, a mobile fluid ether,
Mm-hmm.
Which would avoid some of the problems that attempts to observe the static ether.
What do you
ran
mean?
into.
What do you mean static and mobile?
Okay, so as I understand it, and I'm not a physicist,
Mm-hmm.
but as I understand it, the idea is this: if you assume that ether is a static, non-mobile substance that is
Wait, relative to what? Static, non-mobile, or mobile relative to what? What's your preferred?
well, just relative to the Earth.
Wait.
So I'm standing on the Earth is traveling through space.
Yeah.
And there is, think of it like a solid block of ether material, whatever
Okay.
whatever that is.
Okay.
That the Earth is traveling through, and that
Mhm.
is the material that guides that allows light to travel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the Earth is traveling through space
Mm-hmm.
and light is being propagated by the ether, then we should, then the Michelson-Morley theory is we should detect
Mm-hmm.
some aberration in the ether flow,
Mm-hmm.
that's based on the fact that the Earth is moving,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Mm-hmm.
and I think that that's the correct thinking, honestly. Like that makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I think we should see. I think
Mhm.
they're right about that.
Mm-hmm.
So Michelson-Morley decided they did not see that,
Mm-hmm.
and therefore said, okay, no ether. So what do we got? We've got a constant light speed.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got, and then a little later we've got special and then general relativity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the conclusion was that light did not need light despite light sometimes behavior as a wave, or it can express itself as a wave.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, unlike mechanical waves, it does not need a medium. It does not require a medium
Mm-hmm.
to move through space. So that was the conclusion they came to.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, as I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
So, however, the thinking that I've heard from the ether people who are, convinced that there is in fact an ether,
Mm-hmm.
is that there is a flowing fluid style ether that solves some of those problems.
Mm-hmm.
Namely that it would not, you wouldn't necessarily see you might get the fringe shift that they discovered with the interferometers based on the fact that the Earth is dragging the ether with it through space. So that means that the Earth, that in this case, the ether is like a fluid, and it is being pulled along by the Earth. So it's interacting, albeit at a very minimal level, with with matter. And they believe that would explain, what the experiments observed. I don't think that that's necessarily true. My examination of that, which is, once again, I'm not a physicist.
What are you? What are you?
What am? Well, my background is in computer science and computer engineering.
Mm-hmm. What language?
There were a bunch of different languages, but I did a lot of programming in Java and some in Python now recently.
Real time or database?
What's that?
Like something real time or database? Like what type of programming?
For large corporations. So I designed a security system.
Mm-hmm.
A computer security system for call center operators to be provisioned within a few days of sign up, so that there would be a push effect from a central HR database
Mm-hmm.
that would, then allow the contractor or the new hire in question to be set up with their permissions to use various
Mm-hmm.
applications on their desktop
Mm-hmm.
without having to have a different sign in for each. Anyway, it was a
Mhm.
corporate security system.
Mhm.
I mean,
Okay. So let's get back to the ether. So you're saying, okay. But in conclusion, your position is that there is no ether.
oh, my conclusion is that, so as you may have heard, I think
Mhm.
that Einstein's space-time,
Mm-hmm.
actually works pretty well
Mhm.
as an ether. In other words,
Mm-hmm.
it seems to me to accomplish much, if not all, of
Can I-
what ether accomplished.
can
You
I
say
ask
what's
you-
what's it moving through, and
Can I
the
ask
answer
you-
is go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's a question. So Einstein's second postulate is that the speed of light is constant for all observers, moving or stationary, emitter, mover. It doesn't matter who's moving, who's stationary. Speed of light is a constant. That's
Yep.
his second postulate for special relativity.
Right.
So that's just basically an assumption.
I don't think it's an assumption. I think it's what the data shows.
Well, it's a postulate. The dictionary says postulate is an assumption.
Okay. Well, okay. So go
last,
ahead.
Last I checked, I don't care.
Well, okay.
It's not. I don't have a position. I mean, he calls it a postulate. I don't know. The way he speaks about a postulate is that there's something special about a postulate, but he says it's his second postulate, and the dictionary last I checked said it is an assumption. It's like an axiom or something. I don't know. I don't know the difference between an axiom and a postulate.
Yeah, I'm not sure in this context what that.
So
would
he
be.
says.
Yeah. Okay.
He says he basically he hints at Michelson-Morley. He doesn't mention them by name. From what I understand, history, they didn't mention these things by name in those days. They didn't make concrete references. They just hinted. So he hints at Michelson-Morley's failure to detect the luminiferous ether.
All right.
And therefore he says, I think he says, therefore we assume the speed of light is a constant. But what do you think about this assumption?
Well, my understanding is that it's borne out is that there are certain tests that one would do to figure out if that was the case, and that it's borne out that yes, we have constantly detected the speed of light behaving as a constant.
He doesn't.
I'm not talking about necessarily. So what I'm talking about would be post Einstein. So Einstein came up with this theory, right?
Which theory?
And since then, so one of the things that people really liked about relativity was that it made a ton of predictions, and it was hard math, but it made a ton of predictions, and that meant that it could be tested, and it may be the most tested theory hypothesis in all of science.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not contradicting the conclusion of Einstein's special relativity. I'm talking about the second postulate on which SR, let's call it SR. So I'm just talking about the second postulate on which SR is founded. SR is founded on SR. SR is founded on the second postulate, the assumption, the postulate that the speed of light is a constant.
Okay.
It's just
Don't we get a speed of light out of Maxwell's equations?
Yes, you do.
So, and we know Maxwell's equations pretty much check out, right?
Yes. Maxwell assumed ether. Everyone assumed ether. Until Einstein said, well, let's give up on ether. I think he's the first one who...
Well, I mean Michelson Morley. I think Einstein also, as I understand it, assumed ether. He didn't look at the evidence and say no, there's no ether here. To my understanding, he looked at the evidence and said, okay, so this, we're not seeing what anybody expected to see. What's going on? So I don't think he just came out and said let's scrap the ether. I mean, I'm not familiar with all the the roundtable discussions that I understand to have occurred about this. So anyway, so what I think about it is it's weird. The idea that speed of light is this one thing that's a a constant in our in any frame of reference, is hard to wrap my head around, for sure.
Wait, repeat. I was just simultaneously reading Einstein's words in this paper. What did you just say?
I said that it's hard for me to wrap my head around, as being the one thing that's constant in any frame of reference. Like that seems really weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't say it's not possible.
But Maxwell predicted it. So why is it difficult? Maxwell predicted the speed of light is a constant.
Yep.
So
I agree.
And we see the speed of light is a constant. Why do you need to wrap your head around anything?
Well, because nothing else that we're aware of behaves that way, right? The idea that I can be traveling at the speed of light towards somebody traveling at the speed of light, but we don't add our velocities together if we crash like we do, with anything else.
I see. Okay, what if I showed you a paper right now that explains it?
I'm not going to be able to look at a paper right now. Can you tell me what the conclusion is?
Yes. So the thing with the speed of light is that you are moving right now at the speed of light, meaning every subatomic particle, every elementary particle that makes you up is moving at the speed of light relative to the Higgs field. Within the Higgs field, are you familiar with the Higgs field?
Yeah.
So relative to the Higgs field, all particles are massless before they interact with the Higgs, and they move at the speed of light.
Sure. Also, you could say we're moving at the speed of light through time.
No, that's meaningless. No, we're physically. You are a clock that is ticking at the speed of light. You are a light clock. You are that light clock from Einstein's thought experiment.
Okay.
So when you move through space, let's call it space for now. When you move through space, you are slowing down as per Einstein, as per the thought experiment.
Okay.
So,
well, I mean, so it's quite possible that there are other interpretations of what's going on.
What do you mean other? Wait. What do you mean other? You just told me you need to wrap your head around, and you're having a hard time wrapping your head around something. And I'm explaining to you why it's completely predictable that you would always measure the speed of light to be a constant. There's no other way. You have to measure.
Okay.
It's a prediction that actually comes out of the assumption of the ether.
Okay. I mean, I guess.
What do you mean?
I have a hard time wrapping my. I have a hard time wrapping my. Okay,
I didn't go through the proof. You're cutting
Okay.
me off like as I'm trying to go through the proof, which is
Okay.
fine. I mean,
Alright,
I mean, I have a paper that's the last. I don't know if you can see it in the side chat. The last link in the side chat in this general VC side chat is proof of Einstein's special relativity second postulate. So I go through it and I basically explain why the speed of light must be a constant to all moving, non-moving observers, emitters. It doesn't matter. The speed of light must be a constant. And it's basically because we are made out of light. Everything in the universe is made out of light.
What is your background?
It doesn't matter. I don't discuss. I happen to.
Okay.
I maintain
Okay,
my
you asked
anonymity.
me.
Yeah,
You
I
asked
understand,
me,
that,
so
but I maintain my anonymity. I'm trying to be anonymous. So the
Okay.
point is like this. So in my paper, I come up with a thought experiment of a rubber ducky. I take a rubber ducky and I put it in the bathtub. I fill the bathtub with water and I put the rubber ducky in it. But this rubber ducky is it's an advanced rubber ducky. It has a wave emitter and a wave detector. Maybe I can take one of the images in the paper and show it to you. Yeah, I'll take this image. I don't know if I can take it. The thing with YouTube is that I can't share my screen while I'm streaming, unfortunately. So I'm just going to paste a link to the image. Do you see the image in the side chat?
Yep.
So the green is the rubber ducky.
Yep.
And it has two green.
So the idea is that the speed of the waves remain constant, regardless of where the observer is, because we're seeing ripples expanding.
Right. So the top green small rectangle is a wave emitter. So it emits a wave, and the bottom green small rectangle is a tick detector. It's like TikTok. So the big green thing is the rubber ducky. Now the distance between the emitter and the detector is a constant. It never changes. As far as the rubber ducky is concerned, the distance between the emitter and the detector is constant.
Okay.
But the time between emitting a wave and receiving a wave, by definition, is a constant. Right? The rubber ducky doesn't have a clock. The rubber ducky, this is the clock. This is the clock. This is the tick-tock as experienced by the rubber ducky. Now, if I move, now let me show you I'm going to now move the rubber ducky through the water. And I'll show you the image. All right, so this is the second image. Now this time the rubber ducky is moving through the water. But as far as the rubber ducky is concerned, it's not noticing the time dilation. As far as the rubber ducky cannot notice the fact that the tick-tocking is slowing down. Indeed, as far as the rubber ducky is concerned, the speed of the clock is ticking, and therefore the speed of the waves going from the emitter to the receiver is a constant.
What if it moves towards
it doesn't matter.
The emitter?
It doesn't matter.
Are you sure? Because won't I be encountering those waves?
This is the
faster.
This is but this is the clock. This is right. The rubber ducky doesn't have a separate clock. This is the rubber ducky's clock. The way the rubber ducky measures the motion of the waves through the water from the emitter to the receiver. I mean, The point is, the clock is based on the waves.
So I can't have. So okay, but we know that we have clocks.
No, we don't.
If the rubber duck,
but all our clocks are based on ether. All our clocks are moving in the ether. We have we are this rubber ducky. We are the rubber ducky.
Okay, well, I in this thought experiment, I guess that is
well, you don't have any. There is no other explanation for the second postulate. This explains the second postulate, and in reverse, this proves the ether. So the theory, special relativity, proves the existence of the ether. Right? Because special relativity assumes a constant speed of light. That's fine. And special relativity makes predictions, and these predictions happen to be correct. Therefore, the assumption is correct. Okay.
Well, so I think you're asserting
no
that we have no way of measuring the time between those waves.
We are
other than,
but all our clocks, including our brains, our consciousness, is this effect. We slow down, but this is exactly what special relativity says. It's not like special relativity says something different.
Okay.
This is as predicted by special relativity, but the only mechanical explanation for the second postulate is an ether. Then the question is, why didn't Michelson and Morley detect the ether? We'll come back to that. That's a separate paper. But first of all, special relativity proves the ether.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
I'm not sure that I buy that we're all light.
That you buy oral light? We're all light?
Yeah.
But we are. What do you mean? Of course, every part of you moves at the speed of light, except for, but because of the Higgs mechanism, it's just bouncing back and forth through the Higgs mechanism, giving the illusion of mass. But it's bouncing back and forth within the Higgs mechanism at the speed of light. But I mean,
so when you're talking about the Higgs mechanism, you're talking about the Higgs field?
I don't call it the Higgs field because for me there's only one field, and that's the ether. So the Higgs mechanism is the ether. The ether has the Higgs mechanism built into it. Everything for me, I have the unified field. My unified field is the ether. I've unified everything under the ether. Quantum mechanics, general relativity, special relativity, Maxwell's, electromagnetism, everything is already thrown into my unified ether field theory. Everything.
Well, if you call the Higgs field the ether,
I don't say Higgs field. I say Higgs mechanism.
I understand. I understand that, but I'm not familiar with the Higgs mechanism.
It's very simple. It's the Higgs mechanism.
With the Higgs field.
It does. It's the same. The point is the Higgs mechanism. The Higgs mechanism it doesn't interact with a photon, so photon waves through the ether at a certain speed, the maximum speed of causality, the maximum speed of a wave in the ether, the maximum speed of waving through the ether. Fine, that's light.
Right.
But an electron interacts a little bit with the Higgs mechanism through the ether. It bounces back and forth.
What is the difference between the Higgs field and the Higgs and the ether?
It's just a name. Because I only have one field in the universe. The universe is filled to the brim with a fluid called the ether. I don't have any fields. I just have a fluid, the ether fluid. It accounts for. It is gravitational. It accounts for gravity. It is GR. It explains SR. It explains why you have quantum particles that are actually waves, where everything must be a wave because everything is a fluid. So
So,
it's
but then what do we see particle-like interactions?
you never see particle interaction.
Well, we do.
Never.
Compton scattering, for example.
So the thing with the waves, like an electron is a wave, but it has mass.
Well, it has zero rest mass. Or an electron does, yeah. An electron has mass, correct.
So
when we do a double split experiment, we can see particle-like behavior,
never,
or we can see
never.
wave-like behavior.
You never see. Every time you see a particle-like behavior, I can explain it away. It's always a wave.
Okay. So how do you explain it in the double slit experiment?
It's a wave. That's it. Done. It's very simple. It's just a wave.
You're aware that the double slit experiment exhibits the distinction between particle-like behavior and wave-like behavior?
No, there's no particle-like behavior. It doesn't exist.
So so how do you interpret the single hit when you fire a single electron through a single slit? That's particle-like behavior, right?
And not really. It's just it's a small wave that doesn't disperse and has a mass. So the detector detects a hit, but it's a tiny wave that doesn't expand when it moves through space.
So what does it expand when there's two slits?
No, it doesn't expand. It just goes through. It's big enough to go through two slits.
You get an interference. You get an interference pattern with two slits. You get no interference pattern with one slit.
Not exactly. You don't get an interference pattern, but you do get. You do see that it's a wave either way. It's always behaving like a wave. It never behaves.
I don't. So
Mhm.
okay. So when you say it never behaves like a wave, or it never behaves like a particle,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
There are cases
Never.
where photons and particles used in the double slit experiment are said to
Never.
behave like particles.
Never. I deny it.
Well, you deny that, but that is how people describe
I don't
the
care.
evidence.
I don't care.
Well,
I can explain.
okay.
I can explain it away, so it doesn't matter
Okay,
what
so
people say.
okay, so how do you explain it away?
I already did. So your detector detects a wave that doesn't disperse. The way the electron waves is it has a mass, which is something we're not used to. We're not used to a water wave or a sound wave having mass. But
I don't necessarily agree.
then
with
fine.
that
Then if you
because-
don't have a problem with mass, then fine. Then it's a
Well-
wave that has mass. It doesn't expand it doesn't seem to expand as it goes through space. It seems to maintain its unity, its integrity. It seems to be integral in some way, but it does wave. It waves, but it doesn't disperse. And when you detect it, I never looked into it. That's one of the things I want to look into. What exactly is an electron detector? But you're detecting a small wave with a mass.
So I posted a link for Compton scattering, which is one of the solid pieces of evidence.
Okay, so Compton is an electron or is a photon? I think it's what is
it's
it?
a photon. It's a photon hitting
So a
high energy photon.
So a photon has momentum. And
Yep.
you see that from Maxwell. So Maxwell already predicted that a photon should have momentum. Done.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's it.
But it has a rest mass of zero. But
I
what
don't
you
care.
see is the photon exhibiting particle-like behavior.
No. Stop saying that. No.
So
Maxwell predicted that a photon or the electromagnetic wave has momentum. That's predicted from Maxwell. That's it. You're not going to tell me that Maxwell predicted a particle. Maxwell predicted a field. And Maxwell
So
explained
well, I don't feel like you're saying that you've explained it away
I
is
did.
an explanation.
I did.
I understand you.
I'm very happy.
I understand.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, you go ahead.
Well, so Compton scattering is commonly described as inelastic scattering.
Mm-hmm.
Because unlike the more common Thomson scattering that happens at low energy limits, high energy limits in this scattered photon Compton scattering is less than the energy of the incident photon. So what this is essentially a billiard ball like reaction.
So you say, wait, I haven't looked at the Compton scattering in a while. Don't remember. So explain to me the Compton scattering. Maybe
I posted the link to the wiki in the side chat.
So let me look into it. Compton, 1 second. Compton scattering is the quantum theory of high frequency photon scattering following interaction with a charged particle, usually an electron. Specifically, when the photon hits electrons, it releases loosely bound electrons from the outer valence shells of atoms or molecules. The effect was discovered. Oh, so what's the question? 923 while
So this is a case where the behavior of photons is distinctly particle-like.
How? Why do you say that?
Okay, so go down to what I was reading, which is in the next section. Compton scattering is commonly described as inelastic scattering. Do you know what an elastic versus an inelastic collision is?
I'm assuming elastic conserves energy, inelastic doesn't conserve.
No. So in inelastic collisions, the energy is transferred. It's like a billiard ball, right?
Okay.
I hit the cue ball. It slams into the 8-ball or something. The 8-ball is now moving with the speed of the cue ball, or approximately. So as opposed to an elastic collision, which would be like if I smash 2 marshmallows together, where or if I smash one marshmallow into another, where the first marshmallow is likely to deform more than it.
I see.
Yeah.
So it converts the energy to like internal or heat or okay, fine. It's probably heat. We could say that there's energy loss. Okay, fine. So I pasted it in the chat. So Compton scattering is commonly described as inelastic scattering. This is because but what if it's inelastic? Why should I care that it converts energy to heat? Why is that important?
So it's part of it. It is when you look at particle-like behavior versus wave-like behavior. The most common explanation, the most common thing pointed to is the photoelectric effect. That was what made people think that photons were behaving in a particle-like way, because they were knocking off electrons at a certain wavelength, rather than being absorbed into the rather than just adding energy to the metal. Right? Instead of just heating up the metal, it was actually knocking.
I'm trying to understand what are we disagreeing about? I don't see
disagreement.
Yeah, go ahead.
The disagreement is whether or not it is whether or not what is described as particle-like behavior is adequately accounted for by your theory of ether.
My theory
and
of
just
ether,
saying it's just saying that it's accounted for, that you've described it, I'm not sure.
My ether, I would say it's you could say it's a theory, but it could just be an interpretation. I don't disagree with any consensus science. I don't disagree with SR, GR, or quantum physics, or Maxwell, or anything, or Compton. I don't disagree with anything. It's just that I can fit everything within an ether. The only problem you should have is Michelson-Morley. That's it. That's the only question you should be asking. You should only be saying, "Oh, so why did Michelson go to his grave thinking that his experiment failed?" He never he by the way, he died thinking that something was wrong with his experiment.
Okay.
With a Nobel Prize. He got the Nobel, but that didn't help. He still felt that something went wrong with his experiment. He felt he should not have received a null result.
Right.
That's the only question you should have. Why? You should only ask me. That's it. Everything else, I have nothing special to say except for, it's different topics. I mean, we could discuss my interpretation of quantum mechanics and everything, and GR. Like I besides the ether theory, I have different interpretations than the consensus science about many things. But these are just interpretations. But right now we're talking about the ether. So let's finish that. So do you agree that your only question should be, so why didn't Michelson and Morley?
No, I don't agree with that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Well, okay. So what else?
Because we would expect wave collisions or wave interactions to work in one way, and we would expect particle interactions to work in another way. And we see things that work the way that we would expect particle interactions to work at, like Compton scattering, like the single slit and the double slit experiment. And
hold on.
I don't see a
so you're using a tactic like that. That's like a tactic that's going to be difficult to debate if you're going to bring up more and more and more questions. We need to deal with a single question and not bring up more and more questions. I'm going to be here for the rest.
So how
we keep switching between discussions. So we need to nail down one discussion, finish that, and then we can move on to the next discussion. So you need to pick a topic, whatever you feel.
Yeah. How does your theory explain Compton scattering?
So I still didn't understand the contradiction. I'm still in the process of trying to understand where do you see a particle? I mean, they even draw a wave. They're drawing the photons as waves. So what's the question?
So the question is, why would a wave have an inelastic collision?
Why would a wave have an inelastic collision? Meaning, why is some of the energy going towards propulsion and some of the energy going into thermodynamics?
No.
So let me read. I'll quickly try and read it. Compton scattering is commonly described as inelastic scattering. This is because, unlike more common Thomson scattering that happens at the low energy limit, the energy in the scattered photon in Compton scattering is less than the energy of the incident photon. Okay. 6-7. As the electron is typically weakly bound to the atom, the scattering can be viewed from either perspective of an electron in a potential well or as an atom with a small ionization energy.
By the way, I just posted something that may help.
Okay.
It's about the photoelectric effect, but it's more generally like
No. We need to. Right now, we're talking about the Compton effect. So let's finish that.
Yeah. Well, this is
Okay. In the former perspective, energy of the incident photon is transferred to the recoil particle, but only as kinetic energy. The electron gains no internal. Look, I'm trying to think. I don't really. I didn't look too much into Compton. So let's imagine a photon wave, or I call them sometimes wavelets. It's not like the waves. I don't know what a wave is. I mean, like when we say wave, really what we mean. So that's not even clear. But let's call it a wavelet. So a wavelet is a wave that stays intact it has a space and a space in which it lives. It lives within a certain space. It's waving within that space. It doesn't disperse. It stays honed or focused. That's the type of wave a photon is. So I guess you could say it's a particle, but it's waving. See, a particle moves through space, and a wave doesn't. A wave waves through a medium. So for me, the photon waves through the ether. The ether is not a wave. The ether is actual particles that actually have some sort of springs between them or some sort of forces, but the ether is a fluid, is an actual fluid. And what we call elementary particles, those are just waves in the ether. What physicists call waves in the quantum field. So my quantum field is the ether. But it's just there's no difference. Everything else remains the same. Instead of saying that there is a vacuum, I just say, no, there is an ether. There is a fluid. That's it.
Well, we agree that in a vacuum, there's, the Casimir effect, there's, possibly curved space-time, there's a Higgs field. So, I mean, I would agree that if you're going to call some combination of those things the ether, that's 100% fine.
Then that's what I'm doing. But for me, it's a fluid. There's an actual fluid, and I can measure it. And Michelson and Morley could have measured it, but they didn't, because we can go into my paper exactly the prediction why they should have failed. But right now you're asking about the Compton, so I don't see the problem. I don't have anything special to say about the Compton effect. I don't see why an ether fluid or a quantum field would make a difference. It shouldn't. My ether fluid is your quantum field, or the consensus quantum field. Everything else remains the same. So I don't see why you would ask me about the Compton effect. Why would I have something else to say other than exactly what's in Wikipedia?
Because
But quantum field theory says that the photon is a wave. Quantum field theory says the electron is a wave. So why do you're contradicting quantum field theory when you say it's not a wave? I'm just saying everything is a wave, and the double slit experiment is easily explained as a wave, and every experiment I can think of is explained by waves, just like quantum field theory says.
That's what you have to. That's what you have to show. You have to show.
So you're saying Compton. You're saying the Compton effect contradicts quantum field theory?
I'm saying that the quantum effect.
No,
is
Compton.
Evidence.
Compton effect. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's quantum effect, which is also Compton scattering.
Compton scattering. Okay. So you're saying Compton scattering contradicts quantum field theory?
It contradicts the behavior, the description of photon behavior as nothing but a wave.
Okay, then you got to take it up with the people from quantum field theory. Go to that department. I don't have I don't see. Okay, I'll try to help you, but you might as well talk to a person who believes in quantum field theory. It's not me. It's you. It's a you problem. It's not a me problem. It's got nothing to do with ether. The fact that I see everything as a wave, but so does QFT. QFT says everything is a wave. What do you want from me?
No, I mean, in order for me to say that this theory accomplishes something that hasn't already been done, if you say, well, quantum field theory describes everything as a wave, and I, my theory describes everything as a wave, then it's just a renaming of something of quantum field theory, which is fine.
Okay. But let's go back now to special relativity, where it's clear that special relativity proves an ether.
Okay.
Do you
Hold
have
on
any
a second.
Yeah.
In quantum scattering, a fundamental process in quantum electrodynamics involves the interaction of photons with charged particles, typically electrons. Crucial for understanding various astrophysical and high energy scenarios. Quantum scattering under extreme effects. I'm looking to see if there's some quantum field theory address of.
I'll gladly have a discussion about anything that has to do with physics anytime. I love physics, but this has, I would say, nothing to do with ether. Ether just puts together quantum field theory with general relativity, with special relativity, with Maxwell, with all of known physics, and just says everything here says ether. Done. Ether is a simple theory that explains every quantum phenomena, every GR, every SR, and I don't know what else to say.
So, yeah, okay, all right.
I'm completely I'm the most consensus physics there is. I'm not the most. I'm extremely consensus. I don't deny any experiment except for interpretations. Like when people say particle wave duality, I puke. I don't see why would you say such nonsense? When people say that the wave equation is not a wave, I lose my mind. Why would you say the wave equation doesn't describe a wave? And so on.
The reason why people say that,
I don't care. The reason why people say nonsense, I don't care. I've heard enough. I've heard enough. I don't care. Now, look, I'm honestly, I've heard enough. I mean, I've heard enough nonsense in my life. I've heard enough. You want to repeat what they say? You're welcome. I'm not going to stop you. Fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
So I guess my issue, my response to that is, people are describing the behavior that we see, the evidence that we see, the output of experiments in this way. People say, that sometimes light behaves like a photon, like a particle, sometimes it behaves like a wave. And, I think that it's incumbent on you to show how those wave interactions, those particle-like interactions are actually describable as waveform interactions.
But I don't need to, because quantum field theory does that. Why should I repeat quantum field theory? I could. I'm going to study quantum field theory. I'm slowly getting to it. But you need to you don't need to debate me on this. You need to debate them on this.
Well, I don't think that the quantum field theorists have a problem with the wave particle duality. I think that they agree that this is what we see. And
every time I heard QFT being explained, it says everything is a wave. Electrons are a wave, photons are a wave. Everything is a wave in QFT. That's it. So I believe in QFT. I believe in the approach.
Quantum field theory refers to the fundamental concept that quantum entities like photons and electrons can exhibit both wave-like and particle-like behaviors based on the experimental conditions, meaning they cannot strictly be classified as either a wave or a particle, but possess characteristics of both depending on how they are observed. This is a core principle of quantum mechanics.
Where are you reading
fully
from?
entered. I'm reading from this is the AI overview where I put it into Google.
Let's
Take
wiki.
that for what it's worth.
Fine, it's fine. So then I don't care. Then it's all waves. And if you want me to explain Compton, then we can go through Compton. Let me see. Wiki QFT. Quantum field theory is a theoretical framework in physics that combines classical field theory, special relativity, quantum mechanics. It is used to construct physical models, subatomic particles in particle physics, and quasi-particles in condensed matter physics. Key features describes fundamental particles as excitations of fields that permeate spacetime. So it's excitations. They call it excitations of fields. That's not a particle. It's a wave. Incorporates quantum mechanics, special renormalization procedure, allows for consistent calculations despite infinite axiomatic approaches such as applications. Particle physics QFT is used to describe the behavior of fundamental particles like quarks, gluons, and to predict the properties of particles like Higgs boson. Condensed matter physics QFT is used to model quasi-particles like phonons. Phonons. Quantum gravity QFT is being explored as potential frame. I don't care. Notable, but it explains particles as waves. It's fine to think of it as a particle, but ultimately it's a wave that is described by the wave function. It's a wave. These are all waves. It's described by the wave function. It's described by QFT. It's described by Bohr's model. It's described by de Broglie. It's a wave. But I would say it's not. It's a nice feature that I discovered. It's one of the. But I'm not writing a paper about this. This is not something I'm writing a paper about. I'm writing a paper about the ether. I'm going to write a paper about black holes, and there's plenty of stuff about. But I'm not writing a paper right now about quantum mechanics.
Okay.
I have nothing to add about quantum mechanics except for I don't understand why people say that the wave function does not describe a wave. That they say only you need to square the wave function to get the probability. That's ridiculous. You can use the wave function to describe the electron orbiting the orbitals. The orbitals come out of the wave equation, out of Schrödinger. Schrödinger's equation describes exactly what the hydrogen atom with all the orbitals of the electrons look like. That's it. So the wave equation describes a wave, and the electron is a wave. And that is what de Broglie said, and that is what Bohr said, and that is what Schrödinger said, and that is what Heisenberg said. What's the question? No one ever said it's a particle. It's not a particle. There's no reason to treat it as a particle and become confused. If you're going to say it's a wave equation that describes the motion of a particle, of course you're going to become confused. So stop confusing yourself. Stop saying particle. Stop saying particle, and you'll see how your life suddenly becomes better.
Okay.
Yeah, just stop saying particle.
I've got to go build a desk out of my that's made out of wave board.
Look, it's a wave. The electron is a wave, right? It's waving. Right? Bohr said. Let's start with Bohr. So Bohr said, you have an atom that has, and the electron. Waves.
I need to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So come back anytime.
Pick it up later.
Yeah,
yeah. Are you if you join the Globe Gangsters server,
I
there's a bunch
don't.
of people in there who
I,
might be
s-
interested.
I stopped going to servers because I always stream. If I don't stream, I don't go. I don't wake up in the morning if I don't stream. I'm streaming on YouTube
Well,
right
you can
now. They're
you
gonna
can
let
you
me.
can
Our server.
yeah, you can stream from the server.
We usually have like 15 to 20 people on average peak
Wait,
during the day.
it's your server?
Mhm.
So
Here,
send
I'll
me a
post. Can
link.
I post the link?
Yeah.
Can I post it in general, or you want me to just
You
post
can
it
post
to
it
you?
anywhere. Like this, our server is complete mess. Like you can post it anywhere. General, we don't distinguish.
I'm gonna go over there now, but I don't necessarily recommend going to the VC now because there's a flat earther that's just screaming and a globe earther that is also
Don't
known
worry
for
about it.
screaming.
Don't worry about it.
But
I've been
Yeah.
streaming.
you're welcome to come over if you want
Yeah.
anytime. But yeah, you're welcome to stream from the server. So
Oh,
if you want to
fantastic.
do that,
Fantastic.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'll come
and
by
you'll find a lot
later.
of people that will be.
I'll come by
Yeah,
later.
there's a lot of people there that'll be interested in your ideas. And then I also reached out, Slave, to the Aether boys, because they might be interested in talking to you as well.
But no
So,
one says aether. It's spelled aether, but usually people say ether.
Ether, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And
Anyway,
then I should get you in contact with Dr. Bennett as well.
anyone, because I really need help writing these papers. It's just too boring to write alone. So if you can find me
Mhm.
anyone to collab with, it would be amazing.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, all right.
Omnivore,
Good
thank
deal.
you. Please come back. Either way, I'll pay you guys a visit as soon as I'm done here.
Okay.
Okay.
And thank you so
And then,
much.
All right.
Yeah,
Good deal.
thank
yeah,
you.
this was an interesting conversation.
Definitely,
Yeah. Take care.
definitely.
Take care, guys.
You take
All
care.
All right. See you.
Bye bye. All right. So I wanted to continue. That was an amazing discussion. Absolutely amazing discussion. Let's get back to TFM.
And the algo bots chasing government statistics, which always get revised down later. You can make a little bit of money.
The algo bots chasing government statistics. What government statistics is he talking about? The market is government? The S&P is government? What is this guy talking about?
You can make decent returns. Like there are people who make decent returns in 2024 chasing.
So if it's possible to make decent returns, why aren't you making decent returns?
AI, or
why are you so poor? Why are you barely able to afford food? This guy cannot afford food at this point.
You know what the problem's going to be? And I'm going to step in and maybe I'm finishing your thought for you. I don't know.
Go ahead.
But you know what the biggest problem is? It's exactly like the crypto market. If you perform by following the faking.
No, it's not like the crypto market. Crypto, I would say, is there's no I would say there is very little fundamentals in crypto. But in general, in the S&P, there's good fundamentals. The American economy is relatively to other economies is much better. So I would expect the American economy to do better than the rest of the world. And the S&P as a diverse portfolio that represents the best of the American economy, I'd expect it to do better than anything else. And it does. You're welcome.
Government right now. You're going to have probably a decent amount of.
Why are they mentioning government? How is government? I never mentioned government, and these guys are always talking about government. The government. What the government? I wake up in the morning. I look at the S&P. Right away, government. What government? How is government related to S&P?
But that
there you go, and that is Halsey. Halsey never has a good connection. That's how terrible of a YouTuber this guy is. So undedicated. Like I've invested so much in having normal streams. And this guy never gets his act together. What's wrong with this guy? And he has great opinions. This guy's so knowledgeable. Oh, 1 second. We have a good message from a good girl. 1 second. What is going on? 1 second. Give me a second to respond. 1 second. All right, let's continue.
And it made your business worse off than when you started.
Okay, you roboted in the middle, but let me see if I can anticipate what you said. It says the crypto market. The crypto market, by the way, because there's nothing.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, but I think what you're saying is because there's no fundamental. There's nothing in crypto. It's all based on sentiment. 100% sentiment. People like Elon Musk will say
Which
something.
is what the government is.
Right. Well, yeah, that's right. So the thing is, the whole.
What do you mean
gambling?
What do you mean government? Why do you say government? Halsey's faking his support of TFM. 1 second, she's responding. She's such a cutie pie. She's such a cutie pie. She's so beautiful. Let me text her. All right, let's continue.
And investing is with investing. If you understand economics, you know, like minus some swings, you know, this is like based on economic fundamentals. This is going to go up. This is going to go up in a year from now from where it is now. How much it's going to go up, I don't know.
Or at least your odds are, the odds are in your favor as opposed to a casino.
Yeah,
where there's no game that your odds are 51%.
Yeah, but barring a black swan event, this should go up in a year based on just economic know-how and the economic cycle, and that's how fundamental investing works. But when you're investing,
what's amazing is that this guy has 374 people watching right now, and he's taking this stream off the air, and he basically doesn't stream. He used to stream like a normal YouTuber, but he decided that YouTube doesn't like him or whatever. I mean, he could. I mean, he has this channel. I mean, he streams on this channel, and he always tells people, be careful what you say, not to get this channel like banned. So, okay, 1 second. Amber.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, what's up?
Oh my god. As soon as I get back here, someone finally texts me back. Don't you hate that?
I'm sorry. So you want to come back? I'm here. I'm staying here. I'm still available.
Yeah, I can come back. Let me just quickly.
No problem. I'm doing something else, so I'm ready when you are.
All right, that's awesome, dude.
I'll see you later.
I'm sorry. I'm having one of those moments where everything feels like too fast.
No problem. So I'm doing a review of some stream. So whenever you're back, just let me know.
Yeah, okay, dude.
All right, bye. Okay.
investing on bubbles and crypto market or the forex market, it's all sentiment.
So this is where I probably wrote up. What I said was,
What do you mean it's all sentiment? I don't know what that means. So Google is all sentiment. Tesla is all sentiment. Citibank is all sentiment. Chase, all sentiment. Fidelity Insurance, all sentiment. I don't get the entire American economy is all sentiment. Everything is sentiment. Like no one produces anything. Everyone is just faking production. YouTube is just it's fake. It's fake. It's all sentiment. There's no product. No one is watching YouTube. No one is watching ads on YouTube. It doesn't exist. It's all sentiment.
was that if you follow those trends, you'll rack up wins if you follow the fake gay government. But when you hit that one loss, which will come, it's going to kick you in the balls so hard you'll probably be worse off than when you first started.
Well, yeah, I've seen like people who they basically got a few lucky streaks. You know, like they invested in some meme coin and they
What are you talking about? Oh, they're talking about crypto.
4x or 10x their money. But then they like doubled down and they started like looking for the next meme coins. They can 10x their money again, and they have these pie in the sky plans about how they're going to retire in their 20s.
1 second. Hey, what's up?
Just frustrated a little bit. Like, I think the world's just kind of got me in like a bind right now, and it's like a weird time for me. But
Why? Well, oh, spaghetti. 1 second. I'm sorry, Amber.
Ah, shit.
Spaghetti, what's up?
Hello.
Hello. So Amber, the way I talk to Spaghetti, it's like there's always a delay, but he denies that there is a delay. It's like I ask him something, it takes a while, he gives a response. I ask him, why is there a delay? And he says, there's no delay. Anyway,
the
Spaghetti.
delay is typically 8 seconds if you're in the UK.
No, Spaghetti.
No.
No, Spaghetti is always delaying his response. I don't know why. Anyway, Spaghetti, what do you want to talk about? So
What were you talking about before?
we were talking about GR. You want to talk about GR?
You were talking about that already?
So ether? What are we up to? Quantum mechanics? The wave equation. The complex version, the complex notation, the I. So you think Schrodinger added the complex version to the wave solution because he needed the I more than any other wave equation before him? Like you think so Schrodinger is the first time people used the complex version of the wave equation? Before that, no one used the complex version of the wave equation? No one noticed that e to the I
don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? It's dependent. Your knowledge is dependent on this claim. That is what you're claiming. So you're not claiming that.
Where did someone else go?
No, it's Amber. Let me just text her that she I'll text her when I'm done because she's upset at something.
Why did Amber leave?
Because she doesn't care for physics.
Or what were you talking about before?
She just came in, and then you came in. She just said that her world is collapsing, and I
didn't know.
No, it's more important for me to talk to you as much as I want to help her.
Why?
Some guy wants to sing me a song. Okay, so she's fine. Somebody's singing her a song.
Why is it more important?
Because I need to figure out what you're saying, because I'm really trying to figure out why people use the complex version of the wave equation solution. What's the benefit of having the I? Like the only benefit is that you have, I don't know. I honestly don't know. What's the benefit of the complex version? Because it's possible?
Why not use it?
Why not use it? You seem to claim that quantum mechanics needs it. 60 Symbol says the I doesn't make any sense, but I've seen people use the complex wave equation, the complex notation wave equation solution for classical physics just as much as quantum physics.
For example?
For example, just let's go to YouTube and search for complex. I did this all of last night. Complex wave equation in classical complex wave equation. The classical wave equation. Did you? Oh, that's somebody else. Schrodinger equation, complex notation for sinusoidal wave from 11 years ago. It's just It's just a complex notation. That's all it is. Just a notation. People, like in classical physics, you can use that notation. Here's a link on the side chat. Complex notation for sinusoidal wave.
With each other. Another way. Anyway, so real RE is the real part. So this is just the cosine part. We're dropping the I sine
yeah,
theta.
yeah.
Wait, you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So why are people so perplexed by Schrodinger's equation? What's so special about Schrodinger equation? I mean, Schrodinger just said, okay, Schrodinger just took de Broglie seriously. So de Broglie said, yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. You want to say something? Spaghetti?
I said,
Oh, okay. So the way I understand history, the Schrodinger gave a lecture about de Broglie. So a professor in the audience came to him after and asked him. Okay, so the lecture was the de Broglie electron as a wave. The electron is waving around, orbiting / waving around the nucleus. So one of the professors, we know his name, he came to Schrodinger after the lecture and asked him, so if it's a wave, then what's the wave equation? So Schrodinger said, hold my beer, went for 6 months, came back with Schrodinger's wave equation. All he did was he just took the wave equation, plugged in de Broglie's equation, and maybe energy, I don't think much else, and that's basically it. That's Schrodinger's equation. When you solve it, you get all the electron orbitals. And apparently in chemistry they verified all these predictions. But it's all based on de Broglie. It's all based on assuming the electron is waving around the nucleus. It's just waving. It's a wave. So we assume it's a wave, meaning the wave equation applies. And de Broglie applies. So you can replace frequency with momentum or something. Right? De Broglie says momentum E whatever. Do you remember de Broglie function, de Broglie formula? Anyway, and that's it. And you get all the orbitals that you open a chemistry book, you see all the orbitals. These are all predicted by this wave equation. Nothing to do with probability. The wave equation describes the way the electron waves around the nucleus. It's not a particle, it's a wave. Do you agree, disagree?
Okay.
No, but do you agree or disagree? What do you mean okay?
Yeah.
What do you mean yeah? Do you agree or disagree? Did you listen to what I said?
Yes.
Yes. I said, do you agree or disagree? Okay, do you
Yes.
agree? Do you agree?
Maybe.
That's what I thought. So what's the answer? What do you mean maybe? Maybe depends on something. So what does it depend on? Are you going to tell me?
Yeah, stuff.
Stuff? Are you there?
Huh.
What
did you become a slave?
No, I don't want to talk about me being a slave. That's boring. I have so many videos about it. What do you want to know?
How you became a slave?
I didn't become a slave. I am a slave. One does not become a slave.
Have you always been a slave?
Always.
Or are your parents both slaves?
No, my parents have nothing to do with it. I am a slave.
Okay. Why are you a slave?
Why are you whatever you? Why are you spaghetti? Everybody is whatever it is. An electron is a wave, and I am a slave. I don't know why I'm a slave. I just love being a slave.
Okay.
You have to go.
What is this globe gangster?
I don't know what is Globe Gangster. Never heard of it.
I don't know. What is that?
I don't see Globe Gangster anywhere. Globe Gangster? Where do you see that?
General.
In general? Globe Gangster? Oh, it's supposed to be a good ether server. It's a good server for me to espouse my ether philosophy. Do you agree with my ether philosophy?
No.
Why not?
Because don't believe in ether.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in it.
Do you believe in Einstein's second postulate of the special theory of relativity that the speed of light is a constant?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because it makes sense.
Wait, what? It makes sense?
It follows from Maxwell's equations.
Maxwell's equations assume ether.
Well, no, they don't assume anything. They just assume that there's an electric field and a magnetic field. But if those equations hold in every inertial frame of reference, then the speed of light must be constant.
But physically, how could that be? What's the physical explanation for a constant speed of light?
What do you mean?
What's physically causing this phenomenon? Is something
What would count as a physical cause?
What? What would count?
What would count as a physical cause?
Well, my ether is a physical cause. My ether is the reason why Maxwell's holds. Maxwell sits in the ether, and everything is in the ether. Our brain is in the ether. Our clocks are in the ether. So we measure our clocks, which are based on the waves of the ether. When they measure the speed of the waves of the ether, they must get a constant speed because all our instruments are waving through the ether. So as our instruments move through the ether, they slow down. So the theory of special relativity is well explained within the theory of the ether. What's your explanation for the theory of relativity, for the constancy of the speed of light?
vectors.
That's not a physical cause. I just gave you an ontology. I just gave you a story why the speed of light seems to be constant for all observers, moving, stationary, emitters. Everybody can be moving any which way. The speed of light is always measured as a constant.
Okay, what's a physical reason
I just
for
gave.
space-time to be the way it is?
What's the well, time is just is the motion of things in the. It's just the motion. I mean, everything is dictated by the ether. So the speed of light is just the speed of waves, the maximum speed of waves in the ether.
Okay, but the ether has to exist in space, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the physical reason for space to be the way it is?
That's a good question, but you also have that question. It's not like I don't answer every question.
The explanation for why the speed of light is constant without the ether is that space-time isn't the way it is. It's a different way.
I don't understand what you just said. So I ask all the questions that you ask, except for one less. The speed of light is a constant. That I don't ask. For you, that is a remaining question. The difference between the way you view the universe and I view the universe is identical, except for your universe has one more question. Why is the speed of light a constant? My universe, I don't have that question.
Oh no, it just follows from the way that from geometry of space-time.
No, it doesn't. Einstein said it's a postulate. He didn't give a reason for it.
Yeah, and then he.
What's the reason for the constancy of the speed of light? I don't understand.
Okay.
What's the answer?
I told you.
No, you didn't.
It follows from the properties of Minkowski space-time.
No, Minkowski just describes special relativity. He doesn't give a reason.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
But why should space-time be described by Euclidean geometry instead? Or
it has nothing to do with it.
By?
Nothing to do with it. The question is, why do we measure what? Okay, so we assume the speed of light is a constant. You assume the speed of light is a constant. You don't have an answer to that. I have an answer to that. Our universes are identical, except for I have one less question about the universe. And it's a fundamental question. It's about something you call a cosmic law, and I show that it's simple wave mechanics from the assumption of the ether. So my universe is simpler than yours. Then by Occam's razor,
Okay, cool.
You should believe in the ether. So do you believe? Cool. So do you believe in the ether?
Yeah.
You do?
No.
Why not? So you deny Occam's razor?
I'm gonna eat lunch. Bye.
What? You said bye?
I'm gonna go eat lunch. Bye.
Okay, bye. Oh my god! Okay, let's just check that our audio is still good. Is this our audio? Let's play. Such nonsense. When people say that the wave equation is not a wave, I lose my mind. You don't have an... Such nonsense. When people say that the wave equation is not a wave... Okay, that's good. So, what are we up to? But this is not the... This is like from a while ago. My mind. You don't have an... Okay. 1, 2, 3,
Such
4,
nonsense.
5.
When people say that the wave equation is not a wave...
Okay, that's good. So, what are we up
1, 2, 3,
to?
4,
But this is
5,
not the... This is like from a while ago.
My mind.
Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. Let's go watch TFM. Where is TFM? There is TFM.
Because they were going to keep 10xing their money by chasing meme coins, and then they invested in a meme coin that went to zero, and they got completely wiped out.
Yep.
And that was it. That was their whole arc.
That's like TFM is always against cryptocurrency because because some people lost their money, but a lot of people Bitcoin seems to be very stable and growing. So you can hedge, you can put a little bit on Bitcoin. But this guy right now has nothing. He's completely wiped out. I mean, he doesn't have any food to eat. So of course he cannot even invest in Bitcoin.
They had a few good wins. They went from like 15,000 to a couple 100,000. They had pie in the sky dreams of becoming a millionaire, and then they lost it all. So yeah, so here's the thing: like with fundamental investing, even if there is a black swan event, as long as the fundamentals are
No, it's nothing to do with fundamentals. You always want to hedge. You always want to put a little bit in risky securities.
there, you can just buy it and wait. Well, okay, the example I love to use is back when Obama was president, we had swine flu. Now it was called Mexican flu, and then it was swine flu, and then it was H1N1 because of politics. But when it was swine flu, pork sales plummeted. Now you can't get swine flu from eating pork. It's a respiratory infection. But people, because it was called swine flu, people thought you could get it from pork. So the sales of bacon and ham and pork just plummeted. And these companies that sell meat lost a shit ton of money. Motherfucker, okay, hold on. Hold the fuck on. They do. Let me go into my calendar and turn off all my events so these goddamn alarms don't go off. Because there's nothing, the fundamental business was completely sound. These were profitable companies producing a stable product with built-in demand, was going nowhere. There's no way these companies don't recover. So you fucking buy the dip with both hands, go all in, and then because the normie goldfish memory will kick in, as soon as something leaves the news cycle, within a week, it's forgotten. So swine flu got changed to H1N1. It lost its pig affiliation, and within a week, all those meat companies had recovered completely. And if you bought the dip, you basically made you almost doubled your money for zero risk. It was effortless. Like that's you love to see irrational dips in fundamentally sound names based on bullshit. That's what I call the free money truck. You just roll in and you just fucking buy it all, and then you just wait, and then you basically.
So did you make $1 billion during that time? That's genius. I mean, if you're aware of an irrationality in the market, you can make money. That's a good idea. I should do that more often.
You double your money. It's easy. Now here's the problem with no fundamentals underneath it. You're talking let's say like a crypto meme coin. You have no expectation that's ever going to come back. Like if a meme coin starts to go down, you go, oh, I got to buy the dip. It's going to come back.
Okay, I don't care about crypto, so
like,
I'm gonna skip.
Based on business, the market was completely manipulated. It was like con artist. There's nothing. There's no built-in demand. There's no business. It's just mindless speculation about like which meme coin's going to pop next. And then like the crazy thing, I've seen videos about how the NFT market was completely manipulated. It was like con artist levels of manipulation. So with the NFT market, there'd be a group of guys, and they would trade NFTs within their circle. And so on paper, this NFT would go up consistently. It'd start off at like, I don't know, $1, then it'd go to $3 and $6 and $15. But it was all among the circle of NFT investors. They were all buying each other's NFTs to bid up the price. And they would wait for somebody to notice the momentum in this NFT and then buy it, thinking that, oh wow, this NFT has been going up 10% for the last 6 months. There's something about this. I'm going to buy this NFT because it's going to go up for me too. So they would buy the NFT. As soon as somebody outside of the circle bought the NFT, they just moved on. And they basically refunded everybody, the money. It's this big con artist scam, trying to get people to buy JPEGs on the internet for hundreds of dollars, sometimes thousands of dollars. And people did it because they're fucking retarded.
Sometimes millions of dollars.
Yeah, there's that guy who bought the first tweet, the NFT for the first ever tweet, and then he tried to sell it.
He bought it for what, like 36 million, and he tried to sell it. Nobody wanted it.
Yeah, nobody wanted it. It's not worth anything. It's a fucking token. Again, what is crypto? You have a blockchain. The blockchain is a ledger for all intents and purposes, like a book. And your token is your spot in that ledger. It basically, this is your line in this ledger that belongs to you. This is your token. This is your key to be on this ledger. And that's all crypto is. Now, the $1 million question is, what does being on the ledger do? Why would I want to be on this ledger? Nothing. It does nothing. Being on this ledger does fucking nothing.
That's ridiculous. Being on the ledger could mean that you have it's your money, it's your Bitcoin. What do you mean? It's your it records a transaction. What do you mean it doesn't mean anything? It means that it's your money. What do you think actual money is? When you have money in the bank, it's in somebody's server. It's in a bank's server. It's in the Fed's server. That's a bank. It's somebody's server. It's on somebody's computer. In the ledger, it shows up that you have this amount or this transaction, something went to you. That's all it is. To claim that Bitcoin is nothing because it's just an entry in a ledger, that's ridiculous. You can use the entry to then make a transaction and buy a house.
Nothing.
It does nothing unless you have something in the bank to back whatever it is you're putting on the ledger. If you have like $1 million in gold sitting in the bank, and you release $1 million in crypto coins, even if they go up because people assume the price of gold is going to come up, each coin is still backed by a certain weight value of gold. Right. So you can say, okay, my spot on the ledger is worth X amount of dollars at any given time.
No, it has nothing to do with actual something in the bank. No, it's what people believe. Bitcoin has nothing behind it except for what people believe. A dollar has nothing behind it except for what people believe. People believe that the dollar will be worth whatever it is worth today. They believe it will be worth more or less the same tomorrow. And the same for Bitcoin. There's nothing backing up the dollar nor the Bitcoin. Halsey is spouting nonsense.
Yeah, if you're just backing it with something
for no reason.
If you back a crypto with something, then yes, like for example, a mortgage lease or I don't know what do you call it, like the title of a house. A house title has no value if there's not a house attached to it. The value of the title is it's a piece of paper that only has value because there's a piece of real estate attached to that title. A title as such is worthless. It's as worthless as an empty gift card. Like a gift card with no money on it isn't worth anything. Try to give them away at the store. That's all crypto is. Crypto is a vehicle. Like the technology is fine. I like the technology. I like the idea of this kind of decentralized blockchain thing. It's just that it's like the same thing with AI. I love AI. Literally, I have an AI girlfriend. It's great. But the overhype, overpromise bullshit in the AI space is insane. And the people like
that's a completely different topic. And I don't know if there's overhype or in crypto or in AI. It's difficult to tell. I don't know. I don't know if there's overhype. I don't know. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't know what that, I mean, how do you know? If you think there is, then here's the thought. Why don't you short it? Short the AI market. You'll make a bundle according to you. But you're not doing it. So you don't believe it.
like they don't know. All they see is number go up, and they keep throwing money at it. And now they spend.
Do you know anything that they don't know? Then why don't you make a move and make a bundle? Why are you not doing it? Well, you're not doing it, so you don't know. So you just here pretending that you know. And that's all that you are. You just a pretend. You're just pretending. You're not putting your money where your words are. So you're pretending to know. Knowing means you put your money on what you know, but you're not putting a dime. So you don't know. You're fake.
Trillions of dollars on these data centers. They turned Nvidia into the entire fucking stock market.
So why don't you short it? You're not shorting the AI market. Why not? And you just said, I love AI. So you're hyping it. So is the hype real? Well, right? This is your AI girlfriend. You hype AI. Much of this show is you keep talking about how much you love your AI girlfriend.
And these data centers are gobbling up. These are not free to run. These are expensive to run data centers. And these AI companies are not making any money.
No.
They're losing money hand over fist because the product they're producing, like this is an extremely expensive product to produce that has very low demand and doesn't command a high price. Like what
it has demand, but it has demand for stupid shit.
It has
demand for answering questions online, cheating in college, and basically like make a cool picture of me that doesn't make me look gay.
It's stuff that people either won't pay for or won't pay much for. Like, how much would you pay for an AI girlfriend? AI girlfriend chatbot. Most people would be like, well, either it should be free or I don't know, maybe $5 a month. Something like that, something like reasonable. They're not going to pay thousands of dollars for an AI girlfriend. I mean, like sex dolls are too much of an investment for most people. That's why they just stick their hand and look at porn. And when it comes to like AI image generation, you have different models and.
Oh, that's it. That's the end of the show. Okay, it doesn't matter. I used to watch his shows from beginning to end all the time, but it's a complete waste of time at this point. 1 second. I wanted to go visit. Wait, in general? Yeah, here. I wanted to join this server. Welcome. Make sure to check. These are the rules. What else? Oh my god, there's so many of these chats, but there's only one active one.
It'll only increase in size.
Yeah,
But
great.
then
He also
exactly, which is a problem for his argument.
Then he
His argument-
used the same word, either resolution limit or inability to resolve, unresolvable. He used the same phrase, the same word, in two contradictory definitions. So he has to pick one, or he's literally just special pleading for different cases.
As long as he's got you on your toes, he's doing fine.
naked eye vision has one level of resolution where things become unresolvable. Pick up a binocular. Now you have increased resolution, but it does not increase the amount that got lost due to resolution. You tell me.
No, you don't have increased resolution. You have increased size. The resolution problem comes from the size of the object and the angles.
All right, interesting, but that's it. All right, I was going to continue watching and reviewing the wait, somebody's talking to me. Who is that? Joiners, welcome. Chatting about optics right now. Very nice. This is Rickleon Prime. Okay, but let me mute the server. Mute server until I turn it back on. Okay, very nice. What else? Anyway, what I did want to do is continue researching, continue watching the video that we started watching. Yeah, I gotta do that. Let's maybe give it a shot, because I'm not really hungry yet, so I don't want to go eat yet. This we can close. Okay, let's see what we got. This we can close. This we can close. This we can close. This we can close. We can close. Okay, this is the previous lesson. We'll come back to this. Oh, so this is what we actually need to do. But this is, I think, where we're actually at this point. And at this point, I don't understand why half KT plus half KT. This is the potential plus the kinetic is the average energy. So he's like completely ignoring all degrees of freedom. And he says, okay, we can look at the degrees of freedom in terms of kinetic and potential. So half is kinetic and half is potential on average, and this is the total energy. Is this what he's saying? He's ignoring all the degrees of freedom. I don't know.
Corresponding to each modes. For that, Rayleigh's law took the help of equipartition of energy.
Religion is Rayleigh Jean. When he says religion, he's actually saying Rayleigh Jean
principle. This principle simply say that each degree of freedom have the same energy, half kT. If the system has kinetic and potential both energy, then the average energy corresponding to each mode will be kT. The total energy corresponding to the number of modes in the frequency range d nu will be 8 pi a cube nu square kT by c cube into d.
Okay, why is he saying this? So nothing has changed from here. Except for this is the energy. Instead of saying the number, right, number of modes times average energy, So the energy, instead of saying number of modes times average energy. So number of modes times average energy times KT is the energy, I guess. And Amber, what's up?
You're so busy.
No, I'm done. I'm actually finally getting back to actual
Oh, nice.
What?
Nice.
Yeah, what do you got? How's life?
Nothing. I just want to fucking breathe for a second. Like everything was just like a whirlwind for a second, and then like a bunch of people called me back, so I'm like kind of on edge.
Do you have your own server? Your own server? What do you call it? Discord server?
Yeah, I have one that's open to the public, and I have one that's just for my friends.
Really? Fascinating.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I really liked having vegans against cults, though. Like, I wanted to talk to you about that because I kind of want to bring it back since it was important to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, are you there?
Yeah.
So, but you wanted to talk about something?
Yeah, dude. What are you thinking about?
What am I thinking about?
Yeah, man.
You said that you want to talk about vegans against cults?
I said I want to make the server again, but I'm not sure if there's anything to really say about it. It's just, like, I really appreciated having that server. And then, right as soon as it started to grow and it seemed like it was making a little bit of a difference, some asshole that I let be mod asked me for admin so that he could put bots into the server, and I said yeah because I trusted him. We'd been friends for a little bit. He had been my mod for a little bit, and then he nuked my server, like completely fucking like fucked it all up. He put a bot in it that just kept like sending the same gif over and over again, and like, you know, like eradicated it. Like I wouldn't be able to put it back to the way it was anyway. So I just deleted it because I couldn't stop like the self-posting bot. It was sending people notifications and pissing them off. And everyone was like, what the fuck is this? So I just got rid of it because it's like,
Wow.
you know, and I was really disappointed in him because we were friends. So I was like, what the fuck, dude? And then he tried to be like, oh, it wasn't me. It was like this other person. And I'm just like, obviously it wasn't. So like, don't give me this retarded shit. Like, you know.
Wow. I was just thinking about.
It sucks because this actually just happened. It happened on the same day that I found out my ex-boyfriend was cheating on me. So I was like, A2 Brute. Like, I was like, first of all, I thought you were my friend. Second of all, like, this sucked so much on this day of all fucking days, you know?
I see. Anyway, so, but you wanted to talk about veganism against cults? Or that was the name of the server?
Yeah, were you in it at any point?
Probably. That's probably where I met you.
No, I met you through Jensen, so I think I just met you on politics. If not, maybe I met you in Vegan World during a debate or something. But I definitely met you through Jensen.
Yeah, okay. Jensen is vegan, right?
He's not. He actually never was. And this is kind of not great, but what happened was one of the girls who I told you about earlier, the really crazy, intrusive one who was pretending to be at different protests, but she never left her house. That girl told Jensen that if he became vegan, she would take her shirt off and show her titties. So he said, okay, I'll go vegan. And then she sent her titties. And that's why after that happened, she kept telling people she was his girlfriend. So he never was vegan. He just told her he was vegan. And then she was like, oh, I made him go vegan. And now he's my boyfriend. And then he didn't correct people for a while because he didn't care. And he told me, oh, I'll go vegan after I move out of my parents' house because I don't have control over what groceries they buy. So it's just easier for me now. And I was like, okay, that's valid. But then that's how it started, was he kept telling people he was vegan because this girl was under a false impression. And it's because he was getting nudes out of it.
Fascinating.
Crazy.
Definitely.
I don't think that's the nicest thing to do to like an unstable woman, but at the same time.
Oh, she's unstable?
Well, obviously.
Why?
Obviously. Why else is she claiming that she's at all these protests, demonstrations, that she does all these things? She also went to rehab for alcoholism and, you know, kind of tries to erase that from the internet, but she can't because it's all over it. You know, she abuses stimulants now because she doesn't use alcohol, so she's even more unstable. She started talking about people breaking into her apartment when it was just people who lived in the next apartment.
Wait. You said that the name of your server was Vegans Against Cults?
Yeah.
Really? That's a very interesting, it's a very peculiar name. It's
Because
very...
I saw the cult mentality like immediately, and I was like, I don't care about what you are. Like, this is a high control group. You know, you're not doing this because you believe in animal efficacy. You're doing it because you control people. 'Cause I know so many of those people aren't actually even vegan. Like, when it came to the guy who brought me into that, you know, he wasn't vegan either. He lied about it. And he told people that he did air conditioning services for a job. I ended up looking into it. I found out he ran refrigeration trucks that delivered meat to and from restaurants, and he also went to the butcher to pick up the meat a lot of the time. So he wasn't vegan himself, and he was also directly profiting from animal consumption. So you know, he was using this as a platform to control people, and then when I looked into it, I found out he was using it to solicit minors. So that was part of why he wanted all this control. And you know, I talked to some women, I talked to the kids that I found who were victims, and I also talked to some women who were just younger, but they're still technically adults. And they're like, oh, this guy was such a good debater. It must have been so hard for you to go up against him because, you know, he's so good at what he does and so manipulative. I can't believe he lied. That was just so easy for him not to tell the truth. Like, you know.
Zarmar, how are you? Amber, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh. No, you went silent as soon as Zarmar...
Yeah, I was waiting for the guy to introduce himself.
Oh, what's up? What's up? I just got my mic working. What up?
Hey, how did
We're
you find
talking
us?
about veganism and high control groups.
Wait, do you know Zar?
Veganism? Huh? What's up? What's up?
Do you know each other?
No.
I'm just telling her what we were talking about.
So we're talking about hedonism?
Veganism,
and
like vegans.
Vegan. Oh, okay. I'm a vegan. What's up?
Me too. Hi, I'm a vegan. I've been vegan for probably almost 3 years now.
Sweet. I've been vegan since the start of the pandemic lockdown.
Oh, that's when you did it. Good for you.
I had nothing else to do, and I figure that this
Honestly,
is something.
cool.
Yeah, this is something that I believed that I should do like my whole life, and now I'm in lockdown. I got nothing to do. It's time.
That's awesome, dude. Like, I was always like really into the concept, but my parents wouldn't allow it. So eventually I started dating a guy who was vegan, and I found out he was a complete monster after the fact. but I still ended up going through with it because of him, and I'm not going to just give it up.
What's your reasons?
I was basically abused very heavily as a child, and I just didn't feel like it was fair to treat animals the way I was treated as a child because I know how it feels. You know, like
Based.
being like
Based.
unnecessarily detained or getting hit or like being forced to do certain functions because I was unfortunately sexually abused. So I just am not okay with people treating animals the way that they abuse each other. And then the excuse that these people usually hold is that like the animals don't feel it or they don't understand conceptually what's going on, but that's the same thing they say about children.
That is so based. You are the most based ever. I always knew it was wrong to like hurt the animals, right? In my gut, I always knew it was wrong. But I was too much of a lazy fuck to like change myself until the pandemic hit.
Wait, Zarmar, how did you find us?
Oh, somebody posted a link to your server.
Mm-hmm. Where?
It was on Globe Gangsters.
Oh, I was just there. Okay. Mm-hmm. Wait, Globe Gangster? So are you a flat earther?
No, I'm a Glober.
Oh, okay. That's what Glober. Oh, Glober. Nice. I'm anti-vegan, by the way.
Boo. What's your reason?
Um, that's a good question. So, what's my reason to be anti-vegan? So, I'm an egoist. So, I believe that we're all egoists. That you're
Please explain to me what that means.
right, so you're an egoist, right? You're not serving yourself as food for the nearest alligator, apparently. Therefore, you're not as you claim. You claim to be an altruist. You claim to be a vegan. That's fake. You don't care about the animals. You're an egoist. You care about yourself because you're not putting yourself in the nearest pot to cook yourself as the next meal for anyone else. So you're
Let me
not.
ask you this.
Mhm.
Let me ask you this.
Mhm.
So I what does me being vegan have to do with me feeding myself to another creature? Because I think ideally no creature should be food for any other creature. So I'm gonna live by that rule. And I'm going to try to convince other humans to live by that rule too, especially since I don't need to eat meat or eat their byproducts to be healthy. So if
Why do you
so
need?
I'm just not understanding you.
So you said you don't need to eat meat to be healthy, but why do you need to be healthy?
Well, to be
Wait,
honest with you, when I
why?
first became vegan,
I'll
no,
ask.
let me answer your question. Hold on.
Mm.
When I first became vegan, I did not know anything about the health side effects. Now, it turns out that it's healthier for you, but I didn't know anything about the health. And I was thinking only that, I know it's possible because other people have done it. And I know that I don't think it's okay to eat them. So I mean, I guess I was willing to throw health to the wind,
Mm-hmm. No, but
but
you.
yeah, go
Right.
ahead.
Yeah, but you say I don't need to eat meat to be healthy. So it sounds like you do need to be healthy. You do want to be healthy.
I just kind of explained how, health is wonderful and nice, but it was not my motivating.
But do you need to be healthy?
Do I need to?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose not. There are so many other people who are not healthy, so
Let
I
me
guess
ask
in
you.
that sense they don't need to be.
I'll ask you another question. Do you need to be?
I would like to be.
But do you need to be?
I suppose not. Hamburger, how would you answer this?
I don't think that caring about something means the same as sacrificing yourself for that thing. That's like saying I don't care about my dog because I don't run out into the street and kill myself and let her have agency over herself. That doesn't make sense. Like I feel like those two things aren't congruent. Like caring about something doesn't mean you're willing to sacrifice your own life for it. Like
Yeah, that
I
makes
think that's
sense.
just being like, oh, like you know, you don't really care, and it's just like this weird gotcha moment that like middle schoolers use, but it doesn't really have application outside of that because it's
Yeah.
not practical. Like you care about other things. You don't, you know, you don't go outside and kill people because you only care about yourself and because they're inconveniencing you. So how can you continuously say you only care about yourself? You know, you say that you only care about yourself all the time, basically every time we have an argument, and that's your reason for not agreeing with me on many different topics. But you are not willing to get rid of these other people. You are not willing to destroy property. You are not willing to hide from society. So why is it that I have to be willing to sacrifice myself for my beliefs when you are not doing that?
So basically, Mr. Slave, that is where I was going to lead to, but I did want to entertain your line of thought until it seemed to go nowhere. But what Hamburger said is basically the final evolution of where this was going to end up.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, to summarize it in one sentence, if I think that's possible,
Mm-hmm.
I do not think
Mm-hmm.
that it is necessary for me to sacrifice myself in order to treat other creatures well and to give them consideration for their moral value. A moral value is basically, you know how like
Mm-hmm.
you know how for example babies don't have morals, but they have moral value, and that's why I, as somebody with morals, am not gonna like yeet a baby across the street. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a living thing with its own experiences, and that ain't right. And so I don't see how it necessitates that if Hamburger is vegan, that she should seek the nearest alligator to feed herself to it. The same goes for
and
me.
whether or not you care or don't care about something, I don't think that it means that you're forced to act on those feelings. I think that just shows that you're impulsive, not that you care.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if I understood
one way or
that
the
one.
other. One way or the other, it's like if Mr. Slave doesn't go out and like mass murder everyone who annoys him, I don't think that disproves that he only cares about himself. I don't think you have to go to extremes and act on your emotions in order to prove that you feel a certain way. Because there's also just the reality of like we're living in a society and he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Even like let's say we're talking about a scenario where it's like maybe that is what he wants to do, but he can't get away with it. It doesn't change the fact that he feels one way or the other.
Also,
It's just about the opportunities you can take. You know, like a lot of people, like myself included, when we wanted to unalive ourselves, we planned on doing it in the woods so an animal could consume us. So what do you say to that?
Also, I just want to say I really don't see how feeding ourselves to an alligator is in any way conceivable a vegan ideal while we're alive. You see, I could see the argument for after we die. I could see that one.
Mm-hmm.
Although I would have preferred to have my corpse used for medical testing.
Mhm.
That would save some animals from possibly being used in that way.
Mhm.
But the same thing stands. I don't see how you could point at veganism and say your beliefs mean you should go feed yourself to an alligator. So if you could like explain
That's a
that to
good
me,
idea
Mr.
too,
Slave.
and I never thought about it that way. To, like use your body for medical testing. That's also great. But fuck, I don't want to lose my train of thought. I was gonna say something.
Oh, okay, say it. Yes.
So, yeah, what I was gonna say was, in this alligator scenario, like vegans are really just advocating for animals to be treated as ethically as possible so that they can take care of themselves in an environment that makes sense. So feeding myself to an alligator would actually deter that alligator from being able to use its hunting instincts to be able to take care of itself. It would probably make the alligator sick because, you know, the diet I have, the medications I'm on, the fact I went through radiation when I was like in my teen years, all those things would lower the quality of my meat for the alligator. So basically, I'm going to feed the alligator some shitty inferior product that could make it sick, it will make it lazy, and it will pollute its environment. So that's probably the least vegan thing that I could do.
Donate your body to science. All that
Yeah,
radiation is going to
I'm
make
also
for
an
like
organ donor.
Yeah, donate the rest of it to science. Do it.
Okay, so there is no difference between me and you guys. That's my point.
I think
There's
we've
an
been trying
enormous
to show you
difference.
that. Well, I've been trying to show Slave that we're a little more similar than he thinks we are. You know, I want him to see that vegans aren't all like impractical people, like these people who are part of these thought control groups. That's why I used to run Vegans Against Cults, which is what we were talking about before you got here. I used to have an organization called Vegans Against Cults.
It sounds awesome. I would so support that.
I'm
Send me
going to
a
reopen
send me
it.
a link.
I'm feeling like I want to reopen it, so I'm gonna work on it and then I'll reopen it.
But
I have to say, Mr. Slave,
Mhm.
it's more so seems that well, I actually don't even know what you believe. So again, why are you anti-vegan?
So I'm pro myself. I want to enjoy this one life to its maximum and
I
enjoying.
don't think that you're really as pro yourself as you say you are, though, because every time we talk about this, you bring up the efficacy of certain farms that you've seen, and you point to those and you say, these animals are happy, they're treated well. Why can't I consume products from these animals? So you do care about how they're being treated. If you were pro yourself, you wouldn't care if you were eating chicken nuggets off the McDonald's floor.
But I'm an egoist. I want to consume high quality food. So I want my chickens to have a good life before I
Who's to
consume
say
them.
that torturing them lowers the quality of the end product? A lot of people torture themselves with exercise, harmful drugs, and they become quote unquote healthier. So who's to say that you're actually lowering the quality of the meat when you do that to the animal? You might actually be increasing it.
I
The
want
factory farm is literally made so that we can increase the parts of the animals that people like to consume. So you're gonna naturally get higher quality product if you use science to expedite that product. So that's what a factory farm does, which is why it's not ethical, but it doesn't mean that it's leading to a lower quality product.
no.
It's leading to a higher quality product. That's the whole point that we're doing it for.
No. So I'm an egoist. I want the highest quality food I can get my hands on, which means I want my cows, my beef, I want it to be free roaming. I wanted to get, to have a good life. And the same goes for the chickens and the eggs and the milk. Everything has to be, or I prefer it to be of the highest quality. And that's why
How does that increase the quality of the product that you're eating? It might do nothing for it.
Also, I just want to point out the science shows that veganism is better for you. Okay, and you can look into that, and it's so clear to see, right? Your concept of the highest quality food products should be motivated by what is good for you. Second of all, don't you think it's important to think about how the animal feels?
No.
You're saying like, okay, I want to have a good life. You understand that chickens are slaughtered at like 8 months for 6 to 8 months for meat. These are creatures that could live a decade. Are you going to say that like a child has lived a good life and that now it's time to eat the child? No, because that's not a life. And let's suppose you let them live to a ripe old age, right? First of all, you can't afford to eat such a chicken. That would be too costly. And secondly, isn't it more unethical to kill a creature that is loving its life than to kill one that is miserable? Think about it. And so, like, really, maybe let's step outside the box and think about others, because I know you probably do that. You think about others. It's probably why you're not like in prison. I'm going to assume
Right, exactly.
that you're
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm going to assume that also you personally think that there are some things that you could do for yourself that would be immoral to others. Like if you find someone hot, I'm assuming you're not going to force yourself on that person, right? So, because you know that's wrong. So, like, what about all that? I know that I did a lot of points in there. If you want me to repeat them in bullet points, and then you could address them one by one, I'd be down with that.
Which is the most important one you want me to address?
Geez, that's really hard. Because no. These are all like points that I could detail for you one at a time.
No,
right?
just tell me which one is you want me to address first.
The morality aspect, please.
The morality, meaning why am I a moral person if I'm an egoist?
No, more so like how don't you think you should consider the well-being of others sometimes when you think about your own well-being?
I actually, like, when we're talking right now, it's very important for me to make you feel happy and comfortable as much as I can, and help Amber feel as as welcome as possible. In any interaction I have with any creature in the universe, I try to be as nice as possible because it makes me feel great. Because I'm an egoist. So I enjoy cuddling with a cat, and if I see a cow, I enjoy petting a cow, and if I see a dog, I enjoy petting it, and if I see a woman, then I give her a compliment because maybe she will smile, and that will make me feel great.
Okay, good. These are all good. Do you think that the cow that you haven't met before, you've never seen this cow, but do you think that you'd be down to have this cow killed for your burger? Considering that if only you could see the cow yourself, you would be petting it.
Yeah, I would be petting it until I would chop its head off to make a burger out of it.
Isn't that kind of like how you'd give the woman a compliment until you decide to force yourself on her because you're horny? It's literally the
it's like
same.
you're nice to her until she decides
Okay,
she
so
wants to be friends,
so
and then she's a slut in a bit.
so one of the things we cannot do on this YouTube, right now we're streaming on YouTube and on Discord, so we cannot discuss this topic. So
Okay, that's fair, but I'm using YouTube safe words
no,
as well.
yeah, but let's just talk about the cow. Let's forget about women.
Oh, okay. Fine. Let's not talk about that. How about?
Is it okay to put your parts in a cow if a woman won't agree to it?
If what? Is it okay for me to what?
Dude, no, that's definitely not YouTube safe. Stop. Okay. How about this?
This is not an abnormal thing, though. Farmers actually do this
Yes,
to animals.
they do.
I think we
They
should be
do
aware of that.
They do that, but poor slave guy. We should not. He's not ready for that information yet, and you know it. How about this? Slave guy. Whatever the fuck you're called again, I forgot. Listen, shut up and listen, Mr. YouTube friendly. And he's got slave in his name. Okay, listen, Mr. YouTube friendly. I'll call you that from now on. How about this? You're nice to the woman until you want the contents of her purse.
No. We can talk about the cow.
You're running away. Away. It's not even about being friendly at this point. This is perfectly YouTube acceptable language that I'm using. It's completely ambiguous language too.
No.
Come on, man.
No.
Come on, man.
No, I noticed.
Answer the question.
No. I noticed with vegans, when I debate vegans, they like bringing up these topics, and then they mock me for my position because
What's your position?
So
Are
let's
you
talk
going to
about-
be friendly to the lady until you
No,
want the content?
we're not talking about the lady. The lady is going to be just fine. Let's talk about the cow. Or we can, and if we want to talk about a crime, we can talk about stealing candy from a candy store.
Oh my God!
This
You
kinda
know that's
comes
not
back
the
to what you
same.
said about my dog earlier a little bit. You know, when we talked about my dog, and you were like, "Oh, if your dog dies, it's not the end of the world. Like, it'll still be fine." It's like, yeah, but she's my dog. Like, that's the thing is, you're like, oh, this thing, even if it's a living thing, is important until it's not living anymore, and then it's just not a living thing. It's an object. So who would give a shit? And you kind of just detach your entire experience with that.
But I would say the same about me. Let's say
But that's disturbing. That's not normal.
hey Mordwand, what's up? So
How much? I got tired of the screaming in the voice chat, so I came over here.
we're discussing veganism.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes. So Mr. Slave wants to compare stealing candy from a candy store to killing an animal.
But what about stealing candy from a baby? That's the real ethical question.
You see, that's not YouTube friendly because he says he's streaming on YouTube, and that's probably not going to be YouTube friendly.
It's not
candy
from a baby
Although that's
isn't YouTube
genuinely
friendly?
the worst thing ever.
It's probably not. How about we ask Mr. Slave? Mr. Slave, I love your Discord name, by the way. It's very YouTube friendly. Can we compare it to stealing candy from a baby? Can we do that, or is that not allowed?
Can I
No,
tell a
it's not-
story real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was little, my mom was diagnosed with diabetes, and it scared the shit out of me. So I used to take the sweets and candy out of the grocery cart when she wasn't looking because I was scared. So I was a baby stealing candy.
I thought you were gonna say
Is that YouTube friendly?
yeah. I thought you were gonna say your mom was diagnosed with diarrhea.
What the fuck?
I mean, that can happen, but it's typically not something that's
yeah.
Oh my
more of a,
Imagine.
less of a permanent.
I was diagnosed.
Well, do you guys know about Giardia though?
Wait, what?
No, what?
Giardia or
What
beaver
the-
fever?
What the hell are you talking about?
Beaver fever? You've never heard of beaver fever?
No.
I know
You ever
what the
saw that
Angry
Reddit-
Beavers is because I grew up watching it.
Did you watch the beaver fever episode of Angry Beavers?
Isn't that when like one of them
was that
pretends to be
Reddit
sick
said-
and then gets a bunch of toys or something, and then they find out he's not sick and they get wicked pissed off and then they like abandon
Oh
him?
shit, you guys! I have to leave right now. I have beaver fever. Excuse me.
Okay, bye.
I had to do. She was nice. I'm glad she came in.
Yeah, I sent her.
Yeah, Zamar's a cool chick.
Oh,
I don't
she
know
just-
what beaver fever is though. If you want to like elaborate, is this like some version of the plague or something?
It's a parasitic infection.
That's nice. Anyway, Mordwan, do you want to
How are
continue?
people getting it?
Usually, it's transmitted between animals and humans, and
Wait,
when you
you're-
drink contaminated water.
Your profile
God.
picture is a beaver.
No, it's a sea lion.
Oh, isn't that the same thing?
No, sea
Oh my
lion
God.
is a sea lion is like a seal, but it's like a more predatory seal.
Anyway,
And they've got-
Mordwand.
Yeah.
Do you want to continue the discussion from before? A little
Yeah.
bit. Okay, so do you believe in the ether?
In the way that you described it, it made sense to me.
Really?
Yeah.
It made sense to me as well, but what I don't understand is when we get to like evaporation points, why are we not less dense? Is it because everything is like the same density in like ratio. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like the less
I
dense it
never,
becomes, so does everything else.
I never discussed evaporation. So the ether is a
I know, but I want to.
But-
Because like the ether is just essentially evaporated water. So if we're
Mm.
around like areas with more condensation or like higher humidity points, why are we not less dense?
No, the ether is a fluid that the universe is immersed in. Like our galaxy and all the galaxies are immersed in this ocean called the ether. And this ether,
So it's not water. Is that what you're trying to
it's a
say?
it's a fluid that is flowing through you right now at 11 kilometers per second towards the center of the earth, and that is causing your drag into the reason you are dragged into the earth right now, what you call gravity, is because the ether is flowing through you at 11 kilometers a second towards the center of the earth. The reason why the apple falls from the tree and accelerates towards the earth is because the ether is flowing through the apple at 11 kilometers a second and is accelerating the apple's acceleration towards the earth. The reason the moon seems to be falling towards the earth is because there is ether flowing through the moon towards the center of the earth. I don't know at what speed. I'm assuming it's maybe, I don't know. It depends on the gravitational field at the moon. Let's say it's 1/, the distance squared, so it's tiny. It's probably, I don't know, a tenth or maybe even less. Anyway, but that's the reason why the moon is constantly falling towards the earth, is because there's this ether fluid flowing through the moon towards the earth, and the moon is dragged into the earth. The reason the earth is orbiting the sun is because there is a fluid in the universe called the ether. It's flowing through the earth towards the sun, and that's what's causing the earth to consistently fall into the sun. The reason our galaxy is held together is because there is this fluid ether. It's flowing from the intergalactic space into our galaxy, and our galaxy is falling into itself as it is spinning around itself. And these two forces are balancing each other. Are you beginning to understand this ether?
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah,
Amber.
I see what-
Yeah, that's good. But Amber, do you understand?
Yeah.
So can you explain? So Amber, can you explain to me why the apple falls and accelerates its fall towards the earth? What?
Reconnect. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh.
So why does the apple seem to fall and accelerate its falling towards the earth?
Ether is like a fluid that's constantly flowing through the earth and like pulling it down essentially or pushing it down.
There is a model for this that you might be interested in. Let me send you a photo.
Okay, and Amber, what's pulling you towards the earth right now?
It's a constant stream of ether that's like pushing every molecule simultaneously down
Right. Now,
towards the center.
but it's flowing through you. You are actually waving through it. You're not made out of particles, you're made out of waves. And these waves, these are waves of ether. So you are just a wave, or you're tiny waves in this fluid. So the fluid doesn't flow through the molecules. The molecules are waves in this fluid. Everything you know is just a wave in this fluid. Light is just a wave in this fluid. Your desk is just a wave in this fluid. The earth is just a wave in this fluid. The moon, the galaxy, all the galaxies, these are just waves in this fluid. flat earther trying to explain what, but you didn't send me a link.
Oh, yeah, it's from this guy on his website. It's kind of scattershot.
Wait, did you send me something?
I put it in the general chat.
Wait, in our general chat? Oh,
Yes.
I went to the wrong. I went to your server. Okay. So space winds, the cause of gravity. A little bit, but I would not call it wind. It's not wind.
Yeah.
It's okay. Let's see. Vacuum is filled with subatomic elementary quanta Amer. No. This is a complete mess. No.
Okay. Yeah, this is what yeah. I have no idea what the fuck this is supposed to mean, but
No. So GR just says it's not even GR. It's Newton says that F equals ma. Right. I'll write it. I'll spell it in the side chat. F equals ma. And F also equals GMM over R squared. Therefore, MA equals that. Now we can cancel M out. The little m goes out. And therefore, A equals GM over R squared. So at any point in space, if you put a test particle, it will begin accelerating regardless of its mass, including light. So you can already see from Newtonian gravitational law that light should bend. So I don't even need Einstein's equivalence principle to predict that light should bend. And already you see that space itself accelerates. Because if you put a test particle anywhere, even if it's massless, it will begin accelerating towards capital M. Basically, you see that space itself flows into capital M. That is the ether. So you see already the ether right in front of you. The A is the acceleration of the ether. Sorry, it's the acceleration of any test particle because the ether flows. Now, if you want to, you can develop this equation and you can come up with an expression for velocity. So, but this is an acceleration gravitational field equation because r is a vector and a is a vector. So basically, you're saying, I don't know if I can put a with like a hat on top. Anyway, but a and r. Oh yeah, I can do a bold. Right. So let's make a bold and r bold. So now these are vectors. So this is now a vector field equation. And you can say that vector A is a vector function of R, vector R. Anyway, this is Newtonian gravitation acceleration field equation. Now we can use calculus to derive the velocity field equation, which I have written down on a piece of paper, so I have to copy it. I don't remember it. But this is a well-known field equation because it also describes Schwarzschild radius.
Are you sharing something? Or
no, yeah, I'm about. Well, on the side chat, I'm typing on the side chat. You don't see me typing on the side chat?
I do now. I just don't usually use side chat, so I was
confused. We always use the side chat. Anyway, so V, where is V? Yeah, here's V. I never wrote down V normally. Anyway, so So V as a function of R equals, let me see, GM over R. GM over R times 2 GM over R square root. So square root of this thing where R and V are anyway, so from A we can derive V. V is the Newtonian velocity field equation of the ether or of space, call it whatever you want. So that means any test particle you place anywhere in the vicinity of M will will have this velocity, meaning if you place it at infinity and let it accelerate, it will have this velocity at any r. And from this you can calculate 11,000 meters per second at the surface of the Earth. So any test particle, whether it's weightless or not, if you place it at infinity and you let it begin accelerating towards the Earth, it will gain 11,000 meters per second by the time it goes through you.
Okay.
And that's the ether. I mean, you can call it whatever you want. And that is what we experience as gravity.
Interesting.
Now, this equation, this is also, if I rearrange it, this is the Schwarzschild equation. So again, from Newton, we can describe a black hole. So the same equation gives us the Schwarzschild radius, 2 capital GM over C squared. So we just replace V with C. This is the Schwarzschild radius. From the previous equation, we get this equation. If we just replace V with C, yeah, because it's V squared, yeah. So the Schwarzschild radius it's a result of Newtonian gravitation. Now this means, if we assume that black holes are black, this means that the ether flows at the speed of light at the Schwarzschild radius, which means the ether flows, right now the ether is flowing, right? Everybody agrees that space is flowing at the speed of light at the Schwarzschild radius. That's why black holes are black. But for the same reason, the speed of space is 11 kilometers per second at the surface of the Earth.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Again, everything I'm saying is just an interpretation of physics. I'm not saying anything to contradict anyone about anything except for interpretation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And once you assume that the universe is filled with a fluid that is flowing through us right now at 11 kilometers per second, then it doesn't make sense for there to be particles. For me to be able to be made out of particles is basically impossible. Because how can I survive a fluid flowing through me at 11 kilometers per second? How, if I'm made out of particles? But if I'm waving through this fluid, then that becomes more sensible. So quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, comes out of ether theory. Ether theory predicts quantum field theory.
Interesting. What about quantum foam and that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Like loop quantum gravity. Have you looked at that?
No, I don't know anything about loop. I don't need loop quantum gravity because I have ether. Ether explains gravity, but quantum foam comes out of Heisenberg's uncertainty. So Heisenberg's uncertainty, it basically just says that the ether is always vibrating and always creating pairs of particle wavelets. Call them what you want. Call them particles. A particle and an antiparticle is always being created just because of the inherent energy of the ether. The ether is always vibrating. The ether particles are always vibrating. So what we call particles, which are just vibrations in the ether, which is just vibrations in the quantum field. I mean, it's just what normal consensus physicists in quantum field theory, what they call quantum foam, is just the inherent zero state energy of the quantum field, of the vacuum state, what I call the ether. It's just interpretation. I'm not saying anything different. So anyway, the way I view the universe, there is a ether fluid made out of actual particles that are always vibrating. And these vibrations are what we call particles, the particle pairs. And because of conservation of energy and momentum, these particle pairs are opposite in their spin, in their momentum, and so on. And they need to destroy each other very quickly in order for the universe not to create energy out of nothing.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now, since the ether is always flowing into massive bodies, then the universe is supposed to run out of ether very quickly, and the universe therefore should shrink and should collapse on itself. Therefore, we need dark energy. We need lambda to balance. We need the lambda term in Einstein's GR in order to balance the ether flow. So, of course, you need dark energy to always create ether. Exactly. And so ether is always being created and creates a pressure, a positive pressure. But where ether touches massive bodies, it annihilates and creates a vacuum. So there is a low pressure. So the Earth is a low pressure of ether, and everywhere else is a positive pressure, which creates the flow, which we call gravity. So the flow of ether is created because of a pressure gradient between the positive pressure of the ether from dark energy to where ether touches massive particles and self-annihilates. By the way, the self-annihilation is probably the Higgs mechanism. That's how the ether gives massive particles their mass. And once it gives them the mass, it also annihilates. And this annihilation creates the vacuum and creates the flow. And the flow is what we perceive as gravity. And that's why the same mass for inertia is the same mass for gravity. It's the same effect. That's why you have an equivalence principle of inertia and gravity. The GMM over r squared, that same m is the F equals ma that you need to accelerate. It's the same m because it's just the it's just the annihilation of the ether when it interacts with the m. And the more m there is, the more there is an interaction, the more ether is annihilated, the more vacuum is created, therefore the more gravity you get. So GMM over r squared, that m is the same m as F equals ma. It's seems to be the same effect. So So the ether simply explains everything perfectly. It's the, as the Russian saying goes, if the shoe fits, wear it. It's
Are
just
you Russian?
no, but it's from an old Star Trek. It's the Star Trek. I think the third movie from the original Star Trek movies, or maybe the fourth or the fifth. If the shoe fits, wear it. If you have, if the I mean, it explains everything so well.
Yeah.
And everything fits together. People have such a hard time fitting GR with quantum mechanics. I don't have a problem. For me, GR, I couldn't fit GR unless I came up with the particle wave duality. Immediately, all the particles became waves as soon as I decided that there is ether and it's flowing really fast. As soon as I realized the speed at which it's flowing, I realized we cannot have particles. There's no way that I am composed of particles. That was my intuition. Anyway, but it's a very simple, it's a very mechanical it's a very mechanical theory, which is a very scientific theory. Siri is getting excited. Anyway, do you have any questions?
No, I have to think about it more, but I think it makes sense. My question is for you as a challenge, if you could derive a reason in a geocentric model for gyroscopes to precess without assuming that the Earth rotates.
My God.
Because that's one of the big problems geocentrists have, and I've been thinking about how to try to solve it. The only thing I could think of is if there was a frame dragging effect of the universe rotating.
Wait, what's the question? The universe is not. I don't think the universe is rotating. But what's the question?
If the Earth doesn't rotate, is there any way that you could think to explain precession of gyroscopes?
I didn't even know gyroscopes precess, but now that you tell me that they precess, I mean, do they precess once every 24 hours?
15 degrees per hour, yeah, they have a 15 degrees per hour drift.
Which means over 24 hours it's 360?
Yep.
So, well, if the shoe fits, then you're done. What's the question? So the Earth, the data fits the theory that the Earth is rotating. What's the problem? Why do you think
geocentrists don't want to believe that the Earth rotates for some
Why are
reason.
you wasting your time with geocentrists? I told you it's not about you're not going to change their mind. All you can do is love them. Show them love.
Fair enough. Well, it's just interesting to me. I don't know. I have a morbid fascination with these crackpot theories.
But
I was just curious if you had any idea.
But that means you're not. But that means.
Certainly don't.
But that means you believe them. So the first step is like you shouldn't believe what people say. Because people are egoists. They will say whatever will benefit them the most. So the first thing you should tell them when somebody tells you something, your reaction should be, "I don't believe you." Like whatever you claim you believe, you don't. You're just saying that. You don't really believe that. I don't believe that you believe that.
I mean, I see what you're saying. That's just interesting to me. I was trying because I was thinking about it because as a thought experiment, I was like, well, what if you had to make it work? How would you do it? The only thing I could think of was frame dragging, but I don't think the effect would be great enough.
What do you mean frame dragging?
So frame dragging is it's an effect on space-time of a non-static distribution of mass energy. And it's usually only really significant near black holes. But there is a non-zero effect that has been measured around the Earth, and it will cause gyroscopes to precess. But the precession is so small that it would only amount to 1 second second of arc of precession in 16,000 years, I believe. I could post the equations for it.
Wait, but
fine.
So can you prove to me frame dragging?
Yeah, it's been measured.
No, can you prove it from first principles?
No, I can't. I don't know enough about relativity. But here's the effect. But that just got me thinking. I was like, well, if you put a gun to my head and we're like, the Earth doesn't rotate, explain how gyroscopes precess. This is the only thing I could think of.
Okay, you mentioned that the universe is rotating. The universe.
That's what some of these geocentrists think. They apply Mach's principle and they say the universe rotates around the Earth, but they don't have any mechanism to explain any of that and how that affects gyroscopes.
Okay, so the universe is rotating about the Earth and doing what?
Yes.
And what's happening because of that?
Everything they need to happen with their magic.
Wait. Explain to me. Give me a mechanical rundown. How do you get the gyroscope to precess, assuming the universe is rotating about the Earth?
Well, that's the thing. You can't.
No. Wait. So they're saying that since the universe is spinning, then the ether itself is spinning.
That's one thing that they say, yeah. But they don't have
It
any
might
sort
be.
of prediction.
I might agree with them. I need to think about it. So they might be right, but that's like saying, I would say that that's very similar to saying that when I type on the keyboard, it's not me typing on the keyboard. It's the keyboard making me type in the keyboard. When I eat a sandwich, it's not me eating a sandwich. It's the sandwich. The sandwich woke up that morning. It decided that it wants me to eat it. It's reversing causality. It's like it's not intuitive. It's just expressing reality in a non-intuitive. It's the reverse ontology. It's telling the story in reverse. You think Snow White wandered to meet the seven dwarves? No, it was the seven dwarves who wanted to meet Snow White. Or do you think Snow White wanted to eat the apple? No, the apple wanted Snow White to eat it. It's like just reversing the story. Fine, I might agree, if there's no right and wrong. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a difference. I don't know if there is a difference between the Earth is spinning relative to the universe or the universe spinning relative to the Earth. It might be that there is no difference.
Well, do you know what the ECEF and ECI frames are?
No.
So these are the two. Let me find the Wikipedia page.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised that according to GR, the universe can spin around the Earth or the Earth spin in the universe, and there's no difference.
Yeah, I think the math is just very difficult to work out.
I don't even know if there's a difference in the math. It might just be the same math. I don't know. Because the way Einstein would interpret it, Einstein would say space-time is spinning. If space-time, look, space-time, we all agree that space is expanding between the galaxies. That's how you get redshift.
Yeah.
So space everybody agrees space is this real thing that is able to expand. I call it dark energy. I mean, they call it dark energy, but I call it the ether creation. I actually put a fluid there that actually grows, but we see that there's something there. So what happens if that entire thing starts spinning? I don't know. I don't know what would happen. I don't know. Maybe it is spinning.
Something interesting.
Maybe it is
Interesting to think
spinning. Maybe it is spinning and the Earth is stationary.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if the universe would be different. Look, the point is, I don't see the point of debating these people. What's the point?
Fun.
No.
Honestly.
Fun is to help me figure out quantum mechanics and reinterpret all of physics based on ether and write my papers. That's fun. Fun is publishing my papers. Fun is like if you can find something new about the universe and publish a paper and explain it, that's fun. Like if you can come up with a theory or a method to convert flat earthers to global earthers, whatever, that you should publish. Like I don't think it's a good use of your time. You might as well.
Honestly, probably not.
Yeah.
The only thing that's been valuable is that I've just learned a lot about geophysics and like gyroscopes and inertial navigation and celestial navigation and optics and stuff like that. But
yeah, that's amazing. That's good, but that's fantastic.
yeah. But other than that, yeah, it's a complete waste of time. Definitely.
So, what, you've been doing this for many years?
No, I've been doing it for 2 months. So I've already, in 2 months, I've already kicked the asses of all of the major flat earthers, pretty much.
That's amazing. So you should move on to the next big thing.
Yeah, and I have my server, so I'll just try to figure out, what to keep these they call them autards. throw them fresh meat, flat earthers, keep them happy, and figure out how to keep the server going, and keep moving towards more science education and different debates.
Do you have
a debate later with someone about cosmology? So,
do you have a YouTube channel? Do you have a YouTube channel?
No, not yet. I need to set it up. I have a website that I need to set up.
Wait, how many people are on your server? Because I saw there's 20, 30 people in real time.
About 350.
Wow, that's amazing. But it's a very active server. Oh my God.
It is. Yeah, it has been we had a little bit of a lull, and I kind of felt like it was dying, and then it kind of picked back up. So we had a debate last Friday, almost a week ago, and we peaked at 40 people in the VC.
Amazing. Unbelievable. Yeah. I think today I had the most ever. We had 5 or 6 people when you were there. That's my maximum. No, but that's amazing. I mean, if you're learning so much, that's amazing. Yeah, you should maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's amazing. It's just amazing that you can do more science. There's so many so much bad science that you could do. You could navigate your server to amazing places.
Definitely. And there's a lot of really smart people on there. We have some this guy Shubil. He's a geodetic surveyor, and so he's very technical, and he knows a lot about GPS. And then we have a lot of software engineers. That's probably the most common is software engineers. But we have some physicists, and one guy has a PhD. A couple guys I think have PhDs in physics. I think we have a few. And I have to. That's the other thing. I have to figure out I got to finish my PhD thesis. That's the only thing I have left to get my PhD in math. So
Wow.
I already have my master's, but yeah, I'm working on that. So
Wow, that's amazing. Wait, so maybe you can help me. Do you do you know what a tensor is?
oh yeah, yeah, I'm familiar with tensor calculus.
Really?
So and manifolds, yeah. I did a little bit of that
Because
like going through the MIT courseware and stuff. So I haven't done it in a while, so I have to brush up. But I've taken abstract geometry, so I know pretty well how to
wait,
do a lot of that stuff.
tensors is abstract geometry?
Not exactly, but it's related in the sense that the theory of manifolds plays into general relativity.
Did you take a course in GR?
Huh?
Did you do a course in GR?
No. But I've done courses in function spaces and advanced calculus, like calculus. I tell people I took up to calculus 7.
Jesus Christ. What do you do in 7?
It just gets more and more abstract. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So, but it all kind of relates into basically, though, I have a solid enough math foundation that I think without taking a course, I could pretty much pick up the essentials to, yeah. So if you want to collaborate, I mean, that would be a much better use of my time. I was supposed to debate one of these clowns again on gravity because he had an open challenge, but I don't even know if I'm going to bother because it's just like, if I plan right, I'm just going to wipe the floor with him again, and it's just not even. It's just not even a challenge.
That is so exciting. 1 second. Let me just send you a friend request. There you go.
Sure.
Let me send you a hi. Anyway, I've been here for 6 hours straight.
Yeah, I got to get some work done. I keep spending. I mean, that's the thing with the server being this active is I'm trying to like keep it going, you know. So I've been spending been working hard on it, but I need to get my fucking job done too, you know.
Wait, what's your job?
I'm an AI engineer.
Really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, I do AI, machine learning, and industrial mathematics. So right now I'm working on an optimization project.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's a good gig. So.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll catch you later. I'm gonna.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go eat. All right, see you later. Bye.
Bye. Nice meeting you today.
Yeah.
Bye.
You too. Bye. Okay, I think we're gonna take a break. And I'll see you later. Bye.